Palais Mazarin, and the Rue Mazarine. The Institute, or Palais Mazarin, the Rue Mazarine Lillester, Theater Molière, the Theater, Francais, the Odeon Hein, the Faubourg Saint-Germain Historical Associations. During the Middle Ages, the Palace of the Institute was one of the landmarks and limits of Paris. The rest of the left bank belonged to the agglomeration formed around the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, and which was called, during the different periods of its successive developments, the Bourg or Borough, the town, and the Faubourg of Saint-Germain. Of the Institute as a central body, with the 5 academies composing it, sufficient mention has already perhaps been made. Some words, however, may be added on the subject of the building, the palace, in which the Institute is lodged. Close to the Institute, which owes its chief renown to the most important of its component academies, the Académie Française, representing literature, is the Mint, or Hôtel des Monniers, with whose products literature is too often but slightly connected. Nor can we leave the immediate neighborhood of the Institute without speaking of the famous Tour de Nesle, which figures so dramatically in a well-known play written by Alexandre Dumas and Frédéric Gaylardet. One wing of the Institute occupies the very site of the old tower, which was situated on a tongue of earth projecting into the Seine. It stood 75 feet high, with a diameter of 10 feet, and the crenellated platform at the summit was reached by a winding staircase. According to the legend, as turned to literary account by Roger de Beauvoir in a novel, and by Alexandre Dumas and his collaborator, who claim to have done all, or nearly all, the work in the before-mentioned play, Marguerite de Bourgogne, wife of Louis X, and her 2 sisters, or sisters-in-law, were accused and convicted of unbecoming conduct in the Tower of Nesle. When 2 of their accomplices, Philippe and Gaultier Donné, were skinned alive, while Marguerite herself was strangled by order of her royal husband, the lives of the 2 other princesses being spared. According to the ancient tradition, the queen and her sisters used to receive their lovers in the apartments of the tower, and then, to prevent any compromising revelations, throw them from the window into the Seine. Resting upon the tower was the Petit Nesle, given as a place of abode in 1540 by Francis I to Benvenuto Cellini. The king's right to dispose of the house was questioned, indirectly, it is true, but in a very substantial manner by the provost of Paris, who, after giving the Florentine artist notice to quit, tried to turn him out by force, when Cellini, with his companions, apprentices, and servants, defended the place against the besiegers. It was in the Petit Nesle that this admirable sculptor executed, among masterpieces, his colossal statue of Jupiter in silver. In his memoirs, Benvenuto tells a story which paints, in glaring colors, the disorderly character of the time. He was returning to the Petit Nesle, his château of Nesle, as he calls it, carrying beneath his cloak, in a basket, 1,000 crowns in ancient gold, which the royal treasurer had just delivered to him by order of Francis I, when he was attacked by thieves before the Augustin-Zay, very dangerous place. He then tells how he kept his assailants at a respectful distance by sweeping blows from his sword, and then ran away in all haste to his château, where he called to the garrison, which rushed out fully armed, thus enabling him to re-enter safe and sound the Petit Nesle, where he and his friends had a lively supper. This simple anecdote shows what a cutthroat place Paris was under the reign of Francis I in the year 1540. Illustration: Cardinal Mazarin. From a portrait in the Gallery of Versailles. Tour de Nesle and Petit Nesle have both disappeared, and on their site stands, as already mentioned, the Palace of the Institute, originally known as the Palais Mazarin. Cardinal Mazarin, having been unable to carry out personally the project he had formed of establishing a college for the benefit of 60 young noblemen, or young men of the citizen class belonging to the lands newly conquered by the Crown of France, ordered by his will, on the 6th of March, 1661, that, should the king be so pleased, a college should be founded for 60 sons of gentlemen or of citizens belonging to the various territories German, Flemish, and Provençal lately annexed to France. Hence the name given to it of College of the Four Nations, the fourth nation being, of course, France. In like manner, there were formerly 4 nations in the University of Paris. Mazarin had already drawn up the statute for the college, and he bequeathed to it the whole of his library, with an income of 45,000 francs secured on town property, the revenue of the Abbey of St. Michel, and 2 millions of livres francs in silver. The cardinal's executors began by purchasing the Petit Nesle, the ditches and ramparts of the Rue des Fosses, which now became the Rue Mazarine, and a piece of land comprised between the Rue Mazarine, the Rue de Seine, and the quay. The college was then erected and the library duly placed, and until the time of the Revolution, the Institute, as it was in time to be called, formed an important center for men devoted to the study of literature, science, or art. At the time of the Revolution, the college, being of suspicious origin, was confiscated, while, on the other hand, the library was enlarged by 50,000 volumes, themselves the result of confiscation. In suppressing the Institute, the Revolution did not spare any one of its 5 academies, not even the French Academy, which, though it represented the literature of the country, had a taint of aristocracy about it. As soon, however, as France was delivered from the atrocities of the Revolution, the National Convention, in its last sitting but one on the 25th October, 1795, reconstituted the Institute under the form of a society of 144 members, divided into 3 classes: 1. Positive sciences, 2. Political sciences, and 3. Literature and art. The first consul reorganized the society as 4 classes: 1. Science, 2. Literature, 3. Ancient literature, 4. Fine arts. Under this form, the Restoration found nothing to change but the name, and the 4 classes of the Imperial Institute became once more academies. The fifth, that of moral and political sciences, created by the Convention, was re-established in 1832 on the proposition of M. Guizot, Minister of Public Instruction. Independently of their internal economy and their proprietorial rights, the 5 academies are bound together through the Chief Secretarial Department, the library, and various collections belonging to the 5 academies in common. The unity of the academies is affirmed, moreover, every year through a formal sitting, of which the presidency falls in turn to each of the 5 academical presidents. It is a commonplace, says M. Auguste Vidoux, in his work on Paris, to run down academies. The 5 ancient, like the 5 modern academies, have rendered, all the same, the greatest services to science, and cast a brilliant light on literature and art. This is generally admitted in connection with the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Inscriptions. There is no foreign scientific man, however illustrious, who does not welcome the honor of becoming its associate or correspondent. The Academy of Sciences has taken part in every scientific advance, and to the Academy of Inscriptions, with its adventurous explorers, is due the immense development of Punic, Egyptian, Assyrian, and Persian studies. It can be said to have created the science of epigraphy, that resurrection of history from stones. But the utility of the Academy of Fine Arts has been questioned often enough, and the French Academy is the recognized object not only of everyone's ambition, but also, and above all, of everyone's ridicule and satire, especially if not exclusively on the part of men of letters. Whoever be elected to the French Academy, the election is sure to meet with much literary disapproval. The scientific men are accused of ignoring literature, and the dukes of being unable to spell. If, on the other hand, the Academy chooses a dramatist, a novelist, a journalist, or a critic, journalism is sure to ask why so-and-so was elected my associate, my friend, perhaps, and not myself. These condemnations have weakened neither the authority nor the glory of the French Academy. They have, perhaps, even preserved it by diminishing in its secret councils the influence of coteries. The idea of Cardinal Richelieu in creating it was to maintain the unity of the French language, and consequently of France, while giving to talent equal distinction with rank, birth, and official service. To pass once more from the Institute to the Faubourg Saint-Germain, this important social and historical district is bounded on the east by the ancient ditch or moat of Paris, now represented by the Rue Mazarine, formerly Rue de Nesle, the Rue de l'Ancien-Comedie, and the Rue Monsieur le Prince. The Rue Mazarine, one of the most interesting streets on the left bank of the Seine, and, indeed, in all Paris occupies an important place in connection with the French stage. On the present site of Nos. 12 and 14, Rue Mazarine corresponds at the back with number 13, Rue de Seine. Here Arnold Mestier, citizen of Paris and captain of the 100 musketeers of the town under Henry Roman IV, had built a house and tennis court, and here, on the 12th of September, 1643, a few days after the death of King Louis Roman XIII, a company of young men of honorable birth, brought together by friendship and a passionate love of the dramatic art, rented from the heirs of Arnold Mestier the house and the court attached to it. There, too, was opened, in the last days of the year, a new theatre for tragedy and comedy, in opposition to the royal players of the Hôtel de Bourgogne and under the title of L'Illustre Théâtre. Among the members of this remarkable company may be mentioned the two Bayards, Madeleine and Geneviève, and Jean-Baptiste Poquelin, who had not yet taken the surname of Molière. The tennis court still existed in 1818, and it was not pulled down until about 1830, when space was wanted for the enlargement of the street. The old house where Molière and his companions used to live is still in existence, numbered 10 in the Rue Mazarine and 11 in the Rue de Seine, by the side of a haberdasher's shop, to the sign of the tennis court. A commemorative tablet marks the spot where once stood the Illustre Théâtre, a name it was one day really to deserve, from the fact that one of the least important members of its company, considered as an actor, was soon afterwards to show himself the greatest dramatist that France had produced. Another tablet in the same street, number 42, marks the ground once occupied by another tennis court, which in 1669 was let to the Abbé Perrin and several associates, with Cambert, the composer, among them, who had obtained from the king the right or privilege of establishing at Paris an operatic theatre. The opening performance took place on the 19th of May, 1671. A lyric drama called Pomone, written by Perrin and set to music by Cambert, was produced. Cardinal Mazarin had introduced Italian opera into Paris in 1645, and the first French opera, entitled Akbar, King of Mogul, Words and Music by the Abbé Mailly, was brought out the year following in the Episcopal Palace of Carpentras, under the direction of Cardinal Bichy, Urban Roman VIII, legate in France. The second French opera was La Pastorale en Musique, Words by Perrin, Music by Cambert, which was privately represented at Issy, and the Pomone, given at Paris in 1671, was only the third work of the kind. Pomone was followed at the New Lyric Theatre by a so-called tragedy ballet, which is remarkable as having been the joint product of Molière and Corneille, the two greatest dramatists of France. It may here be mentioned that a privilege for an Academy of Music had been ceded 100 years before by Charles Roman IX. To Anton de Baef, the word academy being used as an equivalent for academia, the Italian for concert. Perrin's license seems to have been a renewal, as to form, of de Baef. And thus originated the eminently absurd title which the chief operatic theatre of Paris has since retained. After a time, Molière's company was, by order of the king, combined with two others, the company of the Hôtel de Bourgogne and that of the Marais. And this reduction of the three companies into one constituted the Comédie Française, which has now had a glorious existence of 2 centuries. Before settling down finally into its present abode at the Palais Royal end of the Rue Richelieu, the Comédie Française, or Théâtre Français, for the two names equally belong to it, had a varied history, and wandered about Paris from quarter to quarter and from street to street. Its first abodes seem to have been far less solidly constructed than our ancient national theatres of Drury Lane or Covent Garden. And in 1770, the famous company, finding itself in a building so dilapidated that its fall was daily imminent, the king granted it hospitality in one of the wings of the Tuileries Palace. He at the same time took steps to provide for it a permanent home, and with that view bought for 3,000,000 livres, francs, the ground occupied by the Hôtel de Condé, where a new theatre was to be constructed. Here the Théâtre Français gave its performances throughout the first phases of the Revolution, until, on the 3rd of September, 1793, after the performance of a play founded on Richardson's Pamela, the Committee of Public Safety closed the house and arrested alike the author of the piece and the actors who had performed in it. The new playhouse was reopened under the successive titles of Theatre of Equality and Theatre of the People, with a portion of the company which had been saved by the death of Robespierre. Classical names were now in fashion, and the theatre, on being reopened in 1797, was called, in memory of Athens, the Odeon. Its performances, however, were not successful, and after a wretched existence of a few months, it closed in 1799. When it seemed to have taken a new lease of life, it was destroyed by fire, the origin of which was never explained. Reconstructed in 1807, it was opened under the title of Théâtre de l'Impératrice and was looked upon as a supplementary house to the Théâtre Francaise, with the right of playing comedy, but not tragedy. By way of compensation, it was permitted to give representations of opera bouffe. The Odeon had once more been officially designated the Second Théâtre Francaise, when a new fire destroyed it on the 20th of February, 1818. Louis Roman XVIII ordered the immediate reconstruction of the house and, on its completion, put the Second Théâtre Francaise on the same footing as the first, placing at its free disposal all the works of the classical repertory. Since this time, the Odeon has, in a literary and dramatic sense, undergone all kinds of metamorphoses. It became first a lyrical theatre, with such pieces as Robin des Bois corresponding, no doubt, to our Robin of the Wood or Robin Hood. This name having been given to a strange adaptation by Castel Blaze, with interpolations by the adapter of Weber's Der Freischütz, and under Louis Philippe the Odeon was the headquarters of Italian opera. At present, the Odeon is definitely classed as the Second Théâtre Francaise, in which character it pays no rent and enjoys an annual subvention of 100,000 francs. No theatre during the last 70 years has rendered greater services to dramatic art. Here have been represented pieces by Victor Hugo, Alexandre Dumas, Alfred de Musset, Alfred de Vigny, Balzac, George Sand, Émile Augier, Octave Feuillet, Mary, Léon Gozlan, Theodore Barrière, Edmond Gondanet, Hippolyte Lucas, Michel Carré, Frédéric Solier, François Ponsard, François Capet, Alphonse Daudet, and 100 others. The house, moreover, has formed a great number of superior artists, who were, one after the other, claimed by the Comédie Francaise. Of the many admirable pieces produced at the Odeon, full and interesting accounts may be found in the collected feuilletons of Jules Janin and of Théophile Gautier. Nothing, however, more brilliant has been written on the artistic and literary period, represented by the dramatic triumphs of the Odeon, than the letters from Paris written, from time to time between the years 1832 and 1848 by Heinrich Heine. Heine is known to the English public chiefly through the French versions of his works, which, as they have been produced by the author himself, convey his thoughts quite as accurately, and his style almost as accurately, as the German originals. His Pictures of Travel, Reisebilder, a volume of poems, 2 volumes on Germany which have, of course, taken the place of the now defunct work of MME. De Stael, some dramas or plans for dramas, which were published in the Revue des Deux Mondes, the Livre de Lazare, which appeared in the same periodical, and Ludes, are perhaps the most important of those of Heine's writings which have been reproduced in French. The Buch der Lieder, too, has been done into French prose by Heine himself, with the aid of his friend Gerard de Nerval, who in his youth, under the name of Gerard, made a translation of Faust which satisfied, or at least pleased, even Goethe himself. These Lieder, together with the Reisebilder, were Heine's favorite productions, and independently of the life that is in them, many of them are further assured of continued popularity by reason of Schubert's having coupled them with some of his most beautiful music. Heine was a poet and satirist by nature. Endowed with great analytical power and educated in Germany, he of course took a pleasure in studying the operations of the human mind. But he was not a philosopher by temperament, which is sufficiently proved by the fact that he not only refrained from attaching himself to any particular system of philosophy in a country where he had so many to select from, but that he did not even take the trouble to invent a system for himself. He comprehended philosophy, liked painting, loved music, and spoke of all science and art in the spirit of a poet. He explained Victor Cousin and Pierre Leroux, grew pathetic over the fate of Leopold Robert, and became enthusiastic in his admirable descriptions of the performances of Ernst and Paganini, of Grisi and Mario. Heine's poetry is principally remarkable for its fantastic character and for its warmth of color. Accordingly, there are certain points of resemblance between the German poet and Théophile Gautier. Only there is soul in the verse of Heine, whereas in that of Gautier we find nothing but a glorification of the senses and an absolute worship of form. Goethe, in his later years, is imagined by the enraptured Gautier sitting, passionless, on a marble throne, looking upon the whole of creation as the development of a superior form of art. Indeed, according to the Gautier school, life and death are nothing compared with the interests of art. Art is great, and life is unimportant. Paganism is to be revered on account of its marble temples. Poverty is to be admired for its beggar boys by Murillo. The millennium is objectionable because it will produce no subjects for dramatic literature. Heine, on the contrary, who, in addition to the skill of the artist, possessed the heart of a man, was willing to sacrifice all art and all poetry his own, to begin with if, in any scheme for alleviating the sufferings of the poorer classes, such a sacrifice should appear inevitable. This feeling is shown generally throughout his writings. Unless, he says, I deny the premise that all men have the right to eat, I am forced to admit it in all its consequences. Let justice be done. Let the old system be broken up, in which innocence has perished, in which egotism has prospered, in which man has been trafficked in by man. And blessed be the grocer who will one day make my poetry into paper bags and fill them with coffee and snuff for the poor good old women who, in our present world of injustice, have perhaps had to deprive themselves of all such comforts. To know the Paris of half a century ago, it is only, indeed, necessary to study the Ludus of Heinrich Heine, in which the Paris of the best part of Louis Philippe's reign is portrayed in the most lifelike, the most brilliant style. The sketches, the anecdotes, the criticism, all full of the Heinean verve and irony, form the best portion of the book, which is deficient, perhaps, in the description, if we accept personal description, on which Heine, without adequate reason, was inclined to pride himself. His poems, his travels, and his miniature dramas are crowded with fantastic thoughts, which are of course presented in fantastic forms. But he will always be remembered by his ideas rather than by his images. And when he states in his Reisebilder that, owing to the prodigality of German writers in the matter of thoughts, he finds it more profitable to cultivate the production of pictures, one would think, were it not for the very title of the work, that he was indulging in irony at the expense of his readers. Illustration: entrance to the Hôtel de Chateaubriand in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. As a satirist, Heine is first of all remarkable for his irony, which is always masterly and which sometimes reaches the diabolical. He admits that even in his most amiable moments, the caresses of his Teutonic paws sometimes inflicted a wound. And if he scratches like a cat in play, it is certain that he tears in earnest like a tiger. He seizes his victim by the neck and either skins him with his delicate observation or scalps him with his unerring sarcasm. On great occasions, he resorts to deliberate analysis, or rather anatomy, when, after a very few pages, the patient finds himself lying dissected at the end of a chapter, with the merciless satirist grinning at his remains. In the last chapter of the Reisebilder, speaking of the misfortunes of the German emigrants, Heine gives an anecdote of an artist who, on being requested to paint a golden angel on a signboard, replied that he would rather paint a red lion, that he was accustomed to them, and that even if he painted a golden angel, it would look like a red lion all the same. The words of this painter, said Heine, reply beforehand to the objections which may be made to my book. It was not any vain caprice which made me quit all that was dear to me, all that charmed me and smiled upon me in my native land. There more than one being loved me, my mother, for instance. And yet I left it without knowing why I left it, because I was obliged to do so. It is only in the winter that we become fully penetrated with the beauties of the spring. The love of liberty is a flower which grows in prison. And in the same way, the love of the German fatherland commences at the German frontier, above all, at sight of German misery on a foreign soil. I have now before me the letter of a friend who is dead, and in which the following passage occurs. I never was aware that I loved my country so much. I was in the position of a man who had never been taught by physiology the value of his blood. The blood is taken from him, and the man falls. That was indeed the case. Germany is ours, and that is why I felt suddenly broken down and ill at the sight of those emigrants, of those great rivers of blood which flow from the wounds of our country and lose themselves in the deserts of Africa. The golden colors of the angel have since that time entirely dried up on my palate, and all that remains upon it in a liquid state is a raw red color, which looks like blood, and with which nothing but red lions can be painted. Accordingly, my next book will be purely and simply a red lion, for which I beg the kind public to pardon me by reason of the confession now made. Heine, during his prolonged stay in Paris, where he was adopted and became naturalized, saw all the new operas and most of the new pictures, attended the meetings of the Institute, abused the polka, then just invented, discussed the Eastern question, and tried to decide whether it was more probable that England and Russia would declare war against France, or that France and Russia would declare war against England. Calculated Philippe's chances of remaining on the throne, considered the rival merits of Thiers and Guizot, and generally criticized everyone and everything with which he was brought in contact. He was on friendly terms with George Sand, Meyerbeer, Rothschild, Balzac, Victor Cousin, Spontini, and Alfred de Musset, and he has given elaborate portraits of some of these celebrities, while he has written something characteristic of each. If he was at any time personally acquainted with Victor Hugo, all intimacy between the two must certainly have ceased after Heine's murderous attack upon the great French poet. As all the French writers possess taste, the total absence of this quality in Victor Hugo struck his compatriots as a sign of originality and genius. He is essentially cold, as is the devil, according to the assertions of witches cold and icy even in his most passionate effusions. His enthusiasm is only a phantasmagoria, a piece of calculation devoid of love, for he loves nothing but himself. He is an egoist, or, worse still, a Hugoist. In spite of his imagination and his wit, he has the awkwardness of a parvenu or a savage. In another place, we are told that Hugo's studied passion and artificial warmth suggest fried ice, an edible antithesis prepared by the Chinese, which consists of little balls of ice dipped into a particular kind of batter, and forthwith fried and swallowed. Rothschild is said to be the best possible political thermometer, and he is praised for the genial, if slightly patronizing manner in which he familiarmente addresses his friends. Indeed, it might be affirmed, says Heine, still full of the thermometrical idea, that he possesses the talent of the frog for indicating fair and foul weather, were it not that this comparison might be considered somewhat disrespectful. And certainly he is a man who must be respected, if only on account of the respect he inspires in the greater number of those who approach him. I love to visit him at his bank, where I have the opportunity of observing men of all classes and all religions. Gentiles as well as Jews bow, incline, and prostrate themselves before him. They turn and stoop and bend their backs nearly double, in a manner which the most talented acrobat might envy. I have seen some persons tremble on approaching him as if they had touched a voltaic battery. Even when standing outside the door, many of them are seized with a quivering veneration, such as Moses felt on Mount Horeb. His private room is, indeed, a most remarkable place, and awakes sublime thoughts and feelings like the aspect of the ocean, of the starry heavens, of mountains, or of boundless forests. It teaches me the littleness of man and the greatness of God. For money is the god of our age, and Rothschild is his prophet. As the Louvre is associated with the monarchy and Notre Dame with the episcopacy, so the Faubourg Saint-Germain is associated with the ancient French nobility. It is interesting to know that Saint-Germain, the holy man to whom the nobiliary quarter, there are aristocratic quarters elsewhere in Paris, owes its name, was himself of noble birth. Little is recorded of him except that he performed miracles, which the inhabitants of the district bearing his name have failed to do, and that, like the ancient nobility of France at the period of the Revolution, he visited England and stayed there some time. The church of Saint-Germain-des-Prés was one of the principal landmarks on the left bank of the Seine in the latter part of the 17th century, when the Institute and the church just named formed two important centers on the left bank of the Seine. The Faubourg Saint-Germain, or simply the Faubourg, as its exclusive inhabitants love to call it, was scarcely known, however, by any such name until the time of the Revolution or even later, when it emigrated in a mass to England, or in some cases to Russia. The German courts, too, offered for a time a favorite place of retirement until Germany was invaded by the Republican armies of France. The emigration is usually attributed to the excesses of the revolutionists, especially during the Reign of Terror. But as a matter of fact, it began in 1789, the first examples being given by members of the royal family. The emigration of the French nobility may indeed be said not to have been caused by the Reign of Terror, but in a measure to have produced it. This now seems to be supported in a certain measure by dates. After the 14th of July, the Count of Artois, the Condés, the Contis, the Polignacs, the Broglys, the Vaudreuils, the Lambesques, and others, hurried abroad in order to band together the enemies of France and to prepare the invasion of the country. While the Count of Artois was intriguing on all sides, Condé, installed at Worms, surrounded himself with a body of fatuous noblemen, the nucleus of his future army, adopted a rebellious attitude, replied with contempt to the invitations of the National Assembly, and organized plots in the eastern provinces. In 1792, the king himself would have emigrated and thrown himself into the arms of foreigners, in the hope that they would subdue France and restore the ancient regime. He was, as everyone knows, arrested at Varennes, but his brother, the Count of Provence, succeeded in quitting France and at Brussels prepared the celebrated Declaration of Pilnitz. At the same time, a crowd of nobles left France to furnish recruits to the Prince de Condé. Coblentz was full to overflowing with emigrants, whose maneuvers were in no way affected by the fact that the king had himself accepted the constitution. The army of the emigrating princes was being openly organized. It was to be composed of 3 army corps, one commanded by Condé, which was to operate in Alsace, another commanded by the princes of the blood, who were to enter France through Lorraine in company with the Prussians and march upon Paris, and a third commanded by the Prince de Bourbon, which was to act in the provinces of the north. Later on, special regiments of émigrés were formed, to which the names of Rohan, Damas, Salm, loyal emigrants, etc. were given. The Viscount de Murraybaugh, brother to the orator, formed a legion of his own, whose soldiers wore a black uniform adorned with death's heads, and whose disorderly conduct is said to have been such that the corps was not allowed to form part of the Austrian army, to which it had originally been attached. Thus, long before the war, there were masses of emigrants who adopted from their foreign posts of observation a menacing attitude towards France. Many noble families left France simply from fear, but most of the émigrés, when they had once reached foreign lands, did not scruple to take part in hostile enterprises against France. Invitations to return were addressed to the emigrants by various assemblies, without the least probability, it must be admitted, of their being accepted. Then laws were passed by which the property of the absentees was confiscated, and they themselves threatened with death should they reappear in France without due authorization. As a matter of fact, the émigrés fought against France, in concert with the invading troops, for the most part as volunteers, though some are said to have received pay from the foreign foe. They had boasted of their ability and readiness to conquer revolutionary France with postilions, whips, and they had fixed beforehand the day and hour of their entry into Paris. Driven back by the Republican armies, they were mad with humiliation and rage. The King of Prussia abruptly dismissed those who had entered his service, and gradually, as new victories were gained by the Republic, they found themselves expelled from Brussels, Florence, Turin, Berlin, Switzerland, and other asylums, retreating almost exclusively to England. When nearly all their legions had been dissolved, a certain number of them remained in the pay of foreign sovereigns, but many stayed without any resource. A strange sight was then seen. The whole order of nobility, and the most brilliant nobility in Europe, some 30,000 persons, including the members of the priesthood, fallen to the condition of beggars or hangers-on. Sad expiation for the treason of those who had borne arms against their native land. In the first days of the emigration, the French nobility continued to lead a life of luxury and pleasure. When their last resources had been exhausted, they had to hold out their hands for such alms as the coalition would give them. The name of émigré became a synonym for poor devil and parasite. A few of the most fortunate of the refugees had preserved private resources, but the great majority were in a sad condition of poverty. Beaumarchais has described the misery of those who had sought asylum at Hamburg, where he helped them to the best of his power, though he himself was suffering from straitened means. It was no uncommon sight to see knights of St. Louis, gentlemen who had ridden in the king's carriages, asking for alms at the corner of the streets. Chateaubriand has drawn a striking picture of his own poverty and that of his companions at this trying time. "I was devoured by hunger," he writes, "sucked pieces of linen which I had steeped in water, chewed grass and paper. When I passed before a baker's shop, I felt the greatest torture. On a cold winter's evening, I stood 2 hours in front of a shop of dried fruits and smoked meats, devouring with my eyes whatever I saw. I could have eaten not only the comestibles, but the boxes and baskets which held them. In 1793, the English government thought of offering the emigrant settlements in Canada. The Empress Catherine of Russia, who had behaved generously to the small number rich enough to find their way to her distant dominions, proposed to establish 6,000 of them on the shores of the Sea of Azov, under the command of Condé. In London, a certain number of the émigrés received from the English government 1 shilling a day as subsidy. It was very little, but many received nothing at all. Tired of having to choose between living on alms and dying of hunger, numerous émigrés determined at last to seek some regular occupation. Duchesses and marchionesses were now seen in charge of haberdashers' and perfumers' shops, of cafés and other establishments of the kind. The Count de Vieuville became a messenger, or commissionaire, as he would now be called, the Chevalier de Lanty a servant, Madame de Lalande a shopwoman, Emile de Saint-Marceau a shopgirl, Madame de la Martinière a dealer in second-hand clothes, a well-known marquis and actor, not in those days considered a very gentlemanly profession, the Chevalier d'Anselmy a waiter, the Marquis de Montbazit a lamplighter, while others turned themselves into hairdressers, barbers, and dancing masters. One émigré, mentioned by Brillat-Savarin, used to dress salads, and what was still more remarkable, obtained a guinea for every salad he dressed. A few exercised more lucrative functions as secret political agents. Among these may be mentioned Count d'Antraigues, the husband of Madame de Saint-Huberty, the famous singer, who, with his wife, was assassinated at Barnes by an irritated domestic. The Count had rendered important services to the coalition and claimed to have revealed to the English government the secret articles of the Treaty of Tilsit. On the outbreak of the Revolution, most of the great families who, collectively, may be said to compose the Faubourg Saint-Germain, had left France, when a special law against emigrants was passed, striking through their property those who, had they remained, would have suffered in person. Some members, however, of the ancient nobility stayed in Paris throughout the Reign of Terror, among whom may in particular be mentioned that Baron Lazardière who saved, or did his best to save, the heroic Abbé Edgeworth, when the last confessor of Louis Roman XVI was, or believed himself to be, in imminent danger of his life. The friend, wrote the abbé to his brother, whose name must be forever sacred to you, since to him your brother owes his life, was the Baron de Lazardière, a nobleman of high character, advanced in years, and then living in opulence, who not only received me with open arms, but, slighting all the dangers to which he exposed himself and family by giving hospitality to such a guest, insisted on my regarding his house as my own, seeking for no other place of refuge. So that I received during those months every attention that the most delicate friendship could invent, and though the family was large and the servants numerous, my existence was hardly perceived out of doors, so well was the secret kept. I had not been long in this charming solitude when I received information from Paris that at 2 or 3 different clubs, and especially at the Jacobins, my head was mentioned as the only atonement equal to my guilt of having openly professed my attachment for the tyrant. This was alarming news indeed. But a journalist, friend or foe, having announced some days afterwards that I had got safe over to England, and had there had frequent conferences not only with the principal emigrants, but with Mr. Pitt himself, this idle story was credited by all, and I was completely forgotten. However, the fiction, though favorable to me in one sense, distressed me much in other respects, as it obliged me to conceal myself more cautiously than ever, for had I been discovered in France after such a report, I must have been, in the eyes of government, no less than an emissary from the court of England, an agent to the emigrants, and an emigrant myself, all titles that made my case the blacker by adding to my former guilt. Hence I was obliged to keep within doors more than ever, nor could I venture out to Paris but by night. Then I dared but to remain a day or 2 at a time, and though my house should have been open to all, since to all I owed myself, few people knew where it was or how to get admittance into it. It is true that from my solitude in the country, I entertained a large correspondence with the town. But all kinds of business could not be transacted by letters, and I soon perceived that the diocese committed to my care, far from prospering in my hands, suffered materially from my absence. In this distressing situation, and really not knowing what part to take, I wrote a long letter to the Archbishop, informing him of all and demanding his advice. But unfortunately for me, my letter, though directed to one of the commanding officers upon the frontier, who favored, underhand, my correspondence, was seized, opened, and sent back to the Comité de Salut Public. Soon after, the house of M. de Lazardière, where I lay concealed, was assaulted in midday, and the whole family, supposing the storm to be directed against me alone, fell at my knees, requesting I would provide for my own safety by a timely flight. I yielded, though indeed with some reluctance, to their entreaties, and casting into the fire all my papers, I escaped by a back road into the fields, where I remained until it was dark. But how bitter was my grief when, coming back at night, I was informed that my valuable friend had been carried off to prison with his youngest son and eldest daughter, and that upon the road to Paris, 3 different times, the bloodthirsty gang had held counsel whether it was not best to shorten the business by murdering them upon the spot. My mind was relieved a few days after, at least in some degree, by the positive assurances given me that amongst the questions put to the 3 prisoners, upon their arrival in Paris, not a word had been said about me, which clearly proved that I had not been the innocent cause of their misfortune. But my friend was not the less in danger, for prison and death now began to be synonymous terms in France, and my papers were lost forever. This accident did not prove fatal to M. de Lazardière, for after 10 days, confinement he was dismissed. As to my papers, those I regret the most, and shall in all probability ever lament, were the letters written to me from the Temple by Madame Elizabeth. I have already hinted to you, but this to you and no other mortal, as the time for revealing is not yet come, that notwithstanding the unrelenting vigilance of her guardians, this unfortunate princess found a means to correspond with me from time to time, and to take my advice on many critical occurrences during her imprisonment. These letters were conveyed to me in a ball of silk, and all measures so prudently taken that the correspondence, though at last suspected, was never found out entirely. I had already destroyed, in one of my critical moments, all those she had written to me upon different subjects before her confinement, nor was I sensible of the loss, as she was still alive to repair it. But when I now reflect that she is no more, and that her last pages, bathed with her tears, and painting in so lively colors her resignation and her courage, are now lost for posterity, I cannot but lament it as a public misfortune. But to return to my subject. The poor officer who had favored my correspondence with the Archbishop of Paris was soon called to an account for the anonymous letter that had been put into the post under his cover, and the affair being likely to take a very serious turn, not, indeed, for him, as he could plead ignorance of the contents, but for the author, whose existence in France could be no longer doubted, all my friends joined in requesting I would retire without delay to some remote province. I had only time to see my poor mother, whom I embraced for the last time, and to provide, as well as the circumstances would permit, for the government of the diocese. These 2 duties fulfilled, I got into a carriage, and under the name of Essex I got off to Montigny, where M. le Comte de Rochechouart received me with the greatest kindness in his castle. Here my first business was to write to the faithful agent of Madame Elizabeth, giving her at full length my direction, in case she had any silk balls to send me. This letter was directed to her house, and signed Essex. But no sooner was it put into the post office than I was informed that the very person to whom I wrote had been arrested a few days ago, after I had left Paris, for favoring a clandestine correspondence of one of the royal prisoners, and also that a friend of mine, being cited before the Comité de Salut Public, and questioned about the letter I had written to the Archbishop, had inadvertently discovered the name under which I was endeavoring to conceal my existence. This was fatal indeed, for the letter I had just cast into the post office, being directed to a prisoner, must of course go to the Comité de Salut Public, and there the Comité found, without further inquiry, not only my handwriting to compare it with that of the anonymous letter written to the Archbishop, but my name full at length, and every means of discovering me given by myself. I leave you to judge, my dear Usher, into what perplexity I was cast by this accident. But Providence looked down upon my distress, and after a whole week spent in the most cruel anxiety, I at last had news from the person herself, informing me that the affair had been hushed up, and that my letter had got safe. I pass over in silence many incidents of less importance which I met with during the 4 months I spent with M. de Rochechouart. I must now relate the circumstance which obliged me to fly, and to seek for safer concealment. The Comité de Salut Public having got hold of the name under which I concealed myself in France, caused an article, relative to I know not what correspondence, supposed to have existed between Louis Roman XVI and the King of Prussia, to be inserted in the public papers. The article was insignificant in itself, but the author, in order to obtain more credit for his story, took care to tell the public that he was indebted for the anecdote to Mr. Essex, the last friend to Louis Roman XVI. Mr. Essex, a person who must have been informed of all that had passed. This paper came to Montigny, where I was publicly known, and was there reputed to be an English gentleman of small fortune, traveling for his private business or for his health. But this resemblance of names, and I know not what in my person, when nicely viewed, that betrayed a clergyman, soon gave rise to other thoughts. During the first days I paid but little attention to what was whispered about, hoping that the author and the anecdote would soon be forgotten. But as I was thus endeavoring to tranquilize myself, a man advanced in years and of most noble appearance came up to the castle and inquired for Mr. Essex. He was introduced, and all witnesses being removed, he said, "Sir, your existence in this house is no secret to the public, nor has it hitherto occasioned the least suspicion, as you had not been supposed to be a man of importance. But a paragraph inserted lately in the papers is now the subject of all conversation, and all eyes in the neighborhood are fixed upon you. Be so good as to read the article, and if in it you behold your own features, my dear sir, give leave to a man who was your friend before he had the honor of seeing you, to request of you to provide for your own safety by a timely flight, for here you will be infallibly arrested." This unexpected visit gave me, as you may believe, much alarm. I thanked the gentleman in the warmest terms, and, after holding counsel with the few friends I had made in that part of France, it was unanimously resolved that I must fly with all speed and seek for shelter in some other place. I pitched upon Fontainebleau as one of the quietest spots in France. There I had neither friends nor acquaintances, except a lady whom I had never seen but once. Apprised of my arrival, she flew to my assistance. Her credit, her purse, her servants all were at my disposal, and my own mother could not have done more for me than she did during my stay in that place. But unfortunately, it was not long, for an order was issued to arrest all foreigners, and for me arrestation was certain death. I therefore was obliged once more to seek for safety in some other spot. The Baron Lazardière, who never lost sight of me amidst my distresses, had an old servant, a man of uncommon resolution and prudence. Him he dispatched to protect me in my flight. We both fell into the hands of an armed troop appointed to examine all travelers, and to take up all those whom they might suspect. But the fierce and bold countenance of my companion got me off, and, thanks to his zeal, I arrived, without accident, at Bayeux, in Normandy, 200 miles from Paris. There I had it in my power to get off to England, as the coasts were but ill guarded. But Madame Elizabeth was still alive, and if she should be exposed to danger, I was resolved to keep my word, and to be her friend to the last, let the consequences be what they would for myself. Hence I stopped at Bayeux, and took up my lodging in a poor hut, where I lay unnoticed. Nobody suspected that a man of any importance could be lodged in so dismal a place. Soon after, the Baron de Lazardière, hunted from town to town, came to join me in this hole, with his 3 daughters and his younger son, and there we remained 18 months, almost forgot. He was still in opulence when he arrived, but his castle being burned to the ground, all his lands seized, and most of his friends destroyed by the guillotine, he soon fell into poverty, so I became his only resource. My friends, who were numerous, and some of them still wealthy, seeing me in this situation, came on all sides to my assistance, and with the supplies I received from them, without my ever asking. And the little I received from you, I have had the happiness to maintain, not indeed in opulence, but still above want, one of the most respectable families in France. Our solitude indeed was daily bathed with our tears, though otherwise comfortable enough. For there my poor Baron, after the loss of all he possessed in this world, was apprised of the death of his 2 sons, young men of the greatest merit. A third had been murdered in the prisons of Paris, and the 4th is actually under trial for his life. Soon afterwards, he received the shocking news of his 4 sisters being shot on the same day, as they were flying in the fields to avoid something worse. On my side, it was in the same solitude that I received the fatal news of my poor mother being arrested, and of her soon sinking under her grief, that my sister was torn from her, and conducted from prison to prison, partly on my account, and finally, that Madame Elizabeth, the glory of religion and the idol of France, had fallen a victim to the cruel policy of our tyrants, at a moment when I least expected it. I must confess that this last blow went to my very heart, almost as much as the loss of my dear mother, for she often called upon me. But she was no more when I first heard of her being taken from the temple. Only 16 hours elapsed between her being brought to judgment and her death, and my only consolation ever since has been to think that, had I been in Paris, I could have been of no service to her, as nobody even suspected on that day that she was in the fatal cart. No sooner had I been informed of her death than I resolved to leave France. It was now a duty to fly, as it had been one to remain as long as she was in existence. For a few days before her imprisonment, she had entrusted me with her last will, by word of mouth, and requested I would execute it in person whenever I should hear of her death. It is to perform this duty that I am now in London, and as soon as I close this letter I set off for Edinburgh. The abbé started immediately for Edinburgh to carry out the commands of the Princess Elizabeth, in other words, to communicate to the legitimate King of France her last wishes, which she had entrusted to him, by word of mouth. The abbé Edgeworth stayed about a week at Edinburgh, returning to London in September, 1796. Soon after his return, Mr. Pitt desired to see him, and had a long interview with him at Lord Liverpool's office. When the interview was concluded, Mr. Pitt informed him that His Majesty intended to settle a pension upon him for life. The abbé expressed his gratitude for the intended honor. But next day he wrote to Lord Liverpool, and in the most polite and grateful terms begged to decline the pension so graciously offered to him. He could not think of adding, he said, to the expenses which the government had already incurred in providing for such a number of French emigrants. During the 3 months that the abbé spent in London, he received marks of high respect and of kind attention from persons of the most distinguished character in England, and from all classes he had proofs of the generous feeling of the British public. The polished yet simple manners of the abbé Edgeworth now attached to his person those who had begun by admiring his character. It became the fashion to invite him everywhere, and such, indeed, was the general eagerness to see and hear him that, had he complied with this desire, he must have lived in public. Had he felt within him any latent love of celebrity or of popular applause, it would now have appeared and been fully gratified. But he did not care for fame. He withdrew as much as possible from notice and lived in retirement with a few private friends. His brother and his other relations in Ireland were most anxious to see him, and to welcome to their country one who had brought them so much honor. The abbé, in compliance with their entreaties, was actually preparing to set out on his journey to Ireland, when he was stopped, and all his views were altered by the arrival of Emile de Lazardière from France, charged with dispatches of importance for Louis Roman XVIII. Emile de Lazardière had undertaken to deliver the papers to her brother, who was to carry them to the King of France. His Majesty was at this time at Blankenberg. It happened that M. de Lazardière had left London and had gone on other business to His Majesty. Emile de Lazardière therefore applied to the abbé Edgeworth as the only person whom she could venture to entrust with a confidential mission of so much importance. Had the abbé hesitated, he would have been decided by a message delivered to him with the following letter from the king. I have heard, sir, with extreme satisfaction, that you have at last escaped from all the dangers to which your devoted attachment to my brother has exposed you. I sincerely thank Providence for having preserved in you one of his most faithful ministers, and the trusty friend who received the last thoughts of a brother, whose death I shall ever deplore, whose memory will ever be venerated by Frenchmen. Of a martyr whose triumph you have been the first to proclaim, and whose virtues will, I trust, be at some future day consecrated by the Church. Your miraculous preservation makes me hope that God has not yet abandoned France. He has without doubt ordained that an unimpeachable witness should attest to all Frenchmen the love with which their king was ever animated towards them, so that, knowing the extent of their loss, their grief may not be confined to mere lamentations, but that they may throw themselves into the arms of their heavenly Father and receive from him the only alleviation of which their sorrow is susceptible. I therefore exhort you, sir, or rather, I entreat, in the most earnest manner, that you will collect and publish all the particulars you can, consistently with your holy office. That will be the finest monument that I can erect to the best of kings and the most beloved of brothers. I should wish, sir, to give you solid proofs of my profound esteem, but I can only offer you my admiration and my gratitude. These are the sentiments most worthy of you. Louis. Soon after the establishment of the royal family of France at Midau, the Emperor Paul wished to confer the Order of St. Alexander upon Louis Roman XVIII. He sent for the Abbé Edgeworth to receive the insignia from his hands and to convey them to his royal master, who, in return, presented the Order of the Holy Ghost to the emperor. When the Abbé Edgeworth arrived at the court of Russia, Paul was so much struck by his venerable appearance that he prostrated himself before him and implored his blessing. He presented the abbé with his picture set in diamonds and settled upon him a pension of 500 rubles a year. The picture the Abbé Edgeworth laid at the feet of his king, the pension he divided with the poor. In the spring of the year 1807, Bonaparte directed the arms of France against the dominions of Russia. During the course of this year, it happened that some French soldiers, who had been taken prisoners, were sent to Midau. Though they had borne arms against the House of Bourbon, yet, in the true spirit of Christian forgiveness, their errors were forgotten by Louis Roman XVIII. The Abbé Edgeworth went, with His Majesty's permission, to attend them and give them all the comforts which humanity could procure, and all the consolation which religion could bestow. A contagious fever raged among the prisoners, and of this the venerable abbé was aware. But he persevered in his visits and would not abandon those who had no earthly hope but in him. Day and night he continued his attendance, assisted by his faithful servant Bauset, who emulated the virtues of his master. The Abbé Edgeworth caught the fever. His constitution had previously been weakened by ill health and mental suffering. At length, submitting to the force of disease, he was obliged to desist from all further exercise of his charitable and pious functions. On the 17th of May, 1807, he was confined to the bed from which he never afterwards rose. When the daughter of Louis Roman XVI heard that the abbé was taken ill, she declared that she would go immediately and see this friend of her family. All her attendants represented to her the danger of infection, and used every argument and entreaty to prevail upon her not to run such a hazard, but in vain. "The less he knows of his own wants," said the princess, "the more he stands in need of a friend, and if every human being were to fly from him in this contagion, I should never forsake one who is more than my friend. The unalterable, disinterested friend of my family, who has left kindred and country all for us. Nothing shall withhold my personal attendance on the Abbé Edgeworth. I ask no one to accompany me." The princess attended the deathbed of the Abbé Edgeworth, administered medicine to him with her own hands, and received his dying breath. This is here recorded, not to do honor to the Abbé Edgeworth, but to do justice to human nature and the gratitude of princes of virtue, whose existence would not, perhaps, have so often been doubted if there had been more examples of attachment as disinterested, sincere, and steady, as that which, beyond possibility of doubt, was manifested by him whose life was the best proof at once of his loyalty and his faith. The abbé died on the 22nd of May, 1807, the 5th day after he had been taken ill. The court of Louis Roman XVIII went into mourning for him. The Duke and Duchess of Angoulême, the Archbishop of Reims, and all the nobility of the court attended his funeral. His epitaph was written by King Louis Roman XVIII. Many of the émigrés who, without being banished, felt it necessary, like the Abbé Edgeworth, to fly for their own safety applied for permission to return to France under the First Directory, and afterwards, in greater numbers, under the Consulate. Bonaparte, who had now conquered the Revolution, was only too anxious to obtain the support of the old French nobility, and did his best to make them accept him in the position he had conquered. But as the great majority of the ancient nobility, the former inhabitants of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, stayed abroad, Napoleon, on becoming emperor, created a new nobility, choosing its members among his most successful generals and high officials. In 1814, and again in 1815, the Faubourg Saint-Germain was once more inhabited, and until the downfall of Charles X in 1830, the ancient nobility seemed to have resumed its position in France. It was not always possible to restore the estates which had been confiscated, but large pecuniary allowances had been made to those who had suffered by the confiscation. In 1830, a number of new peers were created by King Louis Philippe, who, unable to count on the legitimists of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, felt it necessary to improvise a nobility of his own. There was now in France a legitimist nobility, an Orleanist nobility, and a nobility which owed its origin to the creations of Napoleon I. After the coup d'état of 1851 and the establishment of the Second Empire, Napoleon Roman III, without in any way discountenancing the old nobility of pre-revolutionary France or the new nobility of Louis Philippe's creation, could not but show favor to the nobility of Napoleonic origin, whose numbers he increased by creations of his own. After the calamities of 1870 and 1871, the Faubourg looked forward to the restoration of the ancient monarchy, and ardently hoped to see the throne occupied by the Count of Chambord, though there were now two aspirants to the crown: the Count of Chambord on the part of the elder branch of the Bourbons, and the Count of Paris as representing the younger or Orleanist branch. The castle of Chambord, which gave its name to the representative of the elder branch of the Bourbons, was originally a family possession of the Duke of Orleans, and it was not until the close of the 15th century, when Louis, Duke of Orleans, became, under the name of Louis Roman XII, King of France, that it passed to the crown. As yet, however, it was merely an ordinary manor house, and it received nothing like its present shape until the reign of Francis I, who turned it into a palace. The rebuilding is said to have occupied nearly 2,000 workmen for the space of 12 years. During the latter part of his life, Francis often lived in the newly built Chateau, whose magnificent halls he embellished with the finest works of art. It was on one of the windows of the castle that, after patiently listening to an apology made by his sister, Marguerite, for the alleged weakness of her sex, he is said, on good authority, to have written with a diamond the famous distich, Tout femme very bien fol qui a sci-fi. These lines are usually given, souvent femme very, etc. Such, indeed, is the version adopted by the author of Leroy Essémuse in the situation where, in Verdi's operatic arrangement of Victor Hugo's play, the canzone La Donna e Grave Mobile occurs. Tout femme very seems too absolute. The calumnious verses were, in any case, according to the legend on the subject, scratched out by order of Louis Roman XIV, who found that they annoyed Emile de la Vallière. Henry Roman II inherited all the taste of Francis for the castle of Chambord, to which he made several additions, including a stately staircase in the western court, where the armorial bearings of his mistress Diana, a crowned H and a crescent, are seen in company with his own device, Donec totum implet orbum. It was at Chambord that this sovereign ratified, in 1552, the treaty which he had concluded the year before at Fontainebleau with the Protestant princes of Germany. Charles Roman IX repaired and adorned the castle, though to no very great extent, owing to the failure of his resources. The modest Louis Roman XIII was frequently at Chambord, and historians say that during one of his stays there Emile de Hautefort put a love letter under his collar. When, afraid to touch it with his fingers, he removed it by means of the tongs. Louis Roman XIV cared little for the castle, which, magnificent as it was, fell far short of the splendor with which he loved to be surrounded. He gave, however, several grand fêtes at Chambord, and witnessed there the first performance of two of Molière's plays, one of them Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme. After the Battle of Fontenoy in 1745, Chambord was presented by Louis Roman XV to Maurice de Saxe, but it was not until 3 years later, on the conclusion of the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, that the marshal took up his abode at the castle. He constructed barracks there for 2 regiments of Uhlans, and established in the park a stud of Russian horses, which, though they roamed just where they liked, would at sound of trumpet come galloping up, as if of their own accord, for drill. Within the castle, Maurice de Saxe lived amid almost regal pomp. When not occupied with military duties, he gave himself up to pleasure. M.D.M.E. Favart, for whom he had conceived a violent passion, often performed before him at Chambord. When the Revolution broke out, Chambord had long since gone back to the crown. The Republican government, not knowing what to do with such an edifice, thought of demolishing it, but happily abandoned the barbarous idea. The furniture, however, and the works of art were sold by auction, and the escutcheons and other ensigns of royalty on various parts of the building would have been effaced had not the architect called in to estimate the cost of the work asked too large a sum. Napoleon thought several times of restoring the castle. After dethroning Charles V of Spain, he wished to present it in a habitable state to the ex-king, but found that the expense of repairing and refurnishing it would be far more than he could afford. In 1809, Chambord was made into a principality, with the title of Principality of Wagram, and was given with an endowment of 500,000 francs a year to Marshal Berthier. The allowance was, in part at least, to be expended on furniture and on the more pressing repairs. In the reign of Louis Roman XVIII, the endowment having ceased, the Princess of Wagram obtained the royal permission to alienate a possession which had become burdensome, and soon after, at the Count de Calonne's suggestion, it was bought by public subscription and bestowed as a dependency on the posthumous son of the Duke of Berry, Duke of Bordeaux, as he was in the first instance called. This provoked the ire of many liberals, and notably of Paul Louis Courier, who wrote a very energetic pamphlet on the subject. He dwelt much on the bad effect which would probably be produced on the heir to the throne by living in the midst of so many memorials of the depravity of his forefathers. At Chambord, he asked, what will the Duke learn? The place is full of his ancestors, and for that reason alone it would hardly be fit for him. I would rather he lived among us than among them. There, too, are the faces of a Diana and a Chateaubriand, whose names of ill repute still sully the walls of the castle. Interpreters to explain the emblems will, doubtless, not be wanting to the Duke, and what instruction for a child destined one day to reign? The pamphlet obtained for its author 2 months' imprisonment. In 1828, the Duchess of Berry took possession of the castle in her son's name. It was her desire to restore it to its former state, but this has yet to be done. The castle of Chambord has never since its first construction been adequately repaired, and it is now said to be on the point of falling into general ruin. It might have been thought that after the death of the Count of Chambord, the Count of Paris, who now became the true heir to the French throne, would have been acknowledged not only by all his relatives, but by the Legitimist party, equally with the Orleanists. But the will by which the Count of Chambord left a large sum of money to 2 Italian representatives, Count Bardi and the Duke of Parma, without making any mention of the Count of Paris, was yet another indication of the little cordiality felt by the Bourbons of the elder branch for the grandson of Louis Philippe, the great-grandson of Philippe Égalité. The reasons which animated the Countess of Chambord in her opposition to the Count of Paris do not demand long consideration. Possibly she was vexed at the scanty assistance given by the Count of Paris to the head of the family in 1871 and again in 1873. And it is a fact, in any case, that the Count of Paris did not attend the Count of Chambord's funeral. This abstention was due to the Countess of Chambord's strange decision that her husband's foreign relatives should be regarded as nearer to him than his French kinsmen, who, moreover, by the Count of Chambord's death would become the legitimate heir to the French throne. Don Carlos, as representative of the Spanish Bourbons, was, it is true, more nearly related to the Count of Chambord than the Count of Paris as representing the Orleans family, just as much, indeed, as 6th cousins are more nearly related than 8th cousins. But the Bourbon prince who, at the beginning of the last century, ascended the Spanish throne lost, in doing so, his character of Frenchman, just as the offshoots from the Spanish Bourbons, on becoming established in Naples and in Parma, lost their Spanish character. It is well, even in connection with such lofty subjects as the divine right to rule, not to lose sight of practical considerations, and one can imagine no possible combination of circumstances under which the French would consent to be ruled either by a Spaniard or by an Italian. To argue in the present day that a foreign prince who is descended from Louis Roman XIV has therefore a better title to reign in France than a French prince who can only boast of a collateral relationship with that sovereign, but who is himself the grandson of a French king, is to attach strange importance to a mere theory spun to suit the occasion. Such a theory may have harmonized with the Countess of Chambord's private prejudices, but to state it is enough to show its weakness. If for one moment, and simply to conform to the arbitrary arrangements of a funeral pageant, the Count of Paris could have recognized it, he would by doing so have shown himself unworthy of all confidence. It is better for him to have broken altogether with the unrecognized claimants and dispossessed occupiers of foreign thrones than to remain their ally at the cost of such sacrifices as were demanded from him. King Louis Philippe, in his last instructions to his grandson, laid no stress upon the principle of descent, but called upon him to be above all of his own time and of France. The shadowy potentates to whom the Count of Paris was invited to submit himself at Frostorf are as far removed from France by their nationality as from the present time by their ideas. The fault, however, charged against the Count of Paris by the late Count of Chambord is as nothing compared to the offense of which his grandfather, Louis Philippe, is held to have been guilty, which, again, cannot be likened for atrocity to the crime committed by Louis Philippe's father, Philippe Égalité. When, in 1873, there was a prospect of a royalist restoration, the Count of Paris, according to the Countess of Chambord, speaking as with the voice of her late husband, did not give the Count the support which he had a right to expect. And the Count of Chambord seems, in particular, to have complained to the Countess that the Count of Paris had refused to accept the white flag, the flag of Ivry. As the Count of Chambord called it, unmindful, it would seem, of the fact that Ivry was a victory gained by one French army over another, and by Protestants over Catholics. The important point, however, in the eyes of the Count of Chambord, was that the grandson of Louis Philippe, the great-grandson of Philippe Égalité, stuck to the revolutionary tricolor and declined to return to the flag of the ancient monarchy. The grandson of a usurper and great-grandson of a regicide could have no claim, then, either in the past or in the present, to represent a line of kings towards which the grandfather had played the part of a betrayer and the great-grandfather that of a murderer. If the Count of Chambord's widow, remembering her husband's last instructions, disavows Louis Philippe's grandson, his mother, the Duchess of Berry, disavowed Louis Philippe and even organized against him an armed rebellion. Thus, while Louis Philippe was hated as an enemy both by the grandfather and by the mother of the Count of Chambord, his father was worse than the enemy of the Count of Chambord's great-uncle, Louis Roman XVI. The Count of Chambord must naturally have inherited something of the horror and hatred with which the Orleans family, in one or other of its members, was regarded successively by Louis Roman XVI, Charles X, and the Count's own mother, the Duchess of Berry. Chapter 43. The Paris River and Paris Commerce. The Society of the Water Merchants of Paris. The navigation of the Seine. The Paris slaughterhouses. Records of famine in France. The lot of the French peasant in the last century. The Paris food supply. The navigation of the Seine has had remarkable effects on the commerce, and even the municipal government, of the great city traversed by this stream. Turning to the annals of the Middle Ages, one finds that nearly all the powerful towns seated on rivers profited by their position to secure as much as possible exclusive rights of navigation. With this view, the citizens showed themselves as eager and as voracious as the nobility. Take, for instance, the towns of Cologne or of Mayence, which in medieval times forced all the boats passing down the Rhine to stop for 3 days and allow the inhabitants to purchase from their cargo whatever merchandise seemed desirable. At Paris, the inhabitants showed themselves equally resolved to profit by their position on the banks of the Seine. A society was formed at an early date under the title of Society of the Water Merchants of Paris, in which were included the principal merchants receiving and distributing their goods by means of the river flowing through the town. This association, mentioned for the first time in documents belonging to the reign of Louis Roman VI, claimed the right of levying 60 sous on every boat which took a cargo of wine to Paris during the vintage. It was easy enough for the owners of the vessels to come to terms with the proprietors of the castles on the river banks, who desired only to derive a small profit from the passage of the boats. But it was not so easy to pass the tradesmen of the towns on the Seine, who, finding their interests injured by the detention of the Parisians, complained bitterly, and endeavored, from time to time, to throw off the yoke of tyrannical Paris. Burgundy on one side and Normandy on the other protested against the pretended privileges of the Hanseatic League, but all in vain. The town of Auxerre made strenuous endeavors at one time to prevent the Parisian merchants from introducing into their town the cargoes of salt sent from Normandy. Rouen was far less accommodating than Auxerre had shown itself. People had forgotten how it was that the merchants of Paris enjoyed such exceptional privileges. But the Parisian burgesses were rich and powerful. Besides their river privileges, they were entitled to half of all the money received in fines, and the richer the citizens of Paris became, the better able they were to pay the various taxes levied in the name of the king. The king, moreover, received half the fines imposed upon smugglers, and anyone who ventured to land the least merchandise without formal permission from the water merchants was exposed to penalties. The corporation of water merchants showed no respect for persons in levying its dues. Thus it seized on one occasion the wine purchased by the Abbé de Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, because it had been landed without formal permission. The abbé appealed to the king, who submitted the matter to the parliament, which, deciding that the abbé had acted within his rights, ordered the seizure to be annulled. The Hanseatic League was sufficiently powerful, however, to prevent the execution of the order, and the abbé de Saint-Germain remained without his wine. Commerce by land had in those days but little importance, partly by reason of the badness of the roads, partly on account of the dangers to which travelers were exposed. There was but one important road to Paris, that of Orleans, and on this road at Montchéry a post was maintained, where dues were levied on cloth, linen, grain, cattle, sheep, and even hedgehogs. According to the barbarous custom of the time, a Jew was stopped at this post and made to pay for the privilege of entering Paris. He was charged something extra if he carried with him his lamp, probably the lamp with 7 branches, used for the celebration of the Sabbath. His Hebrew books were also taxed. It was only, in fact, by means of the Seine that the Parisians were able with ease to receive goods of all kinds from the outside. Accordingly, the river trade was for a long time the most important branch of the Parisian commerce. The Association of Water Merchants was looked upon as an association of merchants generally, and naturally enough, a ship was adopted as principal object in the arms of Paris. The Association of Water Merchants prided itself on keeping up a constant supply of provisions, and boats were constantly reaching the capital from Burgundy at one end of the Seine or Normandy at the other. It was on Burgundy for many centuries that Paris depended for its wine, and it was not until a certain nobleman, dilapidated in constitution, sought refuge in the governorship of Gascony, where the wine of the province restored him to health, that Bordeaux gained the good name it has since enjoyed among the Parisians. Great fairs were held at various points along the course of the Seine, which were scenes at once of commerce and of amusement. Foreign merchants and tradesmen, students from the university, mountebanks, drink-sellers, adventurers, and thieves were brought together by every fair. Buying and selling came to an end on the ringing of the Angelus, and the scenes which followed partook, more or less, of the nature of orgies. All trades were subjected in medieval Paris to strict regulations, and for 60 days in the year the Parisians were deprived of fresh bread. There was a master baker, or grand panetier, who was held responsible for the acts of the bakers, his subordinates, on whose behalf he had frequently to appear before the grand provost of the capital. The pasture cooks, like the bakers, formed a corporation of their own, with special duties and privileges. The taverns in the Middle Ages, as now, were frequented by the lower classes, and they had such a bad reputation that Louis Roman IX, by a special edict, forbade their frequentation. Nevertheless, the tavern keepers formed a corporation, legally established with its own statutes, and with licenses imposed by the state on very onerous terms. The king's proclamation, then, against the frequentation of taverns was without effect. At the different landing places and stations on the Seine, the goods brought up by boats were cried for sale, preference being always given to the wine imported from the royal vineyards in Burgundy and elsewhere. The Seine is a great thoroughfare costing nothing to keep up, and the chief line of communication between the capital and the Burgundy vineyards. Naturally, too, it was by the Seine that fish was sent to Paris from Normandy and Brittany. 10 kinds of fish are mentioned in the ancient octroi lists as habitually forwarded to Paris. Of these, herrings were, in particular, supplied very abundantly. One of the most important trade corporations of medieval Paris was that of the butchers, who, throughout French history, have shown a constant tendency to coalesce. At present, however, there is no bond of union between them, except that which results from their being subjected to the same regulations in respect to the prices to be charged. An entertaining account of the privileges and corporate character of the ancient Paris butchers is given by M. Ducamp, who writes so well in his bulky work on Paris that even the chapter it contains on the abattoir is not only devoid of horrors, but invested with interest. The animals bought in the market do not, he says, make a long stay there, but are promptly conducted to the slaughterhouses, which now extend from the other side of the Canal de Ellerk over an area of 211,672 meters, opening onto the Rue de Flanders. The two establishments pronounced necessary by the decree of the 6th of August, 1859, were constructed simultaneously. The slaughterhouse was thrown open on the 1st of January, 1867. The names of some of the old Paris streets indicate the site of the markets in which butchers displayed their stock. One is reminded of their existence in the city by the church of Saint-Pierre aux Boeufs, which was destroyed in 1857. Then, near the Chatelet, by Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie, by the Rues de la Tuerie, de la Tunnerie, and de la Ville Place aux Vaux, surnamed the place aux Saints-Jeans, after the name of a celebrated family of butchers, and by the Quai de la Mégisserie. Formerly, animals were killed everywhere. To each stall a slaughterhouse was attached. Blood streams down the streets, said Mercier. It curdles under your feet and reddens your shoes. Despite various attempts made to banish beyond the walls these slaughterhouses, which from every point of view were so dangerous, the old spirit of routine long predominated, and in the early part of the present century animals still had their throats cut in front of the very doors where meat was sold. It required no fewer than 3 imperial decrees, 9th Feb. and 19th July, 1810, and 24th Feb. 1811, to put an end to this intolerable state of things. These decrees prescribed the immediate construction of 5 slaughterhouses adjacent to the quartiers du Roule, de Montmartre, de Popincourt, d'Ivry, and de Vaugirard. But the work was not finished till the end of 1818. Today, they have partly disappeared, swept away by new thoroughfares, and they ought to be entirely replaced by the great establishment of the Rue de Flanders. This latter is not beautiful, and has about it nothing ornamental. It is joined to the cattle market by a bridge thrown over the Canal de Ellerk. As well as at the market, the animals are counted when they enter the slaughterhouse, into which they are carefully introduced one by one through a half-open door. Opposite this door, and beyond a vast paved court, are 32 pavilions, separated into equal groups by 3 horizontal and 3 transversal streets, intersecting each other at right angles. These pavilions contain stalls, in which the beasts are kept whilst alive, and 125 tubs échoirs, in which their flesh is divided up after the slaughtering has taken place within the interior court, situated in the center of the buildings. These échoirs and courts are paved with care, and the ground, sloped for drainage, terminates in a gutter which carries all waste fluids down a sink. There are a great many fountains and an abundant supply of water. The 1,000 workmen who daily attend the place commence their labors at 6 in the morning and continue till towards 1 in the afternoon. At 2 o'clock the butchers come to make their purchases from the chevillas, as those men are called whose business consists in procuring beasts at market in order to kill and sell them in portions to the retailers. As soon as it is dressed, every animal is hung up to a strong iron peg, or cheval, whence the name of the wholesale buyers is derived. 180 numbered vehicles, each of an officially certified weight, ply between the slaughterhouses and the different quarters of the city. Before leaving, they have to pass before the pavilion of the octroi clerks and stand on a weighbridge, so that the exact quantity of meat they carry may be formally attested. The dues, payable on the spot, are 2,0735 centimes per kilogram, of which some 2 centimes are reserved especially for what are called the slaughterhouse dues. The work goes on every day, but Good Friday, as may well be imagined, causes a great rush of activity. The storerooms are empty, the wants of the town must be supplied, and the men fall to work. Wholesale slaughtering then takes place incessantly from the middle of the night until, perhaps, 3 o'clock the next afternoon. Notwithstanding the old slaughterhouses still subsisting, it is the one in the Rue Flanders which employs the greatest number of men and contributes most to the food of Paris. In 1868, in the general slaughterhouse, and in the slaughterhouses of Villejuif, Granelle, Belleville, de la Petite Villette, and Batignolles, 1,725,365 animals were put to death, representing a weight of 107,577,968 kilograms of meat ready for retail sale. The average weight of the oxen was 350 kilograms, of cows 210, of calves 65, and of sheep 19. The average prices of meat bought at the slaughterhouse were, in 1868, 134 francs for ox beef, 125 francs for cow beef, 165 francs for veal, and 135 francs for mutton. After describing how the slaughterers perform their work, in language somewhat too graphic for our readers, M. Duchamp points out the difference between the Christian and the Jewish method of slaughtering animals. The Jewish butcher in every case cuts the animal's throat. To strike with a poleaxe might have the effect of coagulating the victim's blood, and the Levitical laws on the subject are strict and not to be trifled with. No animal, according to the Jewish custom, should be put to death except in piety, and the Jewish sacrificer, like his counterpart among the Mohammedans of India, utters solemn words as he makes the fatal cut. The history of the alimentation of Paris might be made the subject of an entire volume. Under the ancient monarchy, it was the story of fat years alternating with lean years, which latter were at times years of famine. Famine, indeed, was one of the plagues of France until the beginning of the 19th century. Instead of allowing, as in the present day, supply to follow demand, the government of the country maintained laws and regulations for particular provinces and privileges for particular corporations. Wheat had to be sold at fixed places and nowhere else, and often it was left to rot in one district, while at another, not many miles distant, the peasants were dying of hunger. The peasants, moreover, were burdened with such heavy charges, such distressing dues, that they sometimes gave up in despair the task of cultivating their fields. Desperate and indignant at the oppression practiced upon them, they would from time to time rise against their agrarian tyrants. Jacqueries were organized in which all sorts of horrors were perpetrated, but in the end the insurgent peasants were reduced to order. It was found necessary to hang them a little, according to the expression of MME. De Sévigné so amiable, so charming, when writing of persons in her own position of life. Then the poor man went back to his hut and took up once more the shovel and the hoe. For he had plenty of work to do, and out of the little he earned he had to pay taxes to the king, tithes to the clergy, and dues of all kinds to his lord and master, the landed proprietor. The last named alone could claim from him so many days of free labor, so much for every lamb that was born, so much for every sheep that for the first time gave milk, every 10th animal from all the animals possessed by the peasant on Christmas Eve, a certain stipulated piece of meat from the carcass of every animal slaughtered, and, finally, a share sometimes a full quarter of the harvest, with all sorts of minor dues, such as the feeding of the proprietor's hounds. The obligations of serving in the army and of lodging and feeding the king's troops were onerous indeed. And what with the charges imposed and the dues levied by the crown, the landlord, and the church, the position of the peasant was lamentable indeed. The laws for the preservation of game were not the least oppressive of those by which the unhappy serf was crushed. He was bound to cultivate certain kinds of vegetables and grain to the taste of the birds, to leave the crops in the ground, and to allow the privileged sportsman to invade his farm and perhaps destroy everything of value upon it. Nor was it prudent to make any complaint on the subject, and the Parliament of Paris, in an edict of the year 1779, punished as rebellious the inhabitants of a parish which had claimed from sportsmen an indemnity for damages. A curious characteristic incident took place in Paris itself on the very eve of the Revolution. In the month of April, 1787, the Duke of Orleans, in the ardor of pursuit, followed a stag into the heart of Paris, down the Faubourg Montmartre, across the Place Vendôme, and through the Rue Saint-Honoré to the Place Louis V, upsetting and wounding numbers of persons as he tore along. The nobility and clergy paid no taxes. Everything fell upon the laborer, who was borne down by imposts. M. Maxime Duchamp speaks of a caricature he has seen, published the year before the Revolution, in which a peasant, old and ragged, is represented leaning forward upon his hoe, so that he has the appearance of a 3-footed animal. On his bended back rests a sleek bishop and a haughty nobleman. The harvest is being devoured beneath the peasant's eyes by rabbits, hares, and pigeons. Jacques Bonhomme, the typical peasant, is pensive, but his features, strongly accentuated, express anything but resignation, and he mutters, in his own provincial dialect, "We must hope that this game will soon be at an end." In Alsace, at the time of the German invasion of 1870, an ancient traditional caricature might have been seen, evidently the outcome of feudal times, in which the position of the peasant was still more forcibly painted. 7 typical figures are presented. The emperor says, "I levy tribute." The nobleman says, "I have a free estate." The clergyman says, "I take tithes." The Jew medieval type of the trader says, "I live on my profits." The soldier says, "I pay for nothing." The beggar says, "I have nothing." The peasant says, "God help me, for these 6 other men have all to be supported by me." In the glorious days of the ancient Regime Paris, itself suffered constantly from famine, and looked for its food supplies to the provinces and to foreign parts, whence they often failed to arrive, from the effects of brigandage or of civil war. The bad state of the roads was another obstacle in the way of this most necessary commerce, and worst of all, there were laws in force by which tolls and custom dues were levied at the entrance of each town through which the provisions had to pass. In the Journal du Bourgeois de Paris, written in the reign of Charles Roman VI, there are constant lamentations on the exorbitant prices charged for provisions. Meat was so dear, we read in one place, that an ox of which the ordinary price was 8 francs, or at most 10, cost 50 francs. The laws adopted for remedying these evils were of the strangest kind. If wheat was worth 8 francs the measure, it was forbidden to sell it for more than 4 francs, and the bakers were ordered to sell their bread at prices corresponding with the price fixed for the wheat. The result was immediate and inevitable. The corn merchants ceased to sell, the millers to grind, the bakers to knead, and the whole city fell into a state of distress impossible to describe. In vain, writes the chronicler just cited, did people press round the bakers' shops. There was no bread to be had. Towards evening might be heard through Paris piteous complaints, piteous cries, piteous lamentations, and little children calling out, "I am dying of hunger." While on the dunghills of the city in the year 1420 might be found here 10, here 20 or 30 children, boys and girls, who were starving and perishing with cold, so that no heart could remain unmoved. But it was impossible to help them, for there was no bread, nor corn, nor wood, nor coal. This epoch, says M. Maxime Ducamp, was the very saddest of all our history. Never was a nation so near its end. One might have thought that in this state of suffering, the nation, having reached the last point of prostration, must lie down and die. Nothing of the kind. Its morbid energy took possession of it. It gave itself to the devil, so, at least, say the ballads of the time. It turned into ridicule both famine and plague, became seized with a vertigo which pathology can explain, and danced that strange macabre dance of death which, for the starving, was a sort of consolation. For they were reminded that in presence of the eternal scythe we are all equal, and that tyrannical lords are mowed down equally with oppressed serfs. For France to issue from this period of darkness and torture alive, though wounded, a miracle was necessary, the miracle that produced Joan of Arc. Yet when the English troops had evacuated a good portion of the country in 1437, the year in which Charles Roman VII made his solemn entry into the capital, he had reconquered, hunger and misery killed more than 20,000 persons in Paris alone. France was not alone in her suffering. All Europe was in the same plight. The 15th century was a century of misery. In his Public Lamentation under the Ancient Monarchy, M. Charles Launder remarks, with reason, that the impossibility of living, of bringing up a family, of paying taxes and dues, inspired a passion for discovery. There was a general competition as to who should undertake the most distant journeys, the most perilous enterprises. Every unknown land seemed to be an El Dorado. People whispered to one another in the evening, beside the hearth without a fire, of countries beyond the seas where the mountains were of pure gold, where the rivers were of milk, where the animals answered to the voice of man. A search was instituted for these enchanted islands, where there was neither hunger, nor poverty, nor oppression. Diaz, Vasco da Gama, Christopher Columbus, Cortez, Pizarro opened new paths through which languorous, exhausted, worn-out Europe might be able to reach a happier state. Each province was at that time treated as a separate state, with its own particular frontiers, and each frontier had its custom house, where duties were levied on all goods imported. Thus, supposing that wheat had been landed at Marseille, in view of Paris, it would, before reaching the capital, have to pay for the right of passage at 6 different frontiers, without counting special levies on the way. As for Marseille itself, however rich the harvest might be in the north of France, the great city on the Mediterranean never profited by it. Even in the last century, Marseille received all its grain from the Barbary states. On the famous night of the 4th of August, 1789, when the abolition of all the privileges existing in France was decreed, 1,569 places of toll were done away with, 400 on the rivers, and 1,169 on roads. Of the total number, 426 belonged to the nobility and clergy, the remainder to the towns or to the government. Henry Roman IV was the first king who, thanks to the enlightenment of his minister Sully, took steps for abolishing the impediments to circulation on road and river. By letters patent, dated 1595, corn was to be allowed everywhere to pass free. Richelieu, whose theory of government, cynically avowed, was that the poorer the nation the easier it would be to govern, re-established under penalty of death, the old prohibitory edicts. The consequences were what might have been expected, and they are well expressed in a complaint made public by the Parliament of Normandy in 1633. We have seen peasants harnessed to the share like beasts of burden, plowing the land, munching the grass, and living on roots. A manifesto from the Duke of Orleans of about the same time set forth that scarcely 1/3 of the inhabitants of the kingdom ate ordinary bread, 1/3 lived on oat bread, while the remainder was dying of hunger, devouring grass and acorns, like animals, or, worse still, bran steeped in blood from the gutters of the slaughterhouses. To the horrors of famine must be added those of civil war. Such was the misery that even the most servile courtiers could not remain blind to it. Take, for instance, the memoirs of P. de la Porte, valet de chambre to Louis Roman XIV, which contain the following: besides the misery of the soldiers, that of the common people was frightful, and wherever the court was staying the poor peasants rushed thither, thinking they would find security, because elsewhere the army was devastating the country. They brought their cattle with them, which at once died of hunger, because it was impossible to take them outside for pasture. When their cattle were dead, they themselves died incontinently, for they had nothing more to depend upon but the charity of the court, which was of the most moderate kind, everyone thinking of himself before all others. The mothers being dead, the children died soon afterwards, and I saw, on the bridge of Melun, 3 children lying beside their helpless mother, one of whom was still at the breast. Louis Roman XIV was neither more intelligent nor more humane than Richelieu. By his order, free circulation was again punished with death, 1693-98. If, during the 17th century, there were a few attempts in the way of commercial liberty, these essays were exceptional and limited to particular localities, severely circumscribed. The peasant was more sat upon than ever. It was ordered in 1660 that no laborer should pass from his parish to another without paying double dues during a period of 2 years. And in 1675, Lesdiguières wrote that the laborers of the Dauphiné had nothing to eat but the grass of the meadows or the bark of trees. Under the great monarch, the misery of the nation was excessive, and Saint Simon did not exaggerate when he wrote this terrible phrase. Louis Roman XIV drew blood from his subjects without distinction. He squeezed it out to the last drop. 2 great and benevolent men, says M. Ducamp, without any previous understanding on the subject, each published, in the year 1701, a book which might well have opened the eyes of the king and converted his ministers. The Dédale de la France, by Bois Gilbert, and the Projet de Dime Real, by Vauban, the famous military engineer, are 2 slight volumes which showed how the safety of the monarchy might be ensured. Both authors had seen misery close at hand. Struck by the misfortunes they had contemplated, they sought a remedy for it, found it, placed it before everyone, but were not listened to. The common people, said Bois Gilbert, would consider themselves fortunate if they could have bread and water, which is about all they want, but which they scarcely ever get. The products of China and Japan, when delivered in France, cost only about 3 times their original price. But the liquids which pass from one province of France to another, even though they be adjacent, increase in price 20-fold, and even more. The wines sold in Anjou and the Orleans country at 1 sous the measure are sold for 20 and 24 in Picardy and Normandy. Vauban declared that in order to avoid the payment of exorbitant dues levied by the provincial authorities, peasants cut down their apple trees and tore up their vines. The people of Paris starved like those of the provinces, but not so quietly. On the 3rd of March, 1709, the market women the corporation of Les Dames de la Halle started for Versailles in order to exhibit their perishing children and ask for bread. They were stopped at the Bridge of Sèvres and taken back to Paris. But the tradition of that day remained with them, as was only too plainly shown during the disturbances of October 1789. When the Dauphin went to the opera or to hunt the wolf at Marly, he was surrounded by starving bands who cried out for food and could only be quieted by having money thrown to them. The soldiers of the Versailles garrison went out armed to beg and to pillage the country. Sometimes famine was created, or, at least, developed by artificial means. One ingenious speculator is said to have bought up all the corn he could afford to purchase in France, and to have exported it from the ports of Normandy and Brittany to Jersey and Guernsey, there to remain until famine had declared itself with some severity. Then the corn was reintroduced from the Channel Islands and sold at immense prices. In 1745, the Duke of Orleans walked into the council chamber, threw onto the table before the king a loaf made of all kinds of rubbish, and exclaimed, "That is what your subjects have to feed upon." Louis Roman XV knew already to what a degree of misery his people were reduced. One day when he was out hunting, he saw a man carrying with evident difficulty a long box on his back. "What are you carrying there?" asked the king. "A dead man," was the reply. "What did he die of?" "Hunger." The king turned away, unwilling to continue the conversation. It was not until the reign of Louis Roman XVI that serious endeavors were made to improve the condition of the people. In 1774, 15 years before the Revolution, Turgot set forth, in a decree adopted by the council, the most just economical principles. The more commerce is free, animated, extended, the more the people are promptly, efficaciously, and abundantly provided. 18 months afterwards, in 1776, all dues formerly levied at Paris on wheat, flour, etc. were abolished. "There was in France," says Michelet, "a miserable prisoner called wheat, forced by the government to die and rot where it was born. Each province kept its wheat captive." Strangely enough, the common people were the first to oppose the new legislation. It seemed to them that the exportation of wheat must be ruinous for the inhabitants of the districts from which it was exported, and insurrections were raised in Brie, Normandy, and the Soissons country, in order to prevent the passage of wheat from one province to another. Of the famine promoters, 3 were especially notorious: Foulon, Berthier, and Pinot, and all 3 came to a bad end at the time of the Revolution. After the taking of the Bastille, Foulon caused a report of his death to be circulated, celebrated his own funeral, and concealed himself at Villeray. He was recognized, however, and brought back to Paris, where, received by an indignant multitude at the barriers, he was taken to the Place de Grève and hanged to the famous lamp-post. Then his head, with a handful of hay in the mouth, was carried at the end of a pike. The horrible procession met Berthier, who was made to join it, maltreated, and put to death. This happened on the 22nd of July. On the 29th, Pinot was found in the Veyssinet forest, with his head shattered, but still living. He declared that he had been attacked by assassins, but the general opinion was that in his terror and despair he had attempted to blow his own brains out. Pinot died, and with the death of the 3 famous promoters the famine came, in a great measure, to an end. The Revolution, however, though it could give liberty, could not give bread, and the distribution of corn throughout the country was constantly impeded by the old provincial spirit. When corn was brought in from English ports, for in those days England produced so much corn that it was able to export largely to France, the cargoes had to run the gauntlet to different provinces as they passed up the Seine. On one occasion, a quantity of wheat bought at Havre for the supply of Paris and embarked on Seine barges was stopped by the militia of Louviers and confiscated for the benefit of that town. Such scenes were renewed everywhere. Once within the limits of a particular province, the corn was seized and allowed to go no farther. In 1794, during a period of scarcity, Bearer proposed in the Assembly to institute a patriotic fast. "Formerly," he said, "we fasted for some saint in the calendar. Let us now fast for liberty." Little by little, under successive governments, the popular prejudices against free circulation and free trade died out. There are material difficulties, moreover, in the way of such interference as used to be practiced with cargoes and convoys in the days before the Revolution, and what perhaps is equally important, in the days before steam. In former times, it was very easy to stop a heavily laden, lumbering wagon creeping along on a bad road. It is more difficult to stay the course of a railway train. Exceptionally high prices are still to be feared, but not famine. If the corn supply is insufficient in France, wheat can be imported from Hungary, Russia, and America. Nor is it for bread alone that France is indebted to foreign countries which she, in her turn, supplies abundantly with luxuries, natural and artificial of all kinds. France receives meat and game from Russia, vegetables, fruit, and even wine from Algeria, oranges from Spain, freshwater fish from Holland, Switzerland, and Italy, and sea fish from England. It is a sound maxim that whatever enters the human body should be genuine, and in connection with the Paris food supply, a number of special officials are appointed, whose duty it is to examine the products offered to the public. The functions of these agents are not confined to the markets. They extend to the whole of Paris, to every shop in which eatables are sold, to every cart, every barrow from which the Paris costermonger sells fruit, vegetables, or fish. Wine shops may be entered by these agents, when, if the wine is found to be adulterated, the casks containing it are emptied of their contents into the public streets. Probably, in good neighborhoods, food is as little adulterated in London as in Paris. The Paris authorities are, in any case, much more particular on the subject of adulteration. With these agents for the inspection, examination, and analysis of articles of diet, may be classed the officials charged with the duty of verifying weights and measures. An excellent law, passed in 1839, under the reign of Louis Philippe, prescribes that every dealer on buying a pair of scales, new or second-hand, must at once take them to the office of verification in the district, in order that they may be marked with the stamp of the year. Private shops, however, have of course played no such part in the provisioning of Paris as has fallen to the lot of the markets, which, in olden times, could only be opened and maintained by the lord of the manor. In distant times, the landed proprietor had the right of life and death over his subjects, and a few years before the Revolution, every market in Paris had its pillory, and even its gallows. It was in the king's name, however, that justice was executed, and in most cases, the pillory and the gibbet of the Paris marketplace were mere emblems. The prior of the Temple, the Abbé of Saint Genevieve, the Abbé of Saint Germain-des-Prés, had each a pillory in the markets established on their territory. The royal pillory was situated at the place in the fish market where sea fish is now cried. It was an octagonal turret, crowned by a roof in the form of an extinguisher. At the top of the turret, beneath the roof, was a horizontal wheel pierced with holes and turning on a pivot. The holes were for the head and hands of the victim, the wheel was put in movement, and the poor wretch was subjected, circularly and methodically, to the gaze of the crowd. The pillory offered an attractive spectacle to the mob, and it was there that the bodies of criminals, who had been executed at the place de Grève, were exposed before being hung up at the gallows of Montfaucon. Near the pillory stood the gibbet, here employed only under grave circumstances. On the gibbet of the fish market was hanged Jean de Montaigu. Later on, in 1418, Capelech, the executioner of Paris, was beheaded he ranked, for certain purposes, with gentlemen, for having, it was said, taken too familiarly the hand of the Duke of Burgundy. The known facts of the case were these: Capelech had distinguished himself in the massacres which followed the triumph of the Burgundian faction in 1418. The Duke of Burgundy gave publicly his hand to this vile instrument of his vengeance, but had his head cut off soon afterwards. The executioner, with wonderful self-possession, showed his inexperienced assistant how he was to wield the axe so as not to miss his victim. Here also, on a lofty scaffold, constructed expressly for the purpose, and covered over with black, Jacques d'Armagnac perished by the sword. Before ascending the fatal ladder, he had said his last prayers in the fish market, which had been washed and perfumed with vinegar and juniper, in order to get rid of the disagreeable smell. Between the pillory and the gibbet, a large cross stretched out its arms of stone. Beneath its shadow insolvent debtors surrendered their property, and received the traditional cap of green wool which the executioner himself placed on their heads. The bankrupt's cross and the pillory disappeared a few years before the Revolution, in 1786, though it is to the Revolution itself that the credit of the abolition is generally given. A word must be said about the market ladies, the dames de la Halle, and the privileges they enjoyed. It will be remembered that during a severe famine they went in a body, with their starving children, to beg relief from Louis Roman XV. At happier moments they waited upon the sovereign on some festive occasion, to present him with congratulations and a huge bouquet. It was to their corporation that MME, Angot and her celebrated daughter belonged. They were notorious for their freedom of speech, and little attention was paid to a police ordinance of the year 1738, which forbade them, under penalty of imprisonment and a fine of 100 francs, to insult passers-by. But times have changed, and the manners of the market ladies with them. After speaking of les dames de la halle, it would be invidious to pass over in silence les forts de la halle, the strong men of the market. The internal service of this market is entrusted to some 500 strong men who earn from 60 to 120 pounds a year. These official porters form a syndicate and offer all possible guarantees of probity, good conduct, and punctuality. Not only must they submit to a thorough examination of their private life, they are also tested physically and in the severest manner. But they go through the regulation exercises as through a game. To the strong men is confided the duty of unloading the carts and the wagons and carrying their contents to the stalls and shops of the markets. The market regulations in view of fire are very strict, especially those adopted and promulgated in 1865, by which smoking and the use of lucifers and all unenclosed lights are forbidden. Lanterns are alone permitted. The right of selling in the public markets is a privilege sold by the municipality. A butcher's stall is worth 3 francs a day. A stall for the sale of sea fish 1.25, for the sale of fresh fish 1.50, for poultry 1 franc, for vegetables 75 centimes, oysters 20 centimes, and sundries 5 centimes a day for each square yard of space. Some years ago, a question was raised as to whether the markets ought to be covered over, and an answer was given in the negative by a high official of the prefecture, who authoritatively declared that bad weather was not appreciably injurious to vegetables exposed in the marketplace. It is quite possible that turnips, carrots, and cabbages may suffer little or nothing from hail and heavy rain. But human beings may be seriously affected by inclement weather, and in this belief it has been proposed, hitherto in vain, that covered stalls with glass windows should be constructed for use during stormy nights. The butchers' stalls are supplied by rail, and the greatest activity prevails among them after the arrival of the early morning trains. Towards 5 o'clock arrive a number of women who, like the wise virgins of the parable, are the bearers of lamps. They assemble at the corner of the Rue Rambuteau, and a portable desk is brought forward, at which a man takes his seat. The roll call of the strong men is then read, and if one of them has not arrived, he is released for the day, that is to say, he loses his day's wages. 5 o'clock strikes, and the women with the lanterns may go to work. The time for the sale of watercress has begun. Everyone is now at his post, the factor and his clerks, the public crier, the inspector of the market, or his agent, and the collector of municipal taxes. At each fresh bell signal end, the bells in connection with the markets correspond to the drums of the barricade. New departments of the markets are opened, and private purchasers begin to arrive. Non-commissioned officers, accompanied by soldiers bearing large sacks, nuns purchasing for the religious houses, stewards of the gymnasiums, and other large schools, together with various wholesale buyers who have come to lay in their daily supplies. The arrival of the fish from Dieppe or Havre is always an incident of importance, received with agitation, shouts, and bustle of every kind. Sometimes the wind has been unfavorable, the fishing boats have not got to shore, and there has been nothing to send. There is then a general feeling of consternation among both dealers and purchasers, though, among the latter, no Vadel stabs himself at the thought of having to serve a dinner in which fish will not be a component part. It is to be feared that when, on one particular day, fish does not arrive, fish of the preceding day is cooked in place of it. Much of the fish comes from England and Belgium. More than half of the mussels imported into France are of Belgian origin. The Ostend oysters, so much prized at Paris, came until lately from the shores of Essex. But such oysters as England can still afford to export go now to Berlin, St. Petersburg, and Vienna. Eggs are received in hampers and boxes containing each 1,000 eggs, which are so cleverly packed that not one in 1,000 ever gets broken. These eggs are sold in mass by the box, though they are all subject to inspection, and at certain times of the year are carefully and individually examined by officials appointed for the purpose. If on being held up to the light an egg is found not to be in good condition, it is condemned, and is then used for industrial purposes, as in connection with the gilding of wood. Eggs that are simply bad are immediately destroyed. The price of eggs is higher than it otherwise would be in the Paris markets by reason of the competition of English purchasers. Numbers of farmers send their eggs exclusively to London, which, according to statistics prepared some years ago, receives annually from France eggs to the number of 52 million. A great quantity of game is sold in the Paris markets, especially since the year 1867, when for the first time foreign game was admitted. The imports of game are chiefly from Russia, which possesses in abundance partridges of various kinds, ptarmigans, and black game. Chapter 44. The Barriers Parisian Crime. The approaches to Paris. The French railway system, the Saint-Germain Railway. The erection of the barriers. Some of the most famous barriers Parisian crime. Its special characteristics. Passing along the left bank of the Seine, in the direction of Saint-Germain, arrested at every step by some historical association or some interesting object of our own time, we at last quit Paris and find ourselves on the highway to the nearest important suburb. From the aristocratic faubourg Saint-Germain to Saint-Germain itself was, in the days of Mme. de Sévigné, an easy walk or a pleasant drive. After 1837, Saint-Germain and the faubourg of the same name were separated only by a brief railway journey. On the 24th of August in the year just named, the railway from Paris to Saint-Germain was first opened, at a time when the miles of railways constructed in England amounted to some 2,000. The year previously, a French statesman had visited the railway from Manchester to Liverpool, and, on his return, declared in the chamber that railways were only toys to amuse idle persons. People should see the reality, he added, for, even if railways proved a genuine success, their development would not be anything like what has been supposed. If I were to be assured that in France 5 leagues of railway would be made every year, I should consider that a great deal. A French scientist declared about the same time that the diminution of temperature experienced on entering the tunnels would be such that in the sudden passage from hot to cold, susceptible persons would get inflammation of the lungs, pleurisy, and catarrh. When the railway to Saint-Germain was opened, a military band occupied one of the carriages, joyful airs were played, enthusiastic speeches were delivered, the locomotive did not blow up, the carriages did not come off the rails, and though 2 tunnels had to be passed through, no one caught cold. 7 principal railways were now decided on, the privilege of constructing the lines being granted by the state on certain conditions. In England, railways were being laid down by permission of the state, but not in such a way as to secure to any one of the companies a monopoly. The French legislation on the subject of railways compels the companies to extend their lines to the most remote and least populous regions. Thus, in the public interest, they have to maintain railway extensions on which the losses not infrequently eat up a serious proportion of the profits realized on the more frequented sections of the system. The great railway center of France is, of course, the capital. Paris, says a French writer on the subject, being the heart, life is carried to the extremities of France by main lines, which are the arteries, by secondary lines, which are the veins, and by routes communicating with the iron road, which are the capillary vessels. In this fashion, the circulation is complete. That is a boon which must be constantly borne in mind, and which makes our railways an absolutely democratic institution. It is due to the intervention of the state. In England, where private enterprise alone has been entrusted with the construction of railways, the case is different. The companies have laid their lines wherever they pleased. Guided solely by their own interest, they have above all sought to realize immense profits. They have built railways between the great centers, rich or industrial, while neglecting the secondary routes, which only offered them slender gains. They present an organization purely aristocratic. If in France, as among our neighbors across the Channel, private industry had been left, without control, sovereign mistress of the land, only the great lines would now be in existence, and the diligence would still be rolling along nearly all our roads. Soon after the construction of the Saint-Germain Railway, an iron road was made from Paris to Versailles, and it was on this line, close to Bellevue, that the first accident took place. On the 18th of May, 1842, it had been announced that the great fountains of Versailles would play, and a train of 18 carriages, drawn by 2 locomotives with a third in the rear, was returning to Paris crowded with travelers. A little below Bellevue, at a place where there is a slight curve, the first locomotive broke its axletree. The second engine, suddenly checked in its progress, fell upon the first, and the third engine behind, by continuing to push the train, doubled it up, sending the middle portion of it into the air. The carriages, thanks to the excessive prudence of the guards, were all locked, and some of them, upset in the close vicinity of one of the engines, caught fire from the glowing coals of the damaged furnace. There was then a terrible scene. The passengers endeavored to force their way through the narrow windows, and in doing so fought, and in many cases were seized by the flames. 73 corpses were afterwards picked up, and there were numbers of wounded. This accident, terrible in itself, had a disastrous effect upon the railway system of France. Railway traveling was looked upon as dangerous suicidal. The receipts from all the lines fell heavily, and the railway to Versailles was absolutely abandoned. In the general fright, locomotives got to be looked upon as so difficult to guide, so sure, sooner or later, to explode, that it was seriously proposed, on lines about to be opened from Paris to Rouen and from Paris to Orleans, to replace mechanical traction by horses. The terror excited by the accident gradually passed away. A sort of expiatory chapel was erected by the railway company at the scene of the disaster, under the designation of Notre Dame des Flammes. But after a time, even the existence of the chapel, surrounded and at last concealed by trees, came to be forgotten. Paris is now, like London, surrounded by railway stations, and to occupy the terminal points of the lines leading to the capital would be for a time to stop its supply of provisions even more effectually than this was done during the siege of 1870 by taking possession of the ordinary roads. The railways have destroyed the importance of the ancient barriers, which marked, and still mark, points in a line encircling the capital. The geographical history of Paris consists in the constant pushing back of these barriers, surrounding as they did a city which was steadily expanding. Gates which, when first constructed, stood outside the city, were gradually included within its circumference, new barriers being erected at a greater distance from the center. More than a century ago, in 1765, a royal edict forbade the construction of any more houses outside the limits of Paris as then fixed. This order could not, of course, be obeyed. As well try to check the rising tide as to stop the growth of Paris, and in 1784, 5 years before the Revolution, we find Louis Roman XVI, minister Calonne, obtaining a royal authorization to surround Paris with a new and enlarged girdle. 19 barriers were now established around Paris, at each of which a duty, known as the octroi, was levied on everything brought into the city. The measure was a most unpopular one, and the farmers general, who purchased the right of levying the tax, became the objects of popular detestation. A line which has become historical, expressed by an ingenious verbal equivoque, the general feeling on the subject. Le murmurant Paris, rend Paris murmurant, ran the verse, which was repeated from mouth to mouth throughout Paris. Another epigram, which, being longer, became less popular, was as follows: Pour augmenter son numéraire et raccourcir notre horizon, la firme adjugé nécessaire de mettre Paris en prison. This may be literally translated: to increase its revenue and draw closer our horizon, the farm has deemed it necessary to put Paris in prison. All this might be very witty, but the minister cared little about it. He doubtless said to himself, like his famous predecessor, Mazarin, they sing, then they will pay. He was right, they paid. It occurred to the architect Ledoux, who had been instructed to erect offices for the reception of the dues, that the buildings might as well be fortified, and Paris thus became surrounded by a line of not very effective defenses. Petitions were addressed to the king requesting the abolition of the barriers, and M. de Calonne's successor declared that he would have them knocked down and the fragments sold as building materials. Things had arrived at this point when the Revolution of '89 broke out. The populace then set fire to some of the barriers and knocked holes through the walls in several places, but did not touch the buildings, concerning which the National Convention subsequently issued the following decree. The national buildings designated under the name of barriers are erected in Paris as public monuments. The various epochs of the Revolution and the victories gained by the revolutionary armies over tyrants are engraved upon them in characters of bronze. The Committee of Public Safety is authorized to take every possible measure for the prompt execution of the present decree, while inviting men of letters and artists to cooperate and to compose inscriptions. At this period, however, there were many obstacles between the publication of a decree and its execution, and it was not therefore astonishing that the famous buildings were for a time forgotten. The octroi had now been suspended, and it was not till the 5th year of the Republic that the Directory instituted a municipal octroi of beneficence, the product of which was intended for the hospitals. The barriers were thereupon repaired, and the taxation clerks re-established in their offices on the city boundaries. The architect Ledoux, says Dulaura, in his History of Paris, in his desire to exhibit proofs of the fecundity of his genius, has frequently shown nothing but aberration. The luxury which he lavished upon all his architectural productions outrage all artistic propriety. People saw, with discontent and murmuring, pompous edifices consecrated to a taxation oppressive to all classes of society and very galling to commerce. This was to whiten sepulchres, to hold instruments of oppression up to admiration. At the end of the empire, no less than 60 barriers existed round Paris. 5 of these were suppressed under the Restoration, though only to be reopened later on. Thenceforward, until 1860, when the barriers were demolished, few changes occurred. It was at the end of 1859 that the imperial government, after having appointed a commission of inquiry, formulated a project, which was adopted by the legislative body and the Senate, and which, incorporating 11 communes of the Department of the Seine, ordered the demolition of the octroi wall and of the famous buildings with which Ledoux had so elaborately decorated the barriers of Paris. The barriers have not, however, completely disappeared. They are sufficiently numerous in the present day, though they have been put back as far as the fortifications and received the name of gates. Of the barriers which figure most largely in history, that of Clichy stands foremost. Here, under the Revolution, the members of the Clichy Club assembled, and here in 1814, the last act of the French military and political drama was played. The Barrière de l'Étoile is famous as the one by which, on the 15th of December, 1840, the Emperor Napoleon dead, but living in the memory of all re-entered Paris to be reinterred at the Invalides. It was a memorable day for the Parisians, who never forgot the splendor of the cortege or the frigid weather which prevailed at the time, and which was so rigorous that the companions of the great captain could have fancied that they were once more on the road to Moscow. 18 months later, a 4-wheeled cabriolet might have been seen rapidly passing this same barrier. Having reached La Porte Maillot, the equipage redoubled its pace, moving in the direction of the Avenue de la Révolte. The horses had bolted, and a man sprang out of the carriage. He fell. It was the Prince Royal, the Duke of Orleans, who expired in a grocer's shop on the 13th of July, 1842, at 4:30 in the afternoon. It was at the Barrière de la Villette, on the 30th of March, 1814, that the capitulation of Paris was signed, the first article of which provided that the French troops, under the orders of the Ducs de Trèves and de Ragues, should evacuate the capital, while the last article recommended the town of Paris to the generosity of the Allied powers. Scarcely more than a month later, on the 3rd of May, it was by the Barrière de la Chapelle that Louis Roman XVIII entered Paris, after having put his signature to the famous declaration at the Château of Saint-Ouen. On his arrival before this barrier, the aediles presented him with the keys of the city. In 1815, he quitted Paris by the Barrière de Clichy, to enter it once more the same year, without ceremonial, by the same barrier. More than one of the barriers has been the scene of executions and assassinations, and plays a lugubrious part in the history of the capital. The somber pictures, however, which they conjure up are relieved by many of a picturesque and festive character. On Sundays, especially before the establishment of railways, the barriers of Paris were invaded by a noisy troop of promenaders. The workman was an assiduous guest at the taverns and tea gardens which swarmed on the outskirts. And even today, a large proportion of toilers make their way on the Sabbath towards Belleville or Ménilmontant, singing this refrain of a popular song. Pour rigoler montans, montans à la barrière. Let's go up and have a lark, let's go up to the barrier. There used to be a good deal of deep drinking at the barriers, and violent quarrels not infrequently marked the close of the festive day. Sometimes a drunkard would roll down and lie at full length along the octroi wall. In the ordinary way, he would have gone to sleep and woke up comparatively sober. But one of a class of pickpockets who haunted the barriers was sure to approach him, and under pretext of lifting him onto his feet, carefully relieve the bewildered victim of the few sous which remained to him. These thieves, who passed their days and nights on the confines of the city, and who, detesting work, lived at the expense of their honest neighbors, were often inveterate malefactors of the worst kind, and the abolition of the barriers had the highly desirable effect of exterminating them as a class. It may not be inopportune, at this point, to take a view of the criminal population of Paris in general. They afford a study which excites no small degree of combined interest and regret. The number is large in Paris of those who, having repudiated all restraint and banished the last vestige of self-respect, lie aloof from society and never touch it except for purposes of injury. Despite the incessant surveillance of which they are the object, despite the laws which hedge them about, accuse and punish them, they remain in the great capital, like an unsubdued tribe, always in revolt, bent upon evil, and often accomplishing it with audacity. They seem to float over civilization like scum, or to lie at the bottom of it like dregs of a liquid. Idleness, or at least the instinctive hatred of all regular occupation, desperate want, and a passion for gross pleasures, are among the causes of that vagabondage in Paris, which is characterized by defiance of the law, theft, and sometimes murder. Stupidity and irreflection may often have a good deal to do with the matter. But as a rule, the Parisian rascal, subsisting by fraud and larceny, expends more ingenuity and energy in the conception and execution of his schemes than would be necessary to make him prosper in some lucrative trade. The existence of these wretches is sufficiently unenjoyable. At once hunters and game, with their ears bent to catch the slightest sound, always on the alert, never sleeping without one eye open, devouring their meals whenever they can get any, tormented as much by their passions as by their fears, they feel, whilst pursuing their sinister projects, that the police are dogging their steps, that hounds of terribly keen scent are busy upon their track. This life of stratagem and lawbreaking is said to have its charms, and justly, perhaps, since so many men voluntarily choose it. But if the excitement of the constant hazard they run, combined with the chance of spoil, exhilarates youthful malefactors, many an old thief, on the other hand, disgusted, sickened by incessantly playing the part of a stag at bay, has gone to the prefecture of police and said, "I am the man. Arrest me. I can't stand this sort of life." Semi-starvation is the fate of a large proportion of these criminals. Many of them for years together have slept on rude couches lit only by the stars under bridges, in half-built boats or houses or squares. Many of them do not know what daily bread is. "Do you like being here?" said an official to a little girl of 12 who was temporarily lodged in the depot, her father and mother both having been arrested for crime. "Oh, yes," was the reply. "We have something to eat here every day." It would be difficult to fix, even approximatively, the number of persons who in Paris give themselves up to theft. The ticket of leave men, notorious vagabonds, and others are well known to the police. But there are numbers of persons, in a town so populous as Paris, who become thieves through circumstances, from finding themselves in a difficult position or from a sudden temptation. In this connection, M. Maxime Duchamp may once more be cited. "There is an incontrovertible fact," he says, "which natural history explains. Criminals, those, I mean, who live by crime, are always the same to whatever class of society they may belong. They are actuated by the same passions, the same wants, the same appetites. Whatever certain philosophers may have said on the subject, a man steals very rarely to get bread. The three great tempting causes are women, cards, and drink. There are exceptions, however, which writers on the subject have duly noted. Raffinat, who was mixed up with the robbery of medals from the Bibliothèque Royale, used to send home to his family the product of what he himself called his expeditions. For one, however, of this kind there are 10,000 who steal only to satisfy their brutal tastes. An old proverb says, 'Generous as a thief,' and the proverb is right. The thief who saves the produce of his robberies is an anomaly only to be met with among certain receivers of Jewish race. As soon as the thief has made a good stroke, he gives away money right and left, pays his debts, lends to anyone who happens to be in need, and invites everyone to share his good fortune. He wears his heart on his sleeve and can refuse nothing to anyone. Being constantly watched, thieves denounce themselves by their excessive expenditure, which seems to be one of their invincible needs, and they then fall promptly into the hands of the police. They know that they are pursued. The theft committed one day may cause their arrest the day afterwards. They wish, therefore, to enjoy themselves, and they spend in debauchery the time still left at their disposal. So the pig in a shipwreck will devour food at the very moment when the vessel is sinking. Bad roads end in pitfalls, say the French peasants. Criminals know this, and the road they follow leads invariably to prison, the galleys, the penal colonies, the scaffold. Those who by cunning or good luck succeed in escaping the police, which is on the watch for them, and justice, which claims them as her own, are singularly rare, and amongst them may be cited a man of a certain celebrity who flourished some 40 or 50 years ago. His name was Pied Noir. He was not an assassin, he knew the code and never risked his head. He was content to commit robbery by means of false keys, but he was a past master in his art, and from 1834 until 1843 escaped from the consequences of 21 different warrants of arrest. He had excellent manners, led an elegant life, and bitterly regretted having had his ears pierced in his childhood, which he said gave him rather a common air. He employed ordinary thieves to prepare an affair, and when everything was ready took charge of its execution. He then divided the plunder into shares, reserving the lion's part for himself. When his accomplices were brought to trial, they behaved towards him with wonderful devotion. One of them, however, admitted that he had been twice in relations with Pied Noir. On one occasion, when Pied Noir met him in the disguise of a rag picker. A second time when, dressed as a man of fashion and driving a tilbury, he pulled up in front of the Café de Paris, and through the witness, a 2 sous piece wrapped up in a scrap of paper, which contained written instructions concerning a projected robbery. Pied Noir was condemned in his absence to 20 years, hard labor. He was living at the time luxuriously in Holland on the products of his industry as a thief. Most of these melancholy personages have, according to M. Maxime Duchamp, to whom no side of Paris life, no class of the Paris population, is unfamiliar, a common, contemptible appearance, though some few of them have a certain distinction, natural or acquired, which renders them more and more redoubtable. Millefiori, who took the title of Count de Belair and claimed to be the son of a general who died under the First Empire, was a man of irreproachable manners. He went into society, the very best society, to which none but well-bred persons are supposed to be admitted, and lived by swindling, by clever thefts, and by card-sharping. He was arrested as he was committing a robbery by means of false keys. Some of these malefactors would seem to be separated forever from crime by the elevated tastes they profess and the intellectual occupations in which they are apparently absorbed. But their evil instincts are too much for them. Thus it once happened that a mathematician, versed in the highest sciences and dreaming only of abstract speculation, was condemned to 7 years' imprisonment for stealing from a shop. But for the extraordinary sagacity and entire absence of illusions on the part of the police, many a malefactor would succeed in concealing his true character. Some years ago, a certain Tautpriant, living at number 28, Rue Verte, had 8 horses in his stables, besides carriages from the best makers. He was a retired clerk who planned robberies on a large scale, training and directing a number of young brigands to that end, and himself living under a false name either on his own estate, where he had excellent shooting, or at fashionable watering places. There are some families, says M. Duchamp, which, by a wretched tradition, seem given up to theft from generation to generation. The grandfather was a thief, the father stole, the son steals, the grandson will steal. The child is taught his trade from the earliest years. He learns to step without making a sound, to see without appearing to look, to open a lock with a nail, to hide what he has stolen, and to cry out, "Stop, thief!" when he is pursued. The families of Pied Noir, Corduroy, and Nathan drove the police to despair and tired out the tribunals. The periods of imprisonment to which the Nathans, father, mother, brothers, and sons-in-law, altogether 14 persons, were condemned, represent a total of 209 years. The thieves of Jewish race are, according to M. Duchamp, those among whom handkerchief stealing descends from father to son. They are formidable not for their audacity, for they scarcely ever commit murder, but by their persistence in a criminal career, by the inviolable secrecy maintained among them, their marvelous patience, and the facilities they possess for concealing themselves in the houses of their coreligionists. Jewish thieves are hardly ever at open war with society. They maintain a secret, subtle struggle. They seem to be taking a silent revenge, and it might be said that they have right on their side and that they are only taking back as the opportunity presents itself the property of which their ancestors had been so often, so violently, and so unjustly deprived by ours. Sometimes they form associations and rob wholesale. They have their correspondents, their depots, their purchasers, their account books. Everything that is brought to them can be turned to account, from the lead of the housepipes to a lady's feather. The chief calls himself a commission agent and sends goods to South America, Germany, and Russia. The German-Jewish jargon which they speak among themselves is incomprehensible to the rest of the world and helps to save them from detection. Concealing their secret actions behind an ostensibly honest trade, they are the first deceivers in the world. There are numbers of criminals, however, who, whatever instincts they may have inherited, have not been trained to crime. A child, says the writer already cited on this subject, which he has studied so thoroughly, stops away from school. He acquires idle habits and, coming home late, is beaten by his father. The effect of the lesson lasts a little while, but he has tasted the liberty he loves, he has experienced the pleasure of keeping away from the books he hates, and fearing the paternal correction, he takes care the next time he plays truant not to return home. He sleeps beneath an archway, and if he escapes the attention of the police, wakes up the next morning to find himself on the pavement of the great city without a sou in his pocket. Being very hungry, he contrives to steal a sausage. The first step has now been taken. Young as he is, he has acquired a fatal knowledge. He has learned how to live without working, and he is now almost certainly lost. Vice has taken possession of him, crime awaits him. As he gets older, he is urged on by all the passions of the young man. He steals some money from his father, from his employer, wherever the chance presents itself. If he is taken, he is condemned by a compassionate judge to a brief term of imprisonment, during which he lives among the vilest. He hears nothing but the boasts of criminals, who pride themselves on their atrocious actions and inspire him with a desire to imitate them. On leaving jail, he meets some of his prison companions. His timid operations of former days are turned into ridicule. The talk is now of burglary, of affairs which involve some risk but return handsome profits. The crime is resolved upon. An imprudent person happens to witness its commission, calls for the police, and is killed. The little vagabond of other days has become an assassin and will end his career on the scaffold. Physical energy and moral weakness, such are the two principal features in the character of nearly all criminals. Some of them affect to be at war with a society in which the poor man, according to them, has no place. Mere nonsense. In a society so profoundly democratic as ours, in which waiters have become kings, the sons of innkeepers prime ministers, and foundlings illustrious men of science, there is a place for everyone. Chapter 45. Parisian mendicancy, the Paris poor. Parisian mendicancy in the 16th century, the General Hospital Louis Roman 15. And the beggars, the Revolution mendicancy, as a regular profession, the organ grinders, and the trade in Italian children, the French treatment of the poor asylums, almshouses, and retreats, the droit des pauvres, the cost of the poor. In Paris, formerly, mendicancy was so grave and manifest a plague that it could escape the eyes of no one, and there is not a single Paris historian who has omitted to write upon the subject. The documents which subsist in reference to it, parliamentary decrees, for instance, and royal edicts, would supply material for a complete history of mendicity, not only detailed but even anecdotal. There was a time when the beggars of Paris organized themselves into troops, which were under the command of a chief. The members of these troops understood their business. The orphans and other little scamps, in groups of 3 or 4, would go out into the streets shivering and half-naked, weeping and begging for bread. Ostensible husbands and wives, with their own or other people's children, exhibited certificates to the effect that their property had been destroyed by lightning. The marchandiers were merchants whom some conflagration had reduced to misery. The pieters excelled in tying their calves up to their thighs and proceeding legless on crutches. While the sabouleux rolled on the ground, with leaps and contortions, foaming thanks to a piece of soap which they kept in their mouths as though they were epileptic. In this connection, a droll anecdote may be told. A veteran Parisian beggar had a very beautiful daughter, and many a suitor petitioned the father for her hand. One day a retired soldier who had taken to mendicancy came to him to implore the paternal consent. "What are your qualifications?" asked the old man. "I have only one leg," replied the amorous warrior. "Bah," cried the father, "you have no chance. Only yesterday I refused a man without either legs or arms." In the Middle Ages, however, the humors of mendicancy were frequently lost in the gravity of the perils to which a city infested by cunning and desperate beggars was exposed. An edict was issued in 1524 condemning mendicants to be whipped and banished. It apparently had little effect, for in the following year they were ordered to quit Paris under pain of being hanged. In 1532, the Parliament ordered that, chained in pairs, they should be employed to clean out the sewers, which at this period were, for the most part, open. In 1561, an ordinance of Charles Roman IX sentenced all beggars to the galleys during the remainder of their life, for in those days, the offender who once found himself chained to the oar never went on shore again. A parliamentary decree of 1606 proclaimed that all beggars should be whipped in public by the assistance of the executioner. A particular mark, moreover, was to be placed on their shoulder, while, in virtue of an ordinance of 1602, their heads were shaved a punishment, which was at least beneficial to them from a hygienic point of view. And now we reach the moment when severely punitive laws against mendicancy were about to give way to preventive measures characterized by humanity. The first person to occupy himself with the fate of the mendicants seems to have been a certain theoretical reformer named Jean Douhet de Romp-Croissant. He published, in pamphlet form, a series of memoirs addressed to the Queen Regent. Many of the schemes he put forward were wild in the extreme, but his writings contain the germs of one or two excellent institutions. He proposed the organization of those state pawnshops, which were ultimately to be opened in France, though not until 1778. In view of the filthy condition of the Paris streets, the dangers to which pedestrians were exposed from highwaymen, and the extraordinary number of beggars then in the capital, he proposed to employ these beggars in cleaning the town and protecting the citizens. His idea was to place a beggar at every 50 yards along the thoroughfares, armed with a brush and shovel, so as to remove the refuse and to be able to call his next neighbor to the rescue should any wayfarer fall into the hands of thieves. The scheme had its practical and reasonable side, but no attempt was ever made to execute it. It is to Louis Roman XIV, or more correctly to M. de Believer, first president of the Parliament, that the honor is due of having first acted in this matter with deliberation, method, and success. An edict of the 4th of May, 1656, created the General Hospital, chiefly composed of 3 establishments: Notre Dame de la Pitié, the Maison de Saint-Denis or Petit Arsenal, familiarly known as Salpêtrière, and Bicarter. According to Sauvel, the number of beggars in Paris then exceeded 40,000. They formed an independent people, who knew neither law, nor religion, nor superior, nor police. Impiety, sensuality, libertinage were all that reigned amongst them. De Believer's measure was already accepted in principle, but grave doubts were entertained respecting its application. The authorities feared that so vast a crowd of lawless people might be able to defy their power. Everything, however, was effected in an orderly manner, and with a facility by no means anticipated. It was announced in all the churches that, on the 7th of May, 1657, the General Hospital would be open to as many of the poor as deserved admission, and at the same time, criers went about the streets proclaiming a warning to beggars against ever asking alms again. On the 14th of May, every beggar who could be found in Paris was arrested and shut up. The city now found itself delivered from an ancient and formidable scourge. How complete was the delivery may be seen from the account left of their visit to Paris by 2 young Dutchmen de Villers, by name, who went to inspect the little arsenal designed for the confinement of paupers accustomed to be in the streets, and who, expatiating on the admirable plan and general arrangements of the institution, declared it the finest one of the kind imaginable, and that not one beggar was then to be found in Paris. In course of years, however, in spite of the General Hospital and of the Hôtel des Invalides, opened in 1670 to indigent soldiers, mendicants once more multiplied in the streets of Paris. The French metropolis was indeed an irresistible center of attraction to malefactors, vagabonds, and beggars. Misery flowed thither not only from the provinces but from abroad. At the close of the 17th century, a curious and ingenious ordinance was issued for preventing mendicancy, by which any person giving alms to a beggar was liable to a fine of 50 francs. Under Regency, the famous law put forth an emigration scheme for the clearance of vagabonds from Paris. Authority was obtained for the transportation of indigent young men and women from the various pauper institutions to America, and numbers were shipped. The result, however, was apparently unsatisfactory. For in 1725, the Duke of Bourbon ordered that every mendicant who had come from the provinces to Paris should be seized, branded on the arm, and deprived of his possessions. In the middle of the 18th century, recourse was again had to the scheme of law, and beggars, particularly young and strong ones, were kidnapped for transportation to the colonies by gangs of men in the pay of the authorities. Blunders, however, occurred. Gentlemen's servants who chanced to be out at night, as well as the sons of artisans, were seized and carried off. And now Paris, so credulous, so ready to believe the most improbable tales, grew terrified. It was said first in a whisper, then aloud that Louis Roman XV, devoured by leprosy, could not recover health except by taking each morning a bath of human blood, and that the pauper children who disappeared were bled to death for the benefit of the royal invalid. The rumor went so far as to produce riots, in which a number of the king's archers were killed and at least one of the kidnappers torn to pieces. The government now found it necessary to relinquish the emigration project, and every endeavor was made to provide mendicants with employment at home. In 1766, a severe law was passed by which every mendicant caught begging was to be branded on the left arm with the letter M, and sent to the galleys for 9 years, or for life should the offense be repeated. Such heavy threats and penalties, however, were useless. The king himself recognized the fact, and, in a wise and beneficent letter, wrote as follows: "I have felt keenly afflicted at the great number of mendicants that fill the streets of Paris and Versailles. We must furnish work for the strong, a hospital for the invalids, and a house of detention for those who resist the benefits of the law." The Revolution, like every violent social or political movement, had a disturbing effect on the regular industries, and threw upon the streets of Paris vast numbers of workmen whom want of occupation plunged into a misery rendered still deeper by the prevailing scarcity of bread. The first decree on the subject of mendicancy was issued May 20th, 1790. Needlework in special workshops was to be provided for the women and children. The healthy men were to be put to manual labor. The sick and infirm were to be treated in the hospitals. Foreign beggars were to be banished from the country, and provincial beggars conducted back to their native place with pecuniary assistance along the road at the rate of 3 sous a league, and with the obligation to follow a prescribed rauta clause in the mendicancy law, which is today still in force. It was easy, however, to decree the extinction of mendicancy. Unfortunately, mendicants continued to exist. A sharp law was passed whereby every citizen convicted of having given any description of alms to a beggar was condemned to a fine equivalent to the value of 2 days' work, whilst every person convicted of having solicited money or bread in the streets or public ways was liable to arrest. Under the Directory, mendicants were for a time allowed to beg as they chose. They abused their liberty, however, and became importunate and even menacing in their quest of alms. Then they were arrested on all hands by soldiers, who drove them outside the city with blows from the butt end of their muskets. Once in the country, some of them got into mischief, stopped carriages, and robbed pedestrians, so that it was found necessary to issue an edict whereby any beggar bearing firearms or any kind of weapon, even though he had not made use of it, was liable to imprisonment for a period varying from 2 to 5 years, with police surveillance to follow. But rigor and leniency have proved alike powerless in Paris to relieve the city of its beggars. Mendicancy is a profession, and it is not exercised only by extending the hand and whining for alms. It tries to disguise itself under various forms. It opens carriage doors, sells flowers and lucifers in the streets and on the boulevards, picks up cigar ends which it vends to illicit tobacco manufacturers at 1 franc a pound, sings beneath the windows of the rich, turns the handle of the barrel organ, and lets out, at so much a day, little children to be exhibited for the excitement of public sympathy. That the exhibition of articles for sale from the street gutter is frequently but a pretense everyone knows. The present writer once asked a woman who sold matches in Paris whether a good many pedestrians did not give her the sou without requiring anything in return. "Yes, sir," she replied, in a tone of lament, but sometimes they take the matches. Mendicancy is a profession, and in the exercise of it a good deal of ingenuity, and one might almost say talent, is frequently shown. Not a few Parisian beggars have become historical. Years ago there was a female beggar in Paris, without legs and with only one arm, who could, by a certain trick in her breathing, produce in her interior a sound like the tick of a pendulum. "Listen, ladies and gentlemen," she used to exclaim, "I have a clock in my stomach." Her gaping auditors used thereupon to apply their ear to her back. It was true, there was a clock inside her. They could hear the click of the pendulum. Formerly, in the gardens of the Hotel Gontot was stationed an old blind man accompanied by a poodle. Every day he arrived and departed at the same hours. Seated on a camp stool, with a woolen cap on his head, and enveloped in a large overcoat with 7 plates, he did nothing all day but keep a pair of expressionless eyes directed towards heaven, and shake his tin money box from time to time. It was a tradition in Paris that he had given his daughter a dowry of 300,000 francs on the occasion of her marriage to a notary, and that in the evening, after rattling his money box all day, the old man could often be seen in a box at the opera, to which he had driven in his carriage. A blind beggar is always sure of a tolerable income, and although he may not frequent the opera, he generally lives well. "One day," says M. Ducamp in his work on Paris, "as I was crossing the Pont des Arts, I saw a woman taking one of the blind beggars his dinner. She put into his hand a metal porringer, which he rapidly uncovered. He smelt it and asked, 'What do you call this?' 'It is stewed mutton and peas,' replied the woman with a certain expression of fear. 'Devil take you and the mutton too. You know I only care for beef.' I retained my alms and kept them for a better occasion." How profitable a misfortune the loss of sight has long been to Paris beggars may be seen from a report drawn up in 1853 on the subject of mendicancy, which sets forth that a number of blind beggars come to Paris just for the season and return with enough money to live comfortably at home through the winter. Jugglers at one time abounded in the city of Paris, together with public exhibitors of all kinds. Men, for instance, whose stock in trade consisted of a dromedary and an ape which rode through the boulevards on the dromedary's back. These adventurers so obstructed the traffic that a series of restrictive ordinances were passed on the subject. That of February 28, 1865, which was based on all the preceding ordinances, provides that every individual wishing to take up the profession of juggler, organ grinder, singer, or perambulating musician must be provided with an authorization from the Prefecture of Police. To obtain this, the applicant must be a Frenchman, must have resided for a year past in the jurisdiction of the prefecture, and must bear a fair moral character. This authorization has to be renewed every 3 months, and the holder must carry on him a numbered metal badge. It is expressly forbidden to mendicants of this class to take with them those of their children who are under 16 years old, to lend their badge, to divine, prophesy, or interpret dreams, or to perform in public any operation which infringes on the profession of the manicure or the dentist. The profession of organ grinder has declined in Paris. The street was his domain, and he was often accompanied by assistants in queer costumes who grinned, gesticulated, and sang as he played beneath the windows of the well-to-do. Towards 1830, one of these wanderers was well known to Parisians as the Marquis, from the costume he wore. Although upwards of 50 years of age, he was extremely nimble, and he excelled in throwing into an open window, on the 4th or 5th floor, a 2-sou piece wrapped up in a small book of songs. His customer would thereupon throw him down double the amount. It was asserted by some that he belonged to the secret police, and he, in any case, rendered it important services. A new organ costs from 400 to 500 francs, a second-hand one, with an occasional flat note, 100 or 150. This is a great expense and necessitates beforehand a capital such as few of the mendicant class possess. Most organ grinders, therefore, hire their instrument by the day, paying for a small organ between 50 centimes and a franc, or for a big Cremona organ, which imitates an entire orchestra, 10 francs, with another 2 francs for the hire of the assistant in charge. These better kind of organ grinders generally earn a good deal of money. It is no uncommon thing for them to return to their squalid homes with a profit of 50 francs. Some of the humbler kind of organ grinders were at one time accustomed to supplement their income in an ingenious fashion. They quitted the city under pretext of playing in the suburban pleasure gardens, and when they passed the barrier on their return, they had replaced the pointed cylinder of their instrument with another cylinder similar in appearance and hollow, which was filled with brandy. Many of them thus evaded the octroi duty, though occasionally they were seized by the authorities and severely punished. Among the Parisian street musicians, we must not forget the orchestra man, with a cap of bells on his head, a flute of reeds beneath his lips, cymbals between his legs, a drum on his back, and a triangle one hardly knows where. His gymnastic musical exertions seem to keep him in a state of perpetual drought, for as soon as he has received a little money he adjourns to the nearest wine shop. In London, we occasionally see disinherited viscounts turning barrel organs in the street, or repudiated younger sons on the perch of the hansom cab. This may result either from sheer necessity or from a desire on the part of the discontented youth to make things a trifle awkward for his sire. And we distinctly remember an earl's son who was a cab driver taking a huge delight in plying for hire just outside the paternal mansion. In Paris, there have been a good many instances of well or highly connected persons becoming street musicians either from want or in virtue of an instinct. Quite recently, there was a lady vocalist, nearly related to an influential Parisian, who took to the streets and could not be persuaded by her friends to resume the comforts of private life which were freely offered to her. 2 or 3 times she was induced to quit the streets for a day or two, but each time she found existence intolerable till she returned to the public pavement. For those in distress, there is always a living, no matter what the age of the performer, to be got out of street singing. A few years ago, an old man of 80 went about Paris singing with a voice which was almost extinct and scarcely exceeded a whisper, but which, nevertheless, brought him in regularly 45 francs a month. As to the rest, street singing is to many paupers not merely a trade, but an hereditary tendency, handed down from father to son. The largest section of the Paris street musicians consists, probably, of the little Italian boys who overrun public places and who are to be found at night asleep under the seats of the boulevards, against the parapets of the quays, or upon some doorstep. They are as difficult to suppress and as persistent as ants. The very police get tired of trying to clear the streets of them. Whence do they chiefly come? We will let M. Ducamp reply. One result, he says, of the expedition led by Garibaldi in 1860 was that the kingdom of the Two Sicilies entered into the habits of civilized nations. Formerly, at the time of the Bourbons, as it was held that any individual demanding a passport for abroad could only be a Jacobin, permission to travel was never given. It is no longer so. Everyone can go and come at pleasure. The inhabitants of the southern provinces have quickly profited by this new right in order to get rid of their children and disperse them over the whole earth. It is the basilicate which today furnishes 9/10 of these unhappy little creatures. This is a sort of commerce of which those who engage in it do not, in all probability, understand the immorality. Everything is arranged in a regular manner and generally before a notary. It is white slavery. A speculator runs through the villages, collects the children, whom parents are quite willing to let him have, and takes them on lease, generally for 3 years. All that these children earn, no matter where, during that lapse of time, belongs to him, and in exchange, he gives the family a lump sum or so much annually. Formal agreements are signed, which become invalid in case of non-execution of the clauses. I have inspected several of these contracts. There could not possibly be more naivete or good faith than they exhibit. A father lets out his son as he lets out a field. The child is a capital, of which the produce belongs legitimately to the father. That is the principle, and it is very simple, as everyone can see. Highly immoral as it is amongst us, and contrary as it is to all our customs, there is nothing in it to shock the inhabitants of the basilicate, for whom it becomes frequently a profitable resource. The speculators believe themselves so well within the law that often abroad, and particularly at Paris, they have recourse to their consuls in order to enforce the terms of the contract against their victims when these prove refractory. This industry has its agents and its travelers. Some go to Italy in search of the children and, bringing them to Paris, place them in the hands of the patron, who is expecting them and pays for them at so much a head. Others supply information as to the villages where children who are good musicians or who have agreeable physiognomies are to be found. While, again, others nor are these the least dangerous when they learn that a patron has been expelled by some administrative measure, collect together the poor little creatures belonging to his band, and work them on their own account. The trade is not a bad one. One patron was recently living in London with a fortune of 200,000 francs, gained by this frightful traffic. Formerly, the patrons defended their pretended rights to the bitter end, but today, rendered more circumspect by adverse verdicts, they take flight as soon as they feel uneasy and abandon the children to their fate. Some 25 years ago, the constantly increasing number of little Italians caused the government to adopt severe measures, and the patroni were all and separately informed that unless they abandoned their cruel trade they would, in virtue of a law passed in 1849, be conducted to the frontier. The effect of this notification was somewhat droll. Instead of making a complaint, either to their own minister, to the Minister of the Interior, or the Prefect of Police, they drew up an address to the French nation, and, in a document full of sound and rhetoric and commonplace, took farewell of that hospitable land, Italy's own sister. The patroni in charge of the children are far from irreproachable. Some of them possess musical talent, and these not only seek but know how to turn the abilities of their little slaves to the best account. Others are retired brigands, or loafers on a large scale, who wish to see the world and to make money during the process. The courts have sometimes had to deal with great cruelties on the part of the patroni. On one occasion, a man named Pelletieri was convicted for having kept a child for 4 days and nights fastened beneath his own bed with a harp-string, which could be tightened by means of a key. The culprit was sentenced, in default, to 4 months' imprisonment. The life to which the poor little Italian children are condemned is of the most sordid, hateful, and demoralizing kind. They suffer in health, and it has been calculated that out of 100 children brought from Italy into France, 20 return home, 30 remain abroad, and 50 die of privation and hunger. The streets in which they are chiefly to be found are the Rue Simon Lefranc, the Rue de la Clef, the Rue des Boulangers, and the Place Saint-Victor. Here they live crowded together in such a manner that there are often 5, 6, and even 7 beds in the same room, with 3, 4, 5, and it may be 6 children in each bed. There is a bolster at each end of the bed, and the curious visitor is surprised on entering the room to see heads spring up in every direction. Along the walls hang harps, which, in the hands of the unfortunate children, are less instruments of music than of mendicancy. On the floor lie the children's clothes their rags, that is to say together with sacks of coarse cloth containing the macaroni and vermicelli that they have brought or had sent to them from Italy. The children earn from 1.5 francs to 3 francs a day, all of which goes into the pocket of the patron, who has, on his side, to feed, dress, and lodge the members of his band. The little musicians pick up food wherever they can get it, often from charitable persons and in the kitchens of restaurants or of private houses. And this fare is doubtless preferable to that provided for them by their master, whose only invariable contribution towards their support is a basin of questionable soup, doled out to them in the morning before the beginning of the day's work. The children's rags have been tied or stitched together, their harps have been tuned and perhaps restringed, and at 9 o'clock they go out into the street to carry out the instructions of the patron, who has told them to bring back as much money as possible, and not to allow themselves to be arrested. Some 500 or 600 of these children are, in fact, arrested every year for begging. As a rule, they solicit alms only in the way of business, but at times they beg directly and exclusively for their own account, as when the patron abandons them and leaves them to shift for themselves. Then the unhappy ones take refuge in some half-built house, and, having nothing else to depend on, continue to beg until at last they fall inevitably into the hands of the police, who imprison them and announce the fact to the Italian consul. If the consul sends them back to Italy, they return to France under the care of some new patron, who, to keep out of difficulties, thinks it prudent to describe himself as their uncle or some other near relative. They may be sent back 50 times, but for the 51st they will return to Paris a sign. It would seem that, however miserable their life may be, they do not find it intolerable. It must be preferable, one would think, to their life in Italy, or they would remain at home. It is to be remembered, on the other hand, that their parents sell them or let them out at the rate of from 100 to 120 francs a year to the slave drivers called patroni. The beggar in Paris who falls into the hands of the police is imprisoned not, however, as an offender, but as an unfortunate man. An article in the Penal Code sets forth, in fact, that the beggar is sent to the station house for mendicants not as a punishment, but as a measure of police to be exercised at the discretion of the administrative authority. In the first place, the man who begs is presumably without resources, nor is it in prison that he will be able to create new ones for himself. To throw him into prison, then, and afterward set him free in the same condition as before, would be to expose him once more to the commission of the very act for which he had been incarcerated. Instead of doing this, the administration places the beggar, after a brief period of confinement, in a house where he is fed, clothed, and comfortably lodged, but is at the same time required to do a measure of work in proportion to his strength. For this work he is paid, not largely, but sufficiently to enable him to amass a little sum for his immediate needs on being liberated. He will now be able to seek for work, and may perhaps manage to obtain it. This system seems admirable, and would be so as a matter of fact, were not beggars as a rule so perverse as to prefer begging to all other means of gaining a subsistence. When a beggar is arrested in the streets of Paris, he is taken to a department of the prefecture, where he is generally recognized as an old acquaintance. Many of those who, at large, left to themselves, are intolerably idle, become, as soon as they are imprisoned, industrious, skillful, indefatigable workmen. Some of them will earn in confinement 100 or 200 francs even more. They claim their liberty, and though everyone knows what use they will make of it, there would be no justification for keeping under lock and key a man provided with enough money to enable him to seek employment. 3 days afterwards, the newly liberated one is again taken up for begging. He is reminded of the sum of money he had about him when he was set free enough to have enabled him to live quietly and respectably for at least a month or two. "Yes," he replies, "but I have been amusing myself with my friends." This sort of thing reproduces itself again and again. It is more easy to improve the moral tone of a thief than of a professional beggar. The chief occupation of the beggars kept in confinement is tearing up linen to make charpie, the French equivalent for lint. According to M. Maxime Ducamp, the incarcerated beggars work as they like and when they like. They talk, read, and in the courtyard smoke. Once a week every Tuesday for the men, every Wednesday for the women they are taken out for a walk, and often come back intoxicated. They dress as they please and are allowed to wear mustaches and beards. Among the crowds of poor wretches more than one is in a desperate condition. I recognized a man of 60 whose history was known to me. It so happened that he wrote a 5-act tragedy in verse, which was neither better nor worse than many others. The author presented his piece at the Odeon, where it was refused. He had it printed, and this was the beginning of his misfortunes. He offered a copy to the French Academy, which, according to custom, acknowledged its reception through the secretary. The letter set forth that the piece would be placed in the library of the Institute, and it was signed Villemain. The unfortunate author thought, and persisted in thinking, that his work had appeared so remarkable that it had been found worthy of being preserved in the archives of the Academy. He now dreamed of other poetical works, abandoned his ordinary occupation, and allowed poverty to approach him without seeing that it was at hand. "How do you find yourself here?" I said to him, as he ate his bread with some preparation of haricot beans. "Well," he replied, "I have not to trouble myself about my material existence, and can now go on writing." It will be seen that France, though in a less degree than England, suffers from the plague of mendicancy. It has been proposed that agricultural colonies be established, as they are in Holland, where mendicants may be kept permanently at work. France, it is said, possesses 5,147,862 hectares of uncultivated land to which, by the railways and canals, manure might easily be brought. Artesian wells, too, may be sunk everywhere, even beneath the most sterile soil. In exchange for the labor required from the mendicants employed in tilling the land, bread would be given to them, a certain remuneration, and, it might be, a portion of the field cultivated by them. Such a system would be beneficial in more than one way. The agricultural resources of the country would be increased, and the towns would be freed from a parasitic race which often lends to crime its most redoubtable auxiliaries. There is no poor law in Paris. Yet the French, like other nations, have the poor always with them, and means have had to be found for preventing the most unfortunate class of the population from dying of hunger. Now, as in the time of Chamfort, society consists of two great classes: those who have more appetite than dinner, and those who have more dinner than appetite, and prudence, as well as charity, imposes the necessity of preventing the unsatisfied appetites from becoming too acute. It is only just to add that at Paris, the most ancient of the asylums for the indigent owe their establishment to charity alone. Take, for example, the Hospice des Petits Ménages, founded in 1557 on the site of a leper hospital, closed for want of funds in 1544. Certain conditions, however, were required for admission into the almshouses, known first as les petits ménages and afterwards as les petites maisons. Admission to the establishment, by an order from the prefecture, issued in 1801, was limited exclusively to widowers and widows of 60 whose married life had extended over at least 10 years, and to married couples whose united ages amounted to 130, of which 15 had been passed in common. This asylum, however, is not, under present conditions, open to the indigent, but only to those whose poverty is relative. Each inmate, besides supplying furniture of a certain specified kind, must pay 200 francs a year for a bedroom, or 300 for a bedroom and sitting room. There were in this asylum, according to the latest returns, some 300 persons, from 60 to 95 years of age. Another asylum of the same kind is the La Rochefoucauld Retreat, installed at Montrouge, on the road to Orleans, founded by the noble and generous woman whose name it bears. Here, also, there is no admission to anyone beneath the age of 60, except only in the case of persons suffering from incurable illnesses, which are neither epilepsy, nor insanity, nor cancer. The annual payment is fixed at 250 francs for old people in good health, and 312.50 francs for incurable patients. A charge, moreover, is made in either case of 100 francs, as representing the value of the furniture supplied. The Hospice de la Reconnaissance, opened at Garches in 1833, was founded, 1829, by Michael Brezin, a blacksmith and mechanical engineer, who had made his fortune under the Republic and the Empire. Here there is nothing to pay. Admission is given, by preference, to men of 60 who have been employed in some kind of metalwork. The establishment contains 300 beds. At another asylum, close to Auteuil, in the Bois de Boulogne, there is a charge of 400 francs for single persons and 250 francs for married couples. A moderate sum has to be paid for the use of furniture, and no one is admitted below the age of 60. At the Maison de Villas, founded some 60 years ago in the Rue du Regard by a retired merchant, old people of 70, or indigent invalids of any age, are received to the number of 50. In 1825, the house known as St. Michel, close to the wood of Vincennes, was founded by a retired carpet-maker named Buller, who reserved its gratuitous privileges for 12 old men of the age of at least 70. Among the various asylums, there is one which is almost celebrated, and which is luxurious compared with the others. It is more like a very comfortable boarding house than an establishment reserved for the disinherited of this world. Everything has been done to deprive it of the sad aspect that belongs to most institutions of the kind. It was founded by Chamusset, whose name is associated with nearly all the charitable works as with all the most useful inventions of the 18th century, including, in the latter category, the Paris letter post. The benevolent establishment founded by Chamusset was called neither hospice nor asile, but simply L'Institution Saint-Périn. No advantage was at first taken of it until the beginning of the present century, when it was turned to a purpose little dreamed of by its benevolent author. Two speculators, Glue and Dutchler, discovered in a charitable enterprise a means of making their fortune. They interested the Emperor and the Empress Josephine in their project, and organized the institution Saint-Périn, established in the former convent of Saint-Périn at Chaillot, as a place of retreat for a number of unfortunate persons who had been ruined by the Revolution, but had still preserved sufficient resources to be able to pay an annual charge, out of which the enterprising Glue and Dutchler contrived to make a handsome profit. Such was the carelessness of, or more probably the rapacity of, the administrators, that in 1807 the emperor found it necessary to send the inmates provisions prepared specially for them in the kitchen of the Tuileries. The direction of Saint Perrine was at the same time taken from the two shameless speculators and entrusted to the prefect of the Seine. The old convent has since been pulled down, and it was replaced in 1862 by a spacious house constructed at Auteuil in the midst of a large and picturesque park. The privileges of the establishment are reserved for state functionaries or their widows, who are admissible from the age of 60. The charges are 850 francs for board and lodging, and 100 for the use of furniture. There is accommodation for 268 inmates. But the almshouses, asylums, and retreats, founded by a few benevolent persons, could have but little effect in mitigating the distress of the Paris poor as a class. Up to the time of the Revolution, poverty was relieved by the church, and especially by the religious houses. Private charity, moreover, was largely practiced somewhat on the principle of the benevolent Saint Vincent de Paul, whose maxim it was that charity should open its arms and shut its eyes. In less than 2 years after the taking of the Bastille, on the 25th of May, 1791, a law was passed confiding the duty of relieving the wants of the poor to the municipality of Paris, which, after long deliberations, appointed Bureau of Beneficence in each of the 20 arrondissements into which Paris had been divided. In each arrondissement, a council of 12 administrators was named, and each of the 12 administrators had entrusted to him one of 12 zones, into which each arrondissement was divided. To each of the zone bureau, doctors and midwives, chosen by the prefect of the Seine, were attached. Then, if an indigent person sought relief, he was visited by the administrator, by a commissary or lady of charity, and by a doctor. And a detailed report as to his position was presented at one of the sittings held by the Council of Administration twice a month. Temporary and immediate assistance is of course given, but only, as a rule, to the sick and wounded, to women in labor, to women who are nursing and who have no means of subsistence, to deserted children, to orphans who have not yet reached the age of 16, to heads of families who have at least 3 children below the age of 14 under their care, and to widows and widowers who have 2 children of tender years to support. After a certain age, the assistance given by the Bureau is permanent, but not excessive. Thus, from 70 to 79, indigent old men receive 5 francs a month. From 79 to 82, 8 francs. From 82 to 84, 10 francs, and 12 francs from 84 to the end of their lives. This small allowance does not exclude orders from the Bureau for bread, meat, and clothes. The Bureau of Beneficence are not maintained by the government nor by local taxation. They are supported by private gifts and legacies, and by sums which the commissioners and ladies of charity periodically collect on the pressing invitation of the mayor of the arrondissement. The sum placed annually at the disposal of the charitable offices scarcely exceeds 1 million francs pound 40,000, that is to say. Under this system, it necessarily follows that the sums contributed in the richer districts or arrondissements are proportionately larger than those contributed in the smaller ones, so that the Bureau have plenty of money to distribute where there is but little poverty, and scarcely any where the pain of poverty is severely felt. Thus, in the opulent quarters of the Louvre, the Bourse, the Opéra, and Faubourg Poissonnière, the annual revenue of each charitable office ranges from 90 to 100,000 francs, whereas, in the arrondissements of Belleville, Vaugirard, La Glacière, and La Valette, the average sum collected varies from 16,000 to 18,000 francs. To remedy these inequalities, the municipality draws upon its own resources, so that, although there is no poor law in France, the poor are relieved partially, at least, through local taxation. It would be impossible for the charitable offices to do their work without assistance from the authorities, and the administration of public aid helps the offices with contributions which may be put down at 500,000 francs in money and 700,000 francs in bread, besides another 500,000 francs called the subvention extraordinaire, which enables the central administration to establish something like a balance between the resources of the different bureaux. Every year, the average is fixed of the amount of succor to be given to each indigent household, generally something over 50 francs, and to each charitable office a complementary sum is given, so as to enable it to distribute the minimum amount of relief fixed upon. in spite of endeavors made by the central administration to equalize the resources of the different arrondissements, the position of the indigent person is much better in a rich than in a poor arrondissement. Instead of the regulation, 50 francs fixed as the minimum of relief to be granted to a family in distress, there are quarters where the value of the relief granted amounts to 130 francs per household. An allowance at the rate of 130 francs a year is little enough, it will be said, for a starving family. But the object of the charitable offices is not to grant annuities for the poor. They only propose to help persons in temporary difficulties, such as workmen thrown out of employment by sickness or some other external cause. As it is, the kindly intentions of the administrators are often abused. Orders for bread, begged for in the most importunate manner, are in many cases surrendered to the baker for a smaller value in money, which is promptly spent in drink. Each charitable office has under its immediate direction several houses of relief, the number of which varies according to the richness of each particular quarter. There are altogether 57 of these houses in which immediate relief may be obtained. Of such asylums, one of the poorest arrondissements, the 13th, possesses 4, while the 9th, that of the Opera, has only 1. Each house of refuge is indicated by a flag hanging out from one of the windows. As first instituted, they were all directed by those devoted sisters of charity who, by an unjust law passed a few years ago, and which may, from one year to another, be repealed, were excluded from hospital services. The argument on the other side must, in fairness, however, be stated. Some of the doctors complained that their patients were troubled, and at times thrown into great excitement, by religious exhortations, when it was necessary to keep them in a state of absolute calm. The houses of refuge are amply supplied with linen, bed linen, as well as shirts, which are lent to the necessitous and returned for exchange, unless, meanwhile, they happen to be carried to the pawnbrokers. Once a month in the case of the bed linen, once a week in that of the shirts. Flannel waistcoats and drawers, woolen stockings, and warm underclothes generally are kept in the houses of relief, where, if absolutely necessary, the indigent are also supplied with shoes. The principal room in the house is furnished with benches, and in winter warmed by a stove, which is protected by a grating. Here the patients and the paupers assemble 2 or 3 times a week, when the divisional physician visits them and gives them consultations. The doctors arrive very punctually, making it a point of honor not to keep waiting unhappy men and women who have often quitted their work to seek relief. One by one, they exhibit their certificates of indigence, to show that they are entitled to gratuitous drugs. Even if they possess no such certificate, they receive advice. And as medical advice without medicine would in most cases be useless, the drugs follow, even without formal authorization. There are but few pathological cases. Wounds, the result of accident, rheumatism and anemia, are what the unfortunate applicants generally suffer from. Occasionally, some old hand will present himself whose complaint is easily found by the experienced physician. He complains of a general feeling of lassitude, and by reason of previous excesses, followed by the inevitable reaction, is really, perhaps, in want of a stimulant. All he can do is to suggest a tonic, and, in case the doctor should make no sympathetic response, ask boldly for quinine. Bitter as all preparations of quinine must be, the drunkard below par prefers every one of them to cold water. The quinine of the relief houses is composed of some alcoholate of quinine mixed with a strong southern wine, which gives it strength without depriving it of its intolerable bitterness. This preparation is so much in demand that in one particular year 4,000 liters of it were distributed among the applicants for relief. Camphorated spirits of wine shares with quinine its disastrous popularity. There are men and women among the indigent poor who give themselves bumps and contusions simply that they may be able to obtain camphorated spirits of wine at the local relief house. Having obtained the desired stimulant, they dilute it with water, sweeten it with sugar, and drink it as a liqueur. Of some 2,000 liters given away in one particular year, not more than 1/2 is said to have been employed for external use. Women, many of them accompanied by children, are much more numerous in the waiting rooms of the relief houses than the men. They are for the most part, especially the aged ones, insatiable in their demands. Something they must have to make them sleep. Chamomile for their poor stomachs, barley water for their poor throats, but above all, quinine to make them strong. the unfortunate applicants are treated with much generosity. The doctors supply them with spectacles, kneecaps, elastic stockings, crutches, all kinds of things rendered necessary for our working population by the difficult labors they have to undertake. Often, alas, the spectacles, the elastic stockings, the crutches are sold and the proceeds spent in drink. In connection with the charitable offices, two very ingenious and beneficial measures were introduced at the time of the Restoration, one to promote the bodily, the other the mental, health of the Paris population. It was enacted that no father or mother should be held entitled to relief unless the children had been vaccinated and sent to school. This legislation was in every way beneficial to the working classes, for the teaching was gratuitous, while the vaccination was profitable. An indigent person who causes his child to be efficaciously vaccinated receives a present of 3 francs from the authorities. Systematic inquiries into the matter have proved beyond doubt that most applicants for relief have brought poverty upon themselves by intemperance and debauchery, and, moreover, that whatever be given to them will at the earliest opportunity be converted into drink. In one official report on the subject, the following passage occurs: "However much may be given, nothing will be remedied. It will at once be spent in dissipation. The Public Aid Department, deriving nothing from taxation, owes a portion of its revenue to the payments made by well-to-do patients in the different hospitals, to the Public Burial Office, to the Mont de Piété or Government Pawnbroking Office, and to the theaters, which contribute to the support of the poor a certain percentage on their receipts. The poor tax, levied on the money received by the proprietors of theaters, concert and public halls, yields nearly 2 million francs a year. The droit des pauvres, as the impost in question is called, has often been protested against by the Paris managers, though in taking a theater they know perfectly well what liabilities they incur. It is not the manager who is taxed for the support of the poor, but the people who go to his theater, and who, paying money for their own amusement, are presumably able to spare a trifle towards the maintenance of the starving poor. The droit des pauvres dates from 1699, in which year Louis Roman XIV declared that a 6th part of all theatrical receipts should be made over to the general hospitals. The managers did not fail to protest, on which it was explained to them that the poor tax was an impost levied on the spectator, not on the manager. The manager might, of course, have replied that to increase the price of theater tickets was to diminish his chances of having a full house. The tax was all the same maintained. At the time of the Revolution, when, on the 14th of August, 1789, all privileges were abolished, the right of the poor to a portion of all theatrical receipts was suppressed. It was re-established, however, the year afterwards, when it was laid down by law that 1 décime, 2 sous, in every franc should for the benefit of the poor be charged on each theater ticket. And this regulation was renewed from year to year until, by an imperial decree of the year 1809, the proportion to be levied was fixed permanently at 1/10. This harmless, beneficial tithe continued to be paid until the year 1864, when the Paris theaters were, for the first time, empowered to play whatever suited them, without any of the ancient restrictions which accorded to one theater the exclusive right of playing grand opera, to another that of playing comic opera or opera with spoken dialogue, to a third tragedy of the classical pattern, and so on. In the vestibule of the theaters there were formerly 2 pay places, one for seats in the theater, the other for the poor tax. In the early part of the century, the tariff at the entrance to the Comédie Française set forth the prices of admission in the following terms: first boxes, 6 francs 60 centimes, 6 francs for the theater, 60 centimes for the poor; pit, 2 francs 20 centimes, 2 francs for the theater, 20 centimes for the poor. No one at that time thought of protesting against this sumptuary impost. Then, to facilitate matters and to save theater-goers the trouble of making payments first at one window, then at another, the 2 payments were combined in one. Before many years had passed, managers easily persuaded themselves that it was they who, out of their own pockets, paid the theatrical poor tax. Some of them demanded that the impost should be levied not on receipts, but on profits, and one director, on becoming bankrupt, said to his creditors as he submitted to them his accounts of profit and loss, "I owe you 300,000 francs. If I had not been forced to give 400,000 francs to the poor, you would have been paid in full, and I should have had 100,000 to the good." Putting together the receipts from all sources which come into the hands of the public aid department, the entire sum amounts to some 14 or 15 million francs. This is far from sufficient, since the expenditure in aiding and relieving the indigent and the sick is reckoned at some 25 millions of francs. The deficit is made up by the city of Paris, which contributes some 11 million or 12 million francs a year from its own resources. Chapter 46. Versailles. Derivation of the name Saint Simon's description Louis Roman 14. The Grand Fête of July, 1668, Peter the Great and the Regent Louis Roman 15, Marie Antoinette and the affair of the necklace, the events of October, 1789. A description of the suburbs of Paris does not enter into the scope of the present work. Versailles, however, imperatively claims the attention of any writer on Paris, for Versailles is more than a suburb. It has, during the last 2 centuries, played almost as important a part in the annals of France as the capital itself. The history of the town of Versailles is practically inseparable from that of its palace. Originally, indeed, the town was simply a dependency of the palace. In spite of its numerous historical associations, Versailles is comparatively modern. It sprang up suddenly, like the palace itself, by the will of Louis Roman 14. Its streets were opened and laid out so as to be in harmony with the facades of the palace, while the style and form of each building were regulated beforehand by police edicts. Hence the grand but monotonous aspect of the town. The name of Versailles is derived, by some authorities, from that of an Italian nobleman, Hugo de Bersaglio, who at the end of one of the earliest of the Italian civil wars took refuge in France. By a familiar etymological change, the B became converted into V, and the name was further transformed from Versaglio into Versailles. Towards the year 1100, the proprietor of the land, Philippe de Versailles, retired to a monastery, and the district of Versailles then passed beneath the authority of the Abbey of Saint Magloire at Paris. A purely fantastic and not too ingenious derivation traces the name to Blaise Versailles, the land at Versailles being, according to these enterprising etymologists, so high that the wind blew down the corn. Henry Roman 4 had a small hunting box at Versailles, and Louis Roman 13 had another on a far more magnificent scale, which Saint Simon in his Memoirs describes as a castle. It was a square building with a courtyard in the middle, and according to the fashion of the time, was built of brick. The king's horses and carriages were kept at a neighboring farm. It was at Versailles, on the 11th of November, 1630, that the memorable day known in French history as the Day of Dupes took place, on which, after a long struggle between Cardinal Richelieu and the Queen Mother, Louis Roman 13 took part with his powerful minister. The Red Eminence, as the much-feared cardinal was called, gave his name to one of the most ancient streets in Versailles, the Rue du Plessis. After the death of Louis Roman 13, Versailles and the little castle of brick were abandoned by the court, and it was not until some 20 years afterwards that the Versailles of modern times was to arise. Strictly speaking, Versailles may be said to date from the reign of Louis Roman 13, but it owed its first importance to Louis Roman 14. This king, says an historian, began by building a palace for himself. He then built a town for his palace. To mark the distinction between the king and his subjects, the great monarch, while employing stone for his own royal residences, ordered that the houses of Versailles should be constructed exclusively of brick, or, if by exception stone were used, that the walls should be painted red, with dividing lines of white, so as to give them the appearance of bricks and mortar. The roof of each house was to be of slate, and the uniformity of the architecture, relieved by the verdure of the old trees, gave to the town a character and beauty of its own. Land was ceded to the principal members of the court that they might build houses for themselves, and the new town grew up, as if by enchantment, on a general plan designed or approved by the king himself. To study the history of Versailles, one should turn to the pages of Saint Simon, who, in vigorous terms, condemns the reckless extravagance with which Louis Roman 14 wasted on a pleasure residence money urgently wanted for the maintenance of his troops. When all had been finished, says the Duke, it appeared that water was everywhere wanting, and this in spite of the millions which had been spent in establishing seas of reservoirs on mud and moving sand. Who would have thought it? This lack of water proved the ruin of the king's infantry. Madame de Maintenon was in power. The minister, de Louvois, was on the best terms with her, and we were at peace. It occurred to him under these circumstances to turn the course of the river Jura between Chartres and Maintenon, and to conduct it to Versailles. Who can say what gold and what suffering this experiment cost us? It was forbidden under the severest penalties to speak. Among the troops employed to turn the stream, about the sickness, the deaths caused by the exhalations from the ancient bed of the river. How many took years to recover from the contagion? How many never regained health at all? The officers, colonels, brigadiers, and others employed were not allowed, whoever they might be, to absent themselves for a quarter of an hour, nor to rest for a quarter of an hour at their work. At length the king, tired of glitter and of the crowd, persuaded himself that he wanted occasional solitude. He accordingly set out for the environs. People pressed him to stay at Luchan. He replied that this happy situation would ruin him, and that, as he wished for absolute rest, he must seek a situation which would permit him to do nothing. He found behind Luchan a deep and narrow valley, with steep sides, inaccessible by its marshes, commanding no view, shut in by hills, and with a wretched village built on its sides. It was called Marly. This enclosure had its advantages. Its narrowness kept a resident within bounds. It was an enormous task to dry up the sewers into which the surrounding parts poured their refuse, but at length the hermitage was prepared. Yet the king only slept there for 3 nights, from Wednesday to Saturday, 2 or 3 times a year, with a dozen courtiers at the most. By degrees the hermitage was enlarged. The hills were leveled to afford space for building sites, and a large portion of the one at the extremity carried away to produce at least the glimpse of a landscape view. Finally, what with buildings, gardens, lakes, aqueducts, parks, forests, statues, etc., Marly became what one sees it today, despoiled as it has been since the death of the king. Its vast woods and obscure avenues suddenly changed into immense stretches of water on whose surface people glided about in gondolas. I am speaking of what I have seen, within 6 weeks. Basins changed 100 times, cascades of ever-varying form. It is little to say that Versailles has not cost so much as Marly, and if one adds the expense of continual journeys, particularly towards the end of the king's life, Marly cost billions. Such was the fortune of a repository of snakes and carrion, spiders and frogs, only chosen because the expense would be nothing. Such was the bad taste of the king in everything, and his keen passion for forcing nature, which neither the most pressing war nor his devotion could blunt. The establishment of the court at Versailles was another instance of the king's policy. We all know how he derided, humiliated, confounded the very first grandees, gave preeminence to ministers, whom he promoted to equal authority and power with princes of the blood, and to an importance exceeding that of the foremost noblemen in the land. It is necessary to show the progress in every direction of such policy on the part of the king. Several causes contributed to draw the court out of Paris, and to keep it incessantly in the country. The troubles of the minority, of which this city was the great theater, had inspired the king with an aversion for it, and people had persuaded him that his stay there was dangerous, and that the residence of the court elsewhere would render cabals at Paris less easy through sheer distance, and more difficult to hide through the ease with which absences could be remarked. The number of his mistresses, and the danger of creating great scandals in the heart of a capital so populous and full of such turbulent spirits, now induced the king to remove farther away. At Paris, he found himself importuned by the crowd every time he went out, came in, or showed himself in the streets. A passion for exercise and the chase, much more easy to gratify in the country than at Paris, remote as it was from forests and sterile in places of promenade, and the love of buildings which came next and constantly grew, forbade to him the amusements of a town where he could not avoid being continually on view. The idea, moreover, of rendering himself more venerable by abstracting himself from the eyes of the multitude and from daily appearance in public, was one of the considerations which decided the king to fix upon Saint-Germain, soon after the death of the queen, his mother. It was there that he began to attract the world by his fêtes and his gallantries, and to make people feel that he wished to be often seen, the flirtation with Mme. De Vallière, which was at first a mystery, resulted in frequent walks to Versailles, little cardboard castle at that time, built by Louis Roman XIII. Himself disgusted, and his suite still more so, at having had to sleep in a violin frequented by wagoners, or in a windmill after long, fatiguing hunts in the forest of St. Leger, or even beyond that, and reserved for his son at a period far distant, when roadways, the fleetness of trained dogs, and the skill of a large staff of keepers and huntsmen had rendered the chase easy and short. This monarch never slept at Versailles, or at least, very rarely, passing a night there only from necessity. The king, his son, in order to be more in private with his mistress, was there more often. Then its unknown pleasures, its little parties, caused the immense edifices to spring up which have been built there, with their accommodation for a numerous court, so different from the residences at Saint-Germain. Finally, he transported his entire household to it, previously to the death of the queen, and built an infinitude of abodes there, in compliance with the petitions made to him on the subject. Whereas at Saint-Germain, almost everyone was put to the inconvenience of staying in the town, those few who were lodged at the castle being terribly cramped for room there. Frequent fêtes, select promenades at Versailles, and journeys were the means seized upon by the king for distinguishing or mortifying, according to the part he assigned to those participating in such ceremonies, though he took care that everyone without the slightest difference should be assiduous and attentive to please him. Marly was afterwards much used by him as well as Trianon, where absolutely everyone could come and pay court to him, but where ladies alone had the honor to eat at his table. The wax candle, which every evening he caused to be held by some courtier whom he wished to distinguish, and the brevet doublet were two more of his inventions. This garment was lined with red and embroidered with a magnificent and unique design in gold with a little silver. Only a limited number could wear it, including the king, his family, and the princes of the blood, and the latter, like the rest of the courtiers, could only obtain possession of such doublets as they were vacated by their previous holders. The most distinguished members of the court, either directly or by favor, demanded them of the king, and it was a great honor to receive one. Not only, says Saint Simon, was the king sensible of the continual presence of whatever was distinguished, he was likewise so of the inferior classes. He turned his gaze to right and left on rising and going to rest, at his meals, on passing through chambers in the gardens of Versailles, or where courtiers alone were privileged to follow him. He saw and noticed everybody. No one escaped him, not even those who would never have hoped to attract his eye. He carefully observed the absence of those belonging to the court, and of the visitors who came more or less frequently, noted the general or particular causes of such absence, and, recording these in his memory, never missed the slightest opportunity of acting in consequence of them. It was a demerit in some, and in all whom he had favored, not to make the court their ordinary residence, in others a demerit to visit it rarely, and it was a sure disgrace never to visit it at all. When it became a question of doing something for such persons, he would say of this last class in a lofty tone, "I do not know them," and of a rare visitor, "He is a man I never see." These words were irrevocable. It was another crime not to go to Fontainebleau, which he regarded like Versailles. He could not endure people who were fond of Paris. He could easily put up with those who loved the country places to which they belonged, though they had to take care to moderate their expressions of this local affection, and, moreover, before going to stay in the country, to make a longer sojourn at the court. This was not confined to office-bearers or favorites, nor to those whom their age or their capacity marked out from others. Anyone frequenting the court was liable to be called to account for his destination. To such a point did the thing go that during a journey I made to Rouen about a lawsuit, the king caused a letter to be written to me, young as I was, by Pontchartrain, to demand the reason. Of the magnificence of Versailles under Louis Roman XIV, many records remain. A vivid description of one of the most gorgeous fêtes ever held is contained in a letter which was addressed at the time by an eyewitness to the Marquis de la Fuente. Nothing grander than this fête could have been devised even by Louis Roman XIV, who offered it to his courtiers and subjects in 1668. The day appointed was the 18th of this month, says the correspondent, who in July of the year named was writing to the Marquis by orders of the Queen, and it is impossible to conceive the vast concourse which flocked to the place. The whole aristocratic world, Parisian and provincial, together with many persons who had crossed the sea in the suite of the Duke of Monmouth, had assembled there. Never was a gathering so numerous, so select, so sumptuously adorned. The king, wishing that on this occasion all the expense might be his, and that others might have nothing but pleasure, had severely forbidden anything in the nature of tinsel or ornamentation. But what can laws do against fashion? Of the numerous ladies present, there were only 300 who were to have the honor of eating at the royal tables. On their arrival, they found all the apartments of the chateau open to them, perfumed and ready for their reception. In order not to cause them constraint, the royal family had retired into one of the further pavilions. Leisure was allowed these guests for refreshment, after which, towards evening, when the sweetness of the air invited people out of doors, they followed the queen into the garden, where carriages were in waiting to convey them towards one of the woods which lie to the right as you enter, and which has about it something more solitary and more mysterious than the others. The beauty of the evening and of the place compelled them to alight. They had reached a kind of labyrinth intersected by several avenues, many of which compose a circumference round 5 others, these latter starting out in different directions from one common center and forming a very agreeable star. 1,000 dwarf trees, laden with excellent fruits, fringed these avenues, which were embellished in the 5 angles with so many niches full of flowers, haunted by some rustic deity or other. In the middle of the star played a fountain whose basin was surrounded by 5 tables without cloths or covers, and which were made so ingeniously to imitate the natural that, however splendid the collation might be, it appeared to have been created on the spot rather than served. The first table was bounded, at that end of it which rested against the basin, by a mossy bank covered with truffles and mushrooms, 6 different entrées garnishing the table, of which the remainder, like a fertile valley, was strewn with salads and green stuff. The second table had at one end of it, as though in perspective, an architectural fabric of pastry, the rest of the table being furnished with pies and other produce from the oven. The third was terminated by pyramids of dried preserves, the rest of the table looking like a flower bed through a skillful arrangement of almond cakes and stewed fruits. The fourth seemed to spring out of a rock where nature had commenced to form divers crystals, the remainder of the table being laden with crystal vases full of all sorts of iced waters. The fifth was bordered by a heap of caramels similar to that shapeless mass of amber, which the sea sometimes throws up on shore, and the table was covered with porcelain vessels full of cream. All this was due more to the magic of fairies than to human industry. As a matter of fact, no one could be seen in the place when the company entered. And even during the repast, you only got half a glimpse of the hands which through the foliage presented, on handsome salvers, beverages to all who wished to drink. For some time, the feast was simply contemplated with wonder. But at length, temptation overcame scruple, and the assembly set themselves to eat all these things as though they had never believed them enchanted. The repast at an end, the company promptly re-entered their carriages, which, after a few turns here and there, stopped at an edifice of rustic appearance, which, rising nearly to the height of the trees, and having for external decoration nothing but what had come from the forests or gardens, effaced the pomp of the palace and gave brilliancy to things simple and rustic. At the time of the Druids, one would have taken this structure for the palace where they delivered their judgments, or for the temple of the gods presiding over the forests. You could see, on entering, that it was a temple designed for spectacles. Contained within it was a theater, superb no less by its dimensions than by its ornaments. 2 twisted columns dazzling with gold and azure, between which marble statues were ranged, supported on each side a very rich ceiling, greatly elevated to facilitate the working of the machines. Who would have thought, sir, that a work which displayed so much order, industry, and invention could have been completed in 15 days for the purpose of lasting only 24 hours? Who would have imagined that so much expense and profusion had no other object than the glory of a day and the representation of a comedy? To a vast audience, the troupe of Molière played one in his style, new and comic, and agreeably varied with ballet music. Darkness had now crept upon us, but although night arrests the operations of nature, she is no enemy to pleasure, and on this occasion spoiled nothing by her arrival. People almost wished she had come sooner. The shadows were blessed, partly for the freshness of the air which they brought, partly for the obscurity which enhanced the brilliancy of the jewels, partly because they announced the hour of supper, to which hunger had already looked forward. Everyone began to think seriously of this meal, though no one fancied that Her Majesty was preoccupied with it, when she invited the company to go to the other side of the garden and visit a kind of enchanted palace, so rare and so singular that writers of fiction have imagined nothing like it. An elaborate description of this structure follows, and then the supper is described. To avoid confusion, the invited guests were divided up into 9 bands, and the respective tables at which they sat were each presided over by some lady of rank. The first was graced by the presence of the queen. To this table only the princesses of the blood were admitted. Other tables were beneath the charge of the Countess de Soissons, the Princess of Baden, the Duchess de Crequy, and a number of other distinguished ladies. Besides this accommodation, which was only for invited lady guests, there were, continues the correspondent, a great number of tables laid in the different avenues where anyone who wished could eat, and in the grotto which, as you know, is the most charming spot at Versailles, 3 tables of 30 covers each had been laid for the ambassadors. It was noticed that you, sir, were absent, and your absence was to be regretted in view both of the king's glory and of your own satisfaction. Friend of magnificence as you are, you would have been more affected by the scene than another. But do not regard your absence from the scene as one of your misfortunes. If you knew who it was that wished you present, you would have been amply consoled for the pleasure you lost, and the honor of being remembered by their majesties should more than recompense you for all the fairts in the world. Good cheer does not usually inspire melancholy thoughts. Gaiety shone upon all faces, and still more of it was concealed in each heart. The evening was cool, and the company were longing for a dance. In this disposition, the king directed the company to a superb saloon where everything was ordered so regularly, where the ornaments were so natural and so gorgeous, and the place so vast and new, that it was easy to see that this must be the work of the architect of the Louvre of a man, that is to say, accustomed to great designs and to the most noble ideas. After a description of the magnificent saloon in question, the correspondent adds, I will not speak of the pomp of the ball, or the grace of the majesties, nor of the beauty and personal ornament of those who danced. I will leave you to imagine the scene. You know, sir, that it is useless for pleasures to be natural unless art is employed to conduct them. Then instinct must not always be their rule. They would destroy themselves if one gave them full liberty in a word. Their votaries exhaust them far too rapidly. They should be quitted with regret and not with satiety. The king was aware of this when he closed the ball sooner than the assembly would have wished. People rose with his majesty, and no one now thought of anything but departure and repose. But scarcely had the company emerged from the thick of the wood and arrived at the first flower bed, where a moment before we had seen nothing but fountains and flowers, when our eyes were startled with the strangest and most prodigious illumination that could possibly be conceived. The order of nature seemed confounded. Darkness seemed to have fallen from the heavens and daylight to have sprung out of the earth. A lurid, dazzling light illuminated the whole of the surrounding country, though there was not a trace of smoke in the air, and not a sound of flickering flames or of crackling sparks disturbed the silence of the night. Along the principal avenue of the garden motionless giants could be seen glowing internally with fire. At all the windows of the chateau, great luminous phantoms appeared which, without consuming themselves, seemed penetrated with a fire more lively and more ardent than is the element of fire itself. This terrible and surprising spectacle troubled and fascinated the sightseers. There are horrors which please, and the soul athirst for novelty feeds on what astonishes it. Whilst people were eagerly reveling in these visions, they were suddenly aroused by claps of thunder, often redoubled, accompanied by an infinitude of lightning flashes and fires which, darting towards the heavens like rockets or hovering in the air like stars, burst to pieces or fell into some lake where they rekindled themselves instead of being extinguished, or, finally, creeping along the ground like serpents, augmented the horrors of darkness by dissipating it, and seemed to threaten the universe with its last conflagration. Nevertheless, we soon recognized the ingenious imposture of these phantoms of light which had dazzled us, of this artificial thunder by which we had been so astonished. All present continued to enjoy the spectacle, until the peep of dawn seemed to give the signal for the assembly to retreat. Such, sir, was the display that happily crowned the gallant and magnificent fête with which His Majesty regaled his subjects, in order that they might have a taste of the peace which he had just established for them, and in order that they might see that he limited his ambition thenceforth to ensuring repose and spreading joy throughout the length and breadth of the land. The splendor of Versailles came to an end with the great monarch, the Roi Soleil, as he was also called. The regent cared only for Paris, and neither lived at Versailles himself nor allowed the heir to the throne to live there. Occasionally he visited the place, and Peter the Great, on visiting Paris, was put up for a time at Trianon in the Versailles Park. The Tsar of Muscovy arrived in Paris from Holland. He had not yet been recognized by Europe as Emperor of Russia on the 8th of May, 1717, and remained partly in the capital, partly at Versailles, for upwards of 6 weeks. Saint Simon describes him as tall, well-made, rather thin, his face somewhat round, with a broad forehead, fine eyebrows, short nose, thick lips, reddish-brown complexion, and fine black eyes, large, bright, piercing, open. His look was majestic and graceful when he was on his guard, but at other times severe and fierce, with a nervous twitching which did not often show itself, but at times quite changed the expression of his eyes and his physiognomy. For a moment his look was wild and terrible, but he at once recovered his habitual expression. His general air gave evidence of wit, reflection, greatness of mind, all marked by grace. He wore a round brown wig almost without powder. He was generally dressed in a brown suit with gold buttons, and with stockings of the same color, without gloves or cuffs. When this prince visited Saint Cyr, he was received like the king. He wished to see Madame de Maintenon, who, suspecting that his chief desire was to see how old she looked, determined to receive him in bed. Her conjecture proved correct. On entering the room, the Tsar drew aside the window curtains, and then the curtains of the bed, which Madame de Maintenon had closed, with the exception of one which remained half-drawn, looked at her attentively without saying a word or going through any form of civility, and then went away just as he had come. Peter, at Versailles, Marly, and Saint Cyr, as in Paris itself, visited everything which piqued his curiosity and enabled him to satisfy his passion for information. This passion, says Saint Simon, made him adopt all possible means for getting away from the importunate crowd which constantly surrounded him, and he frequently escaped the vigilance of the noblemen whom the king had attached to his person to accompany him wherever he went. The first carriage he found at Handeni hackney carriage was quite good enough for him. He got into it with no matter what member of his suite, and drove wherever he wanted to go. The king paid the first visit to his royal guest, who went down to receive him as he got out of his carriage, and then accompanied the young monarch, keeping on his left until they reached the apartment, when the two princes sat down side by side and quite on an equality. The Tsar, however, insisted on giving the place of honor to the king. The same ceremonial was followed in the visit which Peter afterwards returned. On this occasion the Tsar, after taking the young king beneath the arms, raised him to his own height, kissed him several times, flattered him, and caressed him in the most tender and affectionate way. Those present were much surprised at the way the young prince received these attentions, without being in the least disconcerted, and without showing any emotion. The regent, having taken the Tsar to his grand box, and Peter in the middle of the piece, having asked for some beer, the Duke of Orleans, standing up, presented to him a glass on a saucer. The Russian prince received it with a graceful gesture, drinking the contents and putting back the glass on the saucer, which the Duke of Orleans, always standing, held in his hand, afterwards offering the Tsar a napkin in the same manner. Louis Roman XV lived for a time at Versailles, and it was there that his parcoque serfs with the young girls dressed in virginal blue, whom, with strange inappropriateness and shocking irreverence, he had dedicated to Our Lady, was established. But he formed an aversion for the place after the attack made upon him by Damiens, who struck at him and slightly wounded him with a penknife in the marble court just as he was getting into his carriage. The royal suburb which Louis Roman XIV had created, which the Paris-loving regent disdained, and which Louis Roman XV feared as associated with an attempt on his life, was destined to become the favorite residence of the homely, kind-hearted Louis Roman XVI, and Marie Antoinette, his charming wife, and Versailles has since been as closely associated with revolutions and with the disasters of France as formerly with the splendor and luxury of the monarchy at its supreme point of development. Versailles was the scene of the strange intrigues known collectively as the affair of the necklace, and it was at Versailles that the king and queen were openly threatened by the revolutionary mob. Illustration: The Gallery of Battles, Versailles. From a photograph by X. Paris. The affair of the diamond necklace was turned to the disadvantage and grave injury of the queen by all her enemies, though it is certain that Marie Antoinette had nothing whatever to do with the matter. A certain Countess de la Motte Valois was the prime mover in the affair, and she acted throughout with an ingenuity which surprised the good faith of many. Born in a comparatively humble position, she became the wife of a dissipated and ruined count. When, determined to turn her newly acquired position to account, she went to Paris, where she succeeded in getting presented to Marie Antoinette and also to Cardinal de Rohan, the king's grand almoner. She persuaded the cardinal that to secure the eternal gratitude of the queen, it was only necessary to obtain for her a necklace worth 1.5 million francs, which was in the possession of the court jewelers. De Rohan, moreover, was assured that the queen entertained for him the most tender affection, and, in order to carry conviction to the cardinal's mind, a Emile d'Olivia, who much resembled Marie Antoinette, was induced to personate her at a midnight interview with His Eminence in the gardens of Versailles. Armed with the real signature of Cardinal de Rohan and a forged signature of the Queen, the Countess got possession of the necklace February 2, 1786, which she forthwith carried to London and there sold it in fragments. Meanwhile, she pretended that she had delivered the necklace to Marie Antoinette, and she succeeded in concealing her robbery for several months by producing fictitious notes in handwriting imitated from that of Marie Antoinette. At last, a direct application was made by the jewelers to the Queen herself, which resulted in a public trial before the Parliament of Paris. The affair caused the greatest excitement throughout France. There was no evidence which really told against the Queen, and all that could be urged against the cardinal was that his folly and fatuity had enabled the Countess de la Motte to make him an easy dupe. De Rohan, then, was acquitted, while the Countess was sentenced to be whipped, branded on the shoulder, and imprisoned for life. After 2 years' confinement at the Salpêtrière, she escaped in June 1787 and fled to London, where she published scandalous libels against the Queen. In spite of her innocence, Marie Antoinette was suspected by the common people of having played the part attributed to her by the infamous La Motte. And even when, 5 years later, she was being carried to the guillotine, sarcasms in reference to the affair of the necklace were hurled at the unfortunate woman by the mob. That a queen should, in her wanton extravagance, have ordered a necklace worth some £60,000, and afterwards have neglected to pay for it, and thrown the odium of the transaction upon other persons, seemed natural enough to the embittered populace driven wild by oppression and hunger. And the feeling caused by the Countess de la Motte's shameful calumnies against Marie Antoinette, the revolution having meanwhile begun, had doubtless much to do with the menacing attitude of the crowd, who soon afterwards threatened both king and queen in their palace at Versailles. The people of Paris entertained the gravest distrust of the king and queen. As the crisis was drawing near, the queen entreated her husband to leave Versailles for Compiègne or Fontainebleau. She counted, above all things, on the Marquis de Bouillé, who commanded the troops on the eastern frontier, with headquarters at Metz. The Comte d'Estaing, commanding the National Guards at Versailles, was ready not only to aid the escape of the royal family, but, if necessary, to protect their flight. And the municipality of Versailles had empowered him to act freely against any movement made from Paris upon Versailles. It was essential to secure the cooperation of the king's bodyguard and of the Versailles garrison, and with this view, the king, queen, and royal family assisted at a grand banquet given on the 1st of October by the king's bodyguard to the regiment of Flanders in the theatre of the palace. The population of Paris saw in these marks of goodwill towards the troops proofs of treachery. The excitement led to insurrection, and Versailles was invaded by the Parisian mob. On the 15th of October, at 6 in the morning, the tocsin was sounded in Paris. The National Guards quickly assembled, and a market woman collected other market women around her by beating a big drum. The women were animated less by political ideas than by a determination, by all possible means, to save their children from starvation. They had been told that there would be bread enough in Paris if the king and queen were there. Several volunteers belonging to the band which had played a leading part in taking the Bastille placed themselves at the head of the infuriated women and of the rabble who accompanied them. In the rear marched the conquerors of the Bastille in a body, not, it was said, to cooperate with the women, but, if necessary, to protect them. The municipality of Paris ordered General Lafayette to take measures in view of the threatened conflict, and calling out the force distinctively known as the paid battalion. The former Gardes Françaises he, at the same time, concentrated various volunteer battalions at different points. He delayed, however, ordering an advance until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He wished, as Mr. Morse Stevens puts it, to be the savior of the king, and it would not be sufficiently glorious to forestall the danger. The news that a mob was marching on Versailles reached the king while he was hunting. Receiving the intelligence with his usual indifference, he nevertheless went back to the palace, where he found the bodyguard, 600 strong, and the regiment of Flanders drawn up in order of battle. About 200 of the National Guards at Versailles had taken up their position at some distance from the troops, but with no intention of assisting them. The women of Paris arrived between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Some went at once to the palace and demanded food, which was readily given to them. Versailles had been made the meeting place of the National Assembly, and the first French Parliament, not, of course, to be confounded with the Judicial Parliament of Paris, was engaged in a debate when Maillard, representing the conquerors of the Bastille, entered the hall and demanded, on behalf of the women, that the price of bread should be lowered by a formal decree. The Assembly appointed a deputation of its own members to accompany a deputation of the women to the king. The deputations were most graciously received, but this only increased the difficulty, and on returning to their sisters, the women who had waited upon the king were furiously attacked for having condescended to such a step. Towards evening, the royal traveling carriages were seen issuing from the stables, and the cry at once arose that the king must not be allowed to escape. Several of the Versailles National Guards rushed forward and insisted on the carriages being driven back. An hour afterwards, the bodyguard, which was to have accompanied the king in his flight, retired to their barracks. As they did so, they were fired upon by the National Guards of Versailles, and one of their horses was killed. It was immediately roasted and eaten by the Parisian mob. At last, towards 11 o'clock, Lafayette arrived with the greater part of the National Guards of Paris, the paid battalion, and several guns. He at once sought an interview with the king, and after assuring him of his power and willingness to protect him, called upon him to accept the Declaration of the Rights of Man. The king complied, and Lafayette, thinking or pretending to think that peace had been secured at least for the night, retired to his hotel. About 5 o'clock the next morning, a portion of the mob, after supping on horseflesh and washing down the unaccustomed food with plentiful libations, had got into the gardens of the palace, and, finding a back door unguarded, forced their way towards the queen's apartments, killing, as they did so, 2 of the bodyguards who defended the antechamber and staircase. 2 other bodyguards, however, defended her bedchamber until she had time to escape by a private staircase to the king's own room. The noise of the fighting brought up the paid battalion of the Paris National Guard, who in a few minutes cleared the palace of its invaders, and at about 7 o'clock Lafayette came upon the scene. He persuaded the king, queen, and royal family to appear on the balcony, where they were greeted with shouts, "Le Roi à Paris." And after a brief parley with the king, the popular general announced that the king had accepted unconditionally the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and that he would start that afternoon for the capital. Maillard, says Mr. Morse Stevens, with a body of followers, including men carrying the heads of slaughtered bodyguards, started off at once to take the good news to Paris, where he was warmly received by the municipality. At a little past 1, the royal carriages left Versailles, and late in the evening, escorted by Lafayette on his white horse, the Parisian National Guards and the mob reached the capital. The royal family first went to the Hôtel de Ville, where they had to listen to an harangue from Bailly, and then went to the Tuileries, which had been so long unoccupied that there were not even sufficient beds to sleep in. Thus ended the memorable days of October 5 and 6, 1789, to the great glory of General Morpheus, as the Royalists called him, and to the real destruction of monarchical power in France. The Assembly had originally taken up its quarters at Versailles in order to be free from all pressure on the part of the Paris population. It now debated under the eyes of the Parisians, who were able to influence its deliberations in more ways than one. The hall set apart for it at Versailles had presented some material inconveniences. It was so large that the speeches of members were sometimes inaudible, and another disadvantage, which surely might have been prevented, is said to have been that the immense size of the hall allowed strangers to enter, interrupt the debates, and occasionally even vote. It was only by express order of the king, after he had taken up his residence at the Tuileries, that the National Assembly forsook Versailles for Paris, and it now established itself in the Mange, or Riding School, an oblong building some 240 feet in length by 60 feet in width, situated on the north side of the Tuileries Gardens, just where the Rue de Rivoli now joins the Rue Castiglione. When the necessary alterations had been completed, it was found that the new building was much better adapted for the debates than the immense hall at Versailles. Even at the Mange, there was plenty of room, and the Assembly having magnanimously invited the whole nation to be present at the debates, the galleries were crowded all day by the people of Paris, and especially by women of all classes, who took the keenest delight in the proceedings, applauding or hissing as they thought fit. Fruit sellers and newspaper girls wandered about with discordant cries, so that the galleries resembled in many respects the gallery of a theater. The French deputies were not to assemble again at Versailles until after the disasters of 1870 and 1871, when, as during the first months of the Revolution, it was thought desirable to avoid immediate contact with the too excitable Parisians. Chapter 47. Versailles and the Siege of Paris. The advance on Paris preparations for the siege general Trochu, Frank Steyerer's The Siege. Versailles, originally a pleasure abode for the most powerful of the French monarchs, had at last become a place of entertainment and of public displays for the French people when, in 1870, after the defeat of Sedan, it acquired new importance from its occupation by the enemies of France. After Sedan, the enemy hastened to Paris, well knowing that the occupation of this town, at once the head and the heart of France, would put an end to all resistance throughout the country. From the moment that intelligence was received of the German advance upon the capital, the new government gave a fresh impulse to the works of defense commenced under the Regency, and gigantic efforts were necessary to arm the fortifications at such short notice. To defend the whole of the works around Paris, 100,000 men were necessary. But Paris could muster 300,000 or 400,000 National Guards, animated by the most ardent patriotism, invincible behind their ramparts, and of which a select portion could face the enemy's fire with the intrepidity of old troops. It was they who went to guard the 94 bastions forming a continuous girdle round the city. Paris was in a bubbling ferment of patriotism. Everyone, young or old, rich or poor, hastened to have his name inscribed and to ask for a rifle. Agitation reigned everywhere, yet without producing the least disorder. Already, on the 19th of August, a committee of defense for the fortifications had been formed, composed of distinguished military officers and statesmen. And under the direction of this committee, between 60,000 and 70,000 men were employed to organize the resistance on the ramparts, where everything was deficient. All the gates of Paris were isolated from their approaches by the prolongation of the moat, drawbridges being now utilized. Beyond the moat, obstacles of all kinds were heaped up to arrest the assailants' branches of trees, broken glass, planks bristling with nails, and so forth. Useless and almost infantine precautions, considering the formidable means employed by the Germans to reduce Paris from a distance. Within the city boundary, all was movement, animation, fever. Gun carriages were passing to and fro freighted with enormous cannon. Other pieces of ordnance were lying in the interior of the bastions, awaiting their frames. On the parapets, guns already mounted were established in hollows dug out for the purpose. 2 million bags of earth were piled up, from behind which the defenders could fire in safety upon the foe. In the forts the same activity, the same preparations might be observed. 6 were occupied by the Marines. As the French fleet could play only a very insignificant part in this war, these men, with their guns of long range, were summoned from the seaports, and they were destined to render their country splendid services in the capital. With marvelous rapidity, they fitted their own forts with cannon and earthworks. At the beginning of the war, the artillery were terribly short of arms. By the regulations, each bastion should have been provided with 11 pieces. At that time, there were only 3 to reply to the Krupp guns of the foe. By way of reserve, Paris was habitually furnished with 2 parks of artillery, each consisting of 250 pieces. But not one piece remained, the whole supply having been sent eastward. The ammunition for the cannon was terribly limited, being only sufficient to afford the guns 10 shots apiece. The lack of artillerymen was even more lamentable. In some forts, the entire force consisted of a man in charge of the battery. Towards the middle of October, however, the numbers of the artillery were rapidly raised to 13,000 officers, under-officers, and soldiers, thanks to the patriotism of retired officers of the Marines and of the Guards Mobiles of the the Seine-et-Oise, the Drôme, the Rhône, the Loire Inférieure, and the Pas-de-Calais. By this time, too, 2,140 cannon had been mounted at the city boundaries, and the inadequate supply of powder had been increased sixfold. The director of all this prodigious activity was the indefatigable Minister of Public Works, M. Dorian, whose services, moreover, in ensuring the water supply were altogether invaluable. While such enormous progress was being made with the works of defense, the enemy was the reverse of idle. Its columns, meeting no obstacle on their way, were rapidly marching towards Paris. The news of their approach redoubled the activity of the Parisians. Everywhere in the capital, warehouses were improvised in which were heaped up wagon loads of hay and straw, sacks of corn, and provisions of all kinds. The church of Notre Dame des Champs was turned into a forage depot. In front of the École Militaire, a large supply of millstones was placed, in view of grinding the corn. The streets were constantly traversed by immense herds of oxen and flocks of sheep, which were about to be stalled and penned on the exterior boulevards, in the open spaces, and even in the avenues of the Luxembourg. Everyone laid in as large a stock of provisions as his resources would allow. Rice, vermicelli, macaroni, potatoes, hams, sugar, coffee vanished in a twinkling from the grocers' shops. Yet the purchasers knew better than to eat freely of their provisions. They could not tell how long the siege would last. Meanwhile, the Prussians advanced, the more rapidly from feeling confident that no force could bar their passage and from being familiarly acquainted with the country. High roads, country lanes, the veriest footpaths were known to them, for in their ranks, to quote the words of a French historian, was that crowd of Germans who had so long eaten the bread of France and who were now guiding the invaders. We had thought them our guests when they were simply our spies. On the 11th of September, the Prussians were reported to have arrived at La Ferté, on their way to Meaux, at Rebais, Coulommiers, Crécy, and even beneath the walls of Soissons. On the 12th, they entered Nogent-sur-Seine and Provins, where the railway stations were abandoned in all haste. On the 14th, the telegraph wires were cut between Melun and Mormont, and Prussian lancers, the so-called Uhlans, the name being borrowed from the lancers of Poland, showed themselves in the last-named town. On the 15th, a train fell into the hands of the Prussians as it arrived at Senlis, and on that same day, the station master at Joinville telegraphed to the Minister of the Interior, "Enemy to the number of about 10,000 marching upon Joinville. Our troops are concentrating on the forts. In an hour, the enemy will be here." Almost at the same time, the governor of Paris received the following dispatch from Vincennes: "The Uhlans are between Créteil and Neuilly-sur-Marne." At this last point, what seems to be the advanced guard of the column reported this morning, "are informing and summoning everyone." Paris now clearly understood that the enemy was marching upon it, and in proportion as the Prussians narrowed the circle of iron with which they were surrounding Paris, the inhabitants hurried from all sides to the capital, accompanied by carriages laden with furniture hastily got together, with such articles of value as they had had time to bring away. "It was a sad procession," says a writer who witnessed the scene. The unhappy fugitives were abandoning their peaceful homes to an enemy who would destroy them. In what condition will they find on their return the house and the little garden, the grass plot and the beds of flowers in which they took so much delight? As a matter of fact, the deserted houses were the very ones, and probably the only ones, that were plundered and devastated. Where a proprietor or his representative, even if it were only a servant, had been left, so that the foreign visitors could be accommodated and their needs attended to, things went on in a sufficiently regular manner. But where no responsible person had been left in charge, the soldiers, all of them young men of from 20 to 27 years of age, used, in their rough play, the legs of chairs as missiles, and fragments of furniture of all kinds as firewood. In some suburban towns, Villeneuve, St. George's, for instance, the houses occupied by successive detachments were before long a terrible scene of destruction: chairs, tables, and looking-glasses all smashed to pieces. In houses, on the other hand, where the owner or his substitute remained, no damage was done. In some cases, the work of demolition was due not to recklessness and wantonness alone, but also to anger, the German invaders feeling indignant, they said, at being regarded in the light of barbarians. Then, as if to prove that they were not savages, they behaved with a certain savagery. It was on the 17th of September that Villeneuve, St. George's, and Choisy-le-Roi were for the first time occupied, the object of the occupation being to get possession of the lines to Lyon and Orleans and dominate the course of the Seine so as to establish communications with Versailles, which was to be the headquarters of the invading army. The Prussians advanced without fear, knowing well that with the exception of a strong division commanded by General Vinoy, which had advanced from Mézières to Paris the day after the Battle of Sedan, there were no regular troops to oppose them. The line of investment was, in the first instance, very thin, and it is said that some observation on the subject was made to Moltke by a member of his staff. General Trochu could break through it, no doubt, Moltke replied, but he will not try. On the 18th of September, it was reported that the Germans were approaching the walls of the capital in 3 large bodies, and the public was informed, through the columns of the official journal, that it must not be surprised if no further telegraphic communications reached it from outside. The same evening, a number of dull, distant detonations were heard. The bridges of St. Cloud, Sevres, and Valancourt had been blown up. Paris was being gradually cut off from the rest of France, from the rest of the world. No more communications, no more dispatches, no more news of any kind. The only means of correspondence left to the great city was by way of the air. General Trochu, governor of Paris, had plenty of troops, or at least of armed men, under his command. The number of regulars, scarcely more than 13,000, which General Vinoy had brought from Mézières, was small indeed. But these, with National Guards, Guards Mobiles, and volunteers of various kinds, made up an entire force of 400,000, nearly twice the number of the besiegers. It may not be generally known, but it is nevertheless the fact, that just after the Battle of Sedan, when the Prussians were already advancing upon Paris, the command of the Paris forts was offered to General Ripley, who had distinguished himself during the American Civil War by his energetic defense of Charlestown. The general visited Paris, was perfectly satisfied with all the material preparations, but had no confidence in the National Guards, whose slovenly appearance, absence of discipline, and, above all, want of respect for their officers, impressed him very unfavorably. It must be remembered, however, that Paris had but few regular troops in its garrison. Only, in fact, the division which, the day after Sedan, General Vinoy had conducted from Mézières, in the immediate neighborhood of Sedan, to the capital. Plenty of brave men, moreover, had joined the army as volunteers at the beginning of the campaign, and Paris had furnished a large proportion of the Frankstyrers who rendered such questionable service to the national cause. What a villain, says a writer on this subject, was the Frank-tirer in the eyes of the Prussians, who regarded him as a poacher of the worst kind, shooting men without a license, and what a hero in the eyes of his own countrymen, and above all, countrywomen, who saw in him the ideal of a patriot. Who are these Frank-styrers? A Frenchman was one day asked by the present writer, at that period one of the war correspondents of the Times. Young men of good education who wish to defend their country, he replied. Who are the Frank-styrers? The same correspondent inquired of a young French lady. Charming young men, and as brave as lions, she replied. I have the portrait of one of them in my brooch. Almost as much nonsense has been written about the Frank-styrers in the German papers as about the Uhlans in the French. They were not necessarily savages, nor assassins, nor anything of the kind. In the occupied provinces, they were simply insurgents, and they led everywhere the life of insurgents, belonged to the same class or classes of society from which insurgents usually come, and, like insurgents, were adored by their own people and shot as felons if they fell into the hands of the enemy. The few I came across were certainly not the kind of persons likely to commit the acts of violence and rapine with which the Frank-styrers were generally credited. The Frank-styrers I met were loungers from the Parisian boulevards, who had put on the semblance of a uniform and gone out to see whether they could be of any use in stopping the advance of the Prussians, and they would no more have committed an act of highway robbery than General Garibaldi would have picked a pocket. But side by side with the Frank-styrers of good education, the Frank-styrers, whose photographs were found worthy of being enclosed in lockets there, were Franc-stirers of a lower type. There were escaped prisoners, deserters, and fugitives, the last remnants of the great armies that had from time to time been cut in pieces, and the amalgam formed by these different elements was doubtless not a nice one. Even the gentlemanly Franc-tirer, if fallen into bad circumstances, might be a dangerous person to meet. He would be ashamed to show himself in the character of a robber, and from sheer self-respect might begin by killing his victim. The Prussians, however, could not, like the young ladies of France, distinguish between the noble-minded Franc-tirer and the Franc-tirer who was a mere cutthroat. What they required was that he should carry papers showing that he belonged to some regularly organized corps, that he should wear a uniform recognizable at gunshot distance, and that the distinctive marks of the uniform should be inseparable from the person. Let him comply with these conditions, and the Franc-tirer, if he fell into the hands of the enemy, instead of being shot or condemned to 10 years' imprisonment, was treated as a prisoner of war. It seems hard to insist that William Tell shall put on a uniform, recognizable at gunshot distance, and that the distinctive signs of the uniform worn by Masaniello shall be inseparable from the person. But if William Tell dresses like a civilian, he places his enemy at a notable disadvantage. And the same may be said of Masaniello, if Masaniello has nothing military about him but his cap, which he can get rid of at a moment's notice and replace by a wide-awake or a cotton nightcap. There were, I believe, some bodies of Franc-stirers regularly incorporated in the French army, and they, to the Prussians, were of course like any other French soldiers. Such were les partisans de jures, who had account books showing that they were in government service, whose officers carried commissions, and whose military character was admitted, though their only distinctive marks were a red sash worn over a black coat and a Calabrian hat. Neither, then, of the distinctive marks was inseparable from the person. It was evident, all the same, that the partisans of jures were men who had assumed the character of soldiers in good faith, with the intention of supporting it to the end. But the original, typical Franc-tirer carried no papers, wore no recognizable uniform, nor were the chiefs of bands responsible to any superior officer. As for the individual members of such bands, how were the Prussians to distinguish between them and men shooting at other men from unpolitical motives? And, apart from the customs of war, would not the common law, strictly administered, condemn them everywhere as brigands? Why, then, did not the Franc-stirers, for their own sake, form themselves into regular bodies and never show except in uniform? The reason was simple enough. They did not wish to be always soldiers. They desired now and then to retire into private life and to profit by the privileges of the civilian. As troops, moreover, in the service of the government they would have had to drill, to do regular military duty, to subject themselves, in short, to discipline, for which, as a rule, they had no taste. Otherwise, why, instead of becoming Franc-stirers, did they not join the Guard Mobile or the regular army, from which they could, in the most legitimate manner, have been detached for partisan warfare? In less than a fortnight after the Battle of Sedan, the King of Prussia, advancing towards Versailles, had established his headquarters at Ferrières. It was here on the 18th and 19th of September, 1870, in the chateau belonging to Baron Rothschild, that Jules Favre, Vice President of the Government of National Defense and Minister of Foreign Affairs, conferred with Count Bismarck, when the latter declared his readiness to sign an armistice on condition that 3 fortresses, Strasbourg, Pfalzburg, and Toul, were placed in the hands of the Germans. To the minister, who, borrowing a phrase from the Oath of the Templars, had declared that not 1 inch of our territory, not 1 stone of our fortresses should ever be ceded, these conditions were for the moment obviously unacceptable. On the 20th of September, the Germans took possession of Versailles, which was unable to offer the least resistance, and soon afterwards the town became the headquarters of the great General Staff, with General von Moltke at its head, also of the King of Prussia and Count Bismarck. Versailles now became the headquarters of correspondents from all parts of the world, and a grave question that of the maintenance of war vessels in the Black Sea having arisen between England and Russia. It was to Versailles that Mr. Odo Russell was sent, on the part of the English Foreign Office, to make representations to Count Bismarck, who had undertaken, in his own language, the part of honest broker between the powers at variance. An interesting account of the occupation of Versailles by the Germans was published 3 years after the conclusion of peace. It would be useful for the future historian, whose possible wants have been so much studied of late years, if the municipal authorities of other French towns, which during the War of 1870 fell into the power of the Germans, would put together and publish the official documents relating to the occupation, as the authors of this volume have done in regard to the occupation of Versailles. Strictly speaking, the authors of the work in question are the Prussians themselves. But the materials in the form of requisitions, summonses to appear, condemnations to pay, proclamations, menaces, and occasional remissions of punishment were collected by M. Rameau, mayor of Versailles, and by him entrusted for publication to M. de Lurat, who, considering the hatred he felt and was bound to feel for the conquerors and oppressors of his country, showed commendable moderation in his manner of presenting the papers. Invasion must always be intolerable to the invaded. No Brussels conferences or Geneva conventions, however much they may alleviate the miseries of the battlefields, can soften the hard lines of a foreign occupation in its general features. And M. de Lurat would not be more, he would be something less than human, were he able to take a perfectly just view of the conduct of the Prussians in France. The truth is that they behaved badly if we judge them by a high ideal standard. Admirably, if we judge them by the standard of what has been done by former invaders engaged in invasions on the same vast scale and of the same momentous character as that of 1870. The book in question is too full of matter for one to give an idea of its contents, either by means of notes or by a connected series of extracts. But some notion of its general character may be conveyed by the reproduction of a few stories from it. The king, to begin with the most important of all the personages assembled at Versailles, was in the habit of receiving anonymous letters from all parts of the occupied country, and it would appear that he was quite ready to answer them. Not, however, knowing the authors of the epistles, he was obliged to content himself with writing notes for replies on the margin of these curious documents. To one correspondent, who charges him on the strength of an accusation originally made by M. Jules Favre with having declared on entering France that he made war not on the French people, but on the Emperor Napoleon, he justly answers, "Gni jamais dit cela." To a correspondent who insults and curses him, and who signs himself un Francais qui n'y tient pas, he quietly remarks, "Il me semble." One writer addresses him, in allusion to the siege of Strasbourg, as Sire Bombardeur. Another, after exhausting all the terms of abuse he can think of in the French language, calls him, in plain English, old rascal. Mention must not be omitted of the part played, in connection with the invasion, by the moneylender attached to the Prussian forces. He was no miserable camp follower, bent on securing much plunder by small advances of ready money, nor private bill discounter prepared to oblige officers with loans on notes of hand. He was an officially recognized financial agent, representing a syndicate of foreign bankers, who, to enable the municipalities and the occupied towns to execute the requisitions and pay the contributions imposed on them, offered, with a generosity rare in time of war, to lend the necessary funds in return for promises to pay, secured on the local taxes. The arrival of Herr Betzold was announced in the Moniteur de Versailles, the official journal published by the Germans throughout the occupation, and a few days afterwards, his benevolent project for enabling destitute French municipalities to satisfy the most exorbitant Prussian demands was made known through the columns of the little sheet, which thus found itself transformed for a time into a financial newspaper. A second time attention was called to the advantages to be derived from the scheme, but neither the eloquent articles of the Moniteur de Versailles nor the friendly personal representations of Herr Betzold himself had any effect upon the municipality. The mayor refused to pledge the future resources of the town, or rather, refused to pledge them to the Prussians. A loan was found indispensable, but the bonds were offered to and taken by the inhabitants. The interest was fixed at 5%. Principal and interest both to be paid off within 3 months of signing the peace. While on the subject of contributions and the means taken to enable the conquered populations to pay them, I may point out what some professors of international law are perhaps unaware of, that the Prussians no longer recognize the right of maritime powers in time of war to seize merchant vessels belonging to the enemy. The contribution of 1,000,000 francs per occupied department, to which M. de Lerat devotes some pages, was ordered by way of reprisal, and as an indemnity for the losses inflicted upon German commerce by French men of war. The most serious charge brought by M. de Lerat against the Prussians is that at Bougival they attacked and wounded a certain number of the inhabitants, on the ground, and apparently under the distinct impression that they had been fired at with an air gun. An instrument which, as M. de Lerat assures us, is found only in scientific laboratories. The Prussians to whom the outrage in question is attributed were temporarily retreating in face of a sortie from Paris, and according to M. de Lerat, they simply deluded themselves into a belief that the inhabitants of Bougival had assumed towards them an attitude which, under the circumstances, inhabitants are likely enough to adopt. The fact that a formal trial was instituted, and that it resulted in 2 of the inhabitants being found guilty and shot, would seem to show that there must have been some sort of evidence against them, though M. de Lerat will have it that the Prussians were under a delusion on the subject. It is clear, however, from the facts, adduced as such by M. de Lerat himself, that the Prussians wished, not so much to act with severity as to be thought severe. The object, indeed, of most punishments in civilized warfare is not to punish offenders retributively and in a spirit of vengeance for what they have done, but to deter other possible offenders from imitating their example. No one imagines that there is anything morally wrong in a civilian's wishing to defend his country, but if troops do not molest the civil population, they consider that they have a right to require in return that civilians shall not molest them. One day, then, when a number of peasants taken in arms were brought to Versailles, the Prussians announced loudly their intention to shoot them. But M. de Lerat and his friends observed that, instead of being taken to the place of execution, the peasants were imprisoned. On leaving Versailles, the Prussian authorities gave up to the mayor a list of the persons thrown into jail during their occupation, and M. de Lerat republishes it, with the names of the prisoners, the offenses charged against them, and so on. The list certainly shows that many persons were incarcerated on trivial accusations, among others, a servant girl for having returned a box on the ears to an officer, someone else for having been found in possession of a diary containing insulting expressions addressed to the King of Prussia, a third for having recognized a Prussian spy, a fourth for having followed Count Bismarck. M. de Lerat would, perhaps, have preferred that this last victim of precautionary measures should have been allowed to pursue Count Bismarck, who, walking out alone, was sometimes completely mobbed, so that on one occasion he reproached his pursuers with their ignorance of the usages of war, adding that, if some impetuous young officer found himself surrounded in such a manner, he would probably make use of his sword. Thus, if Count Bismarck ended by objecting altogether to followers, he did not do so until they had become a serious nuisance. The arrest of a man who had recognized a Prussian spy is interesting as an example of an action perfectly innocent, and indeed, praiseworthy in itself, but which of necessity entailed upon its author a period of forced seclusion. A spy recognized, even by one individual, is a spy lost unless the individual who has recognized him be at once removed from public life. To a large extent, M. de Lerat's work, independently of the fact that it is well put together and contains a mass of valuable and interesting information, is impartial. Impartiality, exclaims Victor Hugo in his Napoleon le Petit. Strange virtue for an historian which Tacitus never possessed. Thereupon Victor Hugo proceeds to décorer his victim en style de Juvenal. M. de Lerat claims to have seen things and to state them precisely as they took place. But with the best intentions, such an attitude would be impossible for a citizen and official of Versailles writing the moment after the occupation had come to an end, with the wound constantly and inevitably inflicted on his patriotism still fresh. He has nothing extenuated, and he has set down much, if not in malice, at least in anger. But he has striven, though not always with success, to render justice to the Prussians, especially to the Crown Prince, Count Moltke, and even Prince Bismarck. Chapter 48. Versailles and the Commune. The Communists or Communards, the International, Bismarck, and the National Guard, the municipal elections, the insurrection Thiers Paris during the Commune concluding remarks. Illustration, Prince Bismarck. From a photograph by Locher and Petch. No sooner had peace been signed between France and Germany than a desperate conflict took place in the streets of the capital, which led to a 2 months war between the regular troops established at Versailles and a mass of federated battalions of the National Guard in Paris itself. The communards are known in England as the Communists, and, having after a time adopted certain theories on the subject of labor and the division of property as part of their program, they are generally looked upon as communists in the socialistic sense of the word. The Communard movement of 1871 was, above all, a revolutionary attempt to establish absolute municipal self-government in Paris. It recalled, then, from the first the Commune of the Great Revolution, when Pétion was mayor of Paris, with Robespierre and Danton among his councillors and officials. The Paris Commune of the First Revolution declared all other authorities suspended. It joined the extreme party known as the Mountain, from occupying the highest benches in the Assembly, organized the movement which resulted in the fall of the moderate, well-intentioned Girondists, and remained faithful to Robespierre throughout the Reign of Terror until the overthrow of the revolutionary tyrant. The very name of commune was then abolished, and in lieu of a central municipal power, Paris was divided into 12 distinct municipalities. Count Bismarck at Versailles had recommended the disarming of the National Guard. His well-meant advice was regarded with suspicion, though, as he had foreseen, the revolutionary spirit of the force in question soon asserted itself. Already on the 18th of March, the National Guard had resisted the action of some line regiments. The municipal elections of the 26th proved favorable to the projected communal government, and on the 29th, the Commune was formally proclaimed. The Red Republicans, leaders in every revolutionary movement, had, since the dethronement of Napoleon Roman III, and the proclamation of the Republic in September 1870, never ceased to attack what they considered the conservative character of the government of national defense. And in demanding measures of a more democratic kind, they aimed in particular at decentralization, municipal independence, and the introduction of a federated system made up of self-governing communes. These views were supported in good faith by politicians of the extreme Republican side, but they were adopted also and spread abroad with many pernicious additions by political agitators, revolutionists, and adventurers of the worst kind. The members of the Internationale, a society for the promotion of revolution everywhere, of which but little has lately been heard, did their best to fan the insurrectionary flame. And soon every form of discontent had its representatives, and every impossible chimera its supporters among the leaders of what was still called the Commune. The vagabondism which gave to the Commune so many adherents had been generated and developed during the siege, and there were numbers of men in Paris, composing the worst portion of the National Guard, who saw in the end of the war the end also of their living at government expense, and who looked forward with dismay to the return of regular work, the enforcement of creditors' claims, the collection of rents and taxes, and 100 other inconveniences which they had evaded during the war. On the triumphal entry of the German army into Paris, March 1, 1871, detachments of the National Guard had, by express stipulation, though contrary to Bismarck's advice, been allowed to remain under arms for the preservation of order in the streets, and a considerable quantity of cannon having been entrusted to their care, in order to prevent its falling into the hands of the Germans, who by the terms of the armistice had every right to it, they afterwards, when summoned to do so by General Aurel de Paladins, refused to give it up. It was on this occasion that the National Guard came into collision with the regular troops, who had been instructed to receive the artillery from them. Their determination not to part with the field pieces placed beneath their protection was at first attributed to an honorable patriotic feeling. But the National Guard lost no time in seeking ammunition for their artillery, and they took possession of several magazines. They were attacked by some bodies of regular troops, but succeeded in giving a good account of their opponents, some of whom were induced to join them. A central committee of the National Guard was now formed, and inflammatory proclamations were put forward demanding that the National Guard should have the right to elect its own officers, that the daily war pay of 1.5 francs should be secured to each National Guard until he could obtain work, and that General Aurel de Paladins should be displaced in order to make room for a commander of their own choosing. In regard to general politics, They demanded universal suffrage and the formal subjection of all military power to the civil authority of the Paris municipality. Paris Commune, that is to say. The chief of the new national government, M. Thiers, saw that the time for suppressing the movement in favor of the Commune had arrived. The National Guard had carried their artillery to the heights of Montmartre, and some 10,000 of the regular troops now took up positions of attack at the base of the hill. They then pressed upwards to the summit, overcame the guard placed outside the insurgents' camp, took the cannon, and made several hundred prisoners. Having once got possession of the cannon, the regular troops do not seem to have known what to do with their capture. News of the affair spread rapidly through the workmen's quarters of Montmartre and Belleville, and the alarm having been beaten, several battalions of National Guards mustered and marched to the hill on whose crest the cannon still remained. One of the regiments entrusted with the custody of the guns fraternized with the assailants, and the victory of the National Guards was thus made easy. The insurgents remained in possession of the guns, and the few troops who remained loyal to their colors were allowed to withdraw. Soon afterwards, on the same day, a small body of regular troops was cut off from the main column by a party of insurgents, and General Clement Thomas, former commander of the National Guard of Paris, was taken prisoner and shot. By midday on the 18th, the insurgents were in full possession of Montmartre, and towards evening, the government troops having been driven from the field, they penetrated into other quarters, and now for the first time established themselves in the Place Vendôme. Soon after dark, they occupied the Hôtel de Ville without encountering any resistance. By midnight they had made it their headquarters, the regular troops having meanwhile returned to Versailles. On the morning of the 19th, the Federated Guards held every point within their power, and the Central Committee were the rulers of the city. The government over which M. Thiers presided was already established at Versailles. Nothing could be stranger than the way in which the forts around Paris were now occupied. Those on the eastern and northeastern side were still in the hands of the Germans. The regular government held Mont Valérien, the most important of all the forts. The other forts had fallen into the power of the federated battalions of the National Guard, who now made preparations for defending the city against a second siege. Elections were at this juncture made to a municipal assembly. The Commune was declared to be the only true and legitimate government of the city, and a Journal officiel de la Commune de Paris was founded, in which a series of decrees was immediately published. The old revolutionary calendar was restored, March 29th being announced as the 8th of Germinal, year 79. Laws were issued requiring every able-bodied citizen, from 19 to 40, to serve in the National Guard. A partial remission of overdue rents was granted. 3 years' time was given for payment in full of overdue notes and bills, and the daily pay of the National Guards was raised to 2.5 francs. All articles, moreover, that had been pawned for a sum not exceeding 20 francs were to be returned to their owners. Pensions were to be paid to the widows and orphans of those falling in the insurrection, and all factories whose owners had left Paris were to become the property of the workmen employed in them. The Commune now proceeded to organization, and after many lively debates in the Assembly, an executive committee was formed, when the conduct of the communal government assumed a definite shape. Ministers were appointed, and one of the leading members of the Commune, he happened to be the best-dressed man amongst them, was named, at a time when Paris was cut off from all communication with the outer world, Director of External Affairs, Directeur des Affaires Extérieures. "See, monsieur," said Rochefort when he heard of the appointment, "a plus d'extérieur que d'affaires." Illustration, M. Thiers. From a photograph by Apert Paris. The general cry on the part of the communal leaders was now to march upon Versailles and crush the Assembly. The first encounter, however, with regular troops undeceived the National Guard as to the kind of reception they would encounter. They had expected fraternization, but met only with defeat. Their first repulse, however, had little effect but to encourage the communal government to renewed efforts. And on the day following the first check, nearly 90,000 men, divided into 3 columns, were sent towards Versailles. The center column, under Bergeret, an American, was to advance in the direction of Meudon, covered by the southern forts in possession of the Commune. The left, under Eudes, was to approach Versailles by way of Vaugirard, Montrouge, and Chatelain, while the right, under Duval, was to pass directly under the guns of Mont Valérien, which was believed to be evacuated, and advance upon Nanterre and Rouen. Neither column, however, had marched very far before it encountered disaster. Bergeret was met by a division of regulars at Meudon, and at once driven back. The left, under Eudes, was stopped by a corps of sailors and marines, and after a fierce encounter, compelled to retreat. The worst fate of all was reserved for Duval's column, which, on approaching Mont Valérien, was surprised at close quarters by a terrible discharge of artillery from the fort believed to be abandoned. The middle part of the column was annihilated, and the leading regiments, equally with the rear, took to flight. Duval himself was captured and shot. Bergeret's place in the army was now taken by a Pole, Ladislas Dombrowski, who was also made commandant of Paris. Another reign of terror seemed at hand. Requisitions were made upon public institutions of various kinds, including churches, and several rich men, accused of disloyalty to the Commune, had their property seized and confiscated. Numbers of communist prisoners taken in action had been shot, and it was now declared that in putting to death unarmed soldiers, the Versailles authorities had transgressed the rules of civilized warfare. The Archbishop of Paris, Monseigneur d'Arbe, with other ecclesiastics and civilians of eminence, were seized as hostages, and it was announced that for every communist prisoner put to death 3 hostages would be executed. Monseigneur d'Arbe was one of the first victims under this decree. Tragic, indeed, has been the fate of 3 archbishops of Paris in succession. Monseigneur Offray, who perished on the barricades in the days of June 1848, as he was seeking to pacify the insurgents, Monseigneur Cibber, assassinated by a fanatical priest, Monseigneur d'Arboy, shot in cold blood by the communists. M. Thiers, who had erected the forts of Paris partly against foreign invasion, partly, it was thought, against a possible insurrection in Paris itself, enjoyed within a few months the opportunity of testing their utility in both characters. As a protection against assault from the outside, they had proved ineffective, though they need not have done so had Paris been approached within a reasonable time by a relieving army strong enough to break through the lines of investment. Against the forces of the Commune, they were found very serviceable, and when the final advance was made from Versailles, the forts played an important part in covering the attack. The Versailles troops were under the command of Marshal MacMahon, who retained his popularity with the French by reason of his being, as a matter of fact, the only prominent French leader who had not signed a capitulation or in any way capitulated. Though, had he not been severely wounded on the morning of the Battle of Sedan, he would have had no choice but to surrender on the terms which his successor in command, General de Wimpfen, was compelled to accept. Nevertheless, while General de Wimpfen, Marshal Bazaine, and General Ulrich, Commandant of Strasbourg, were stigmatized, with all the commandants of the numerous fortified towns which surrendered under severe bombardment, as unworthy of the trust reposed in them, Marshal MacMahon, by the mere accident of his having been incapacitated at the beginning of the most critical battle of the whole war, was regarded as a hero without fear and without reproach. To return to Versailles, the regular troops occupied point after point, until at last they were prepared for a final advance. Rossel, an artillery officer of considerable talent, had now replaced Cluseret as delegate for war. Dombrowski retained the chief command, but the Commune was greatly in want of leaders, and numbers of battalions were without chiefs. On the 10th of May, M. Thiers' private house was demolished, and on May 16th the Vendôme column was overthrown. The insurgents, under the pressure of the Versailles troops, became almost as frantic as were the revolutionists of the Reign of Terror when they feared the invasion of all Europe. The most bitter hatred was expressed against the Versailles government by popular orators haranguing crowds in the streets and in the great Republican clubs. Bands of women, as during the Revolution of 1789, marched through the public thoroughfares, carrying arms and exciting the people against the assassins of Versailles. On the 14th of May, several forts were captured from the Communists, and on the 21st, everything seemed ready for a general attack. Proclamations were posted on the walls of Paris calling upon citizens to fight to the last, and officers rode through the streets inciting all they met to determined resistance. These appeals proved ineffective in the richer quarters of Paris, where the arrival of the Versailles troops was looked forward to with joy. But they met with the fullest response in the workmen's districts, where even women and children fought at the barricades. Begun on Sunday, May 21st, the operations of the Versailles army were continued on Monday and Tuesday. The troops had been divided into 5 columns, which were to form a cordon round the city, and attacking vigorously at certain points in the circumference, were gradually to concentrate so as to hem in the insurgents on all sides. The plan, in short, of the Battle of Sedan applied by Frenchmen to other Frenchmen. On Tuesday morning, May 23rd, the attack was begun. The Versailles troops were successful at all points, but one of the columns met with a desperate resistance on the plateau of Montmartre, which was not taken until after severe fighting. Close to Montmartre, the Place Pigalle, where Dombrowski had his headquarters, still held out. It was surrounded by a barricade, which was defended with the utmost energy for 2 hours until the communist leader fell mortally wounded. Then the resistance did not cease, but before night, the important stronghold was in possession of the Versailles troops. There was desperate fighting, too, in the Place Vendôme, which was at last taken by an overwhelming assault made at the same time from the Rue de la Paix on the one side and the Rue de Castiglione on the other. The Place de l'Opéra was also the scene of a sanguinary struggle. It was not until Wednesday morning that the Bourse was taken, and the only important points left unoccupied were now the Hôtel de Ville and the Château d'Eau. Meanwhile, the insurgents, gradually falling back, had in their powerlessness gratified their rage by the most barbarous means. Organized incendiarism had been resorted to, and fires now broke out in every part of Paris. Fires which might possibly have been caused by shells had been noticed on the Tuesday, and now, on Wednesday, the Tuileries was in flames. Soon the Palais Royal, a whole side of the Rue Royale, and then, in an easterly direction, the Hôtel de Ville were found to be burning. A panic spread through the city, among the Versailles troops as well as the people. It was repeated from mouth to mouth that the communists had sworn to burn all Paris by fire kindled with petroleum, and a series of arrests and executions was now begun, which soon amounted to the indiscriminate slaughter of all who chanced to fall under the slightest suspicion. It was only necessary, says an American writer, Dr. Edward L. Burlingame, that a man or woman should be pointed at as patroller or patrolus. They were shot down without inquiry or mercy. Houses were searched, and those hidden in them were brought into the streets and killed. Many entirely innocent shared the fate of the leaders, like Vermorel and Rigault, both of whom fell by these summary executions. A court-martial was established in the center of the city, but even for those brought before it, there was in most cases only a hurried form of trial. New fires were continually lighted, either by concealed incendiaries of whom many were taken with the implements for their work in their hands or by petroleum bombs from the barricades and the districts still in possession of the communists. During this week of conflagrations, there were consumed or partially burned, besides a great number of private houses, the Palais de Justice, the Prefecture of Police, the Palace of the Legion of Honor, the Porte Saint-Martin Theatre, the Grenier d'Abondance, several churches, many mercantile establishments, and minor public buildings. All this, besides the more formidable conflagrations at the Hôtel de Ville, the Tuileries, and the Louvre. During the whole of Wednesday, in spite of the distraction caused by the fires, the troops had steadily continued the maneuvers by which they were gradually closing about the last insurgent strongholds. Around the burning hotel, the communists contested every step of advance with desperate bravery. It was late on Wednesday night before the building, then in flames in 4 places, was at last abandoned. On the left bank of the Seine, the resistance was still more obstinate, and it was only on Thursday afternoon that the Versailles troops succeeded in driving the insurgents from their last strong position on the Butt-Sock scales after the bloodiest contest since their entry into the city. Still fighting, the communists fell back to the manufactory of the Gobelins, which they set on fire. Here was their last desperate defense on this side of the river. Prisoners in their hands were forced to man the barricades, and afterwards were shot down after freedom had been scoffingly promised them. After a violent struggle, the Versailles troops gained possession of the whole district, and with it of the last contested spot on the left bank. On the right bank, the troops were operating towards the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and especially the Place de la Bastille, which was taken on Friday, when the insurgents retired to the cemetery of Père Lachaise. The quarter of Belleville, inhabited almost exclusively by workmen, resisted with the greatest ferocity. And on Friday night it was still unconquered by the Versailles troops, who now formed a semicircle around it. On Saturday, May 27th, there were still barricades to take in the Faubourg du Temple, and the communists had yet to be dislodged from the cemetery of Père Lachaise. A fire, too, was kept up by a battery on the Buttes Chaumont. On the evening of Saturday, May 27th, General Vinoy took the cemetery by storm. The last defense of the communists was made at a barricade in the Faubourg du Temple, which, in spite of constant attacks, held out until Sunday at noon. At 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, the firing had ceased throughout the city, and a notice from Marshal MacMahon was posted on the walls announcing that the civil war was at an end. The dead were scattered through half the streets of Paris, the hospitals were crowded with the wounded on both sides, and nearly 20,000 prisoners were in the hands of the government. The great majority of the ordinary prisoners were set at liberty, but a considerable number were shot on the plain of Sattery, near Versailles. Many more were transported to penal colonies. Illustration, Marshal MacMahon. From a photograph by Apert Paris. Versailles now lost its military importance as headquarters for the army, but the assembly continued to sit there and did not until some time afterwards hold its deliberations within the walls of Paris. "In 5 or 10 years, as soon as you are strong enough," said Count Bismarck to General de Wimpfen during the negotiations which followed the battle and preceded the surrender of Sedan, "you will attack us again, and we must be prepared for you." This prediction, happily, has not been fulfilled. The words, "as soon as you are strong enough," are somewhat oracular in character, but as a matter of fact, France has remained at peace far longer than was thought probable either by her friends or by her enemies. The peace of 1815 lasted only 15 years, and it was first broken by the French themselves. The peace which followed the Franco-German War has already endured for 23 years. Paris seemed to have escaped from the murderous grip of its foe only to commit suicide. But the deeds of the Commune, however shocking, were not altogether without precedent in the history of France, and, were it now worthwhile to seek them, excuses might almost be found for the desperation of those days. The pyromania by which the fanatical incendiaries of the Commune may well be said to have been inspired had shown itself before in French history. So, too, had the panic by which the pyromania of 1871 was naturally followed. In the 16th century, on the 23rd of May, 1524, the town of Troyes was burnt down. Men in disguise had, it was said, excited children to kindle the flames. As soon as the news reached Paris, people lost their heads. Some terrible plot was supposed to have been formed, the object of which was to destroy the whole of Paris. Accordingly, just as happened 3 centuries and a half later under the Commune, the citizens came out to guard their own houses and began by stopping up the holes opening into their cellars. Under the Commune, it was said that slowly burning sulfur matches were thrown into all the cellars, and every woman who was seen carrying a basket or a milk can was called a patrolleuse. In 1524, it was forbidden by public proclamation to light the customary bonfires on the feast of St. John. And during the Commune, it was imprudent for several days to light a lucifer in the streets. During the reign of Louis Roman XIV, an English traveler remarked that no people were more industrious than the Parisians, nor gave less money, because he said they hastened to spend all they earned in food, drink, and clothes. The vanity of dress, the love of ornaments, and above all of decorations in the official sense of the word, has always tormented the Parisians. The passion for equality still shows itself in France by everyone wishing to wear a gold stripe on his trousers or a feather in his cap. No such brilliant display of fantastic uniforms was ever seen as during the Commune. The officers of Dombrowski's and Bergeret's staff, bumping on their horses as they pranced along the boulevards, did credit to the imagination of the costumers. And after the suppression of the Commune, one of the first orders issued by Marshal MacMahon dealt with this strange abuse-indulgence in unauthorized uniforms which were condemned collectively as fancy dresses, costumes de fantaisie. At the beginning of the First Revolution, the same phenomenon had been seen. The women were no less ridiculous than the men, as they preceded or followed the battalions in military jackets laden with the most grotesque ornaments. These viragos were the lineal descendants of the tricoteuses of the First Revolution and of Thérigny de Méricourt. The wife of a colonel walks about with a red cap on her head, writes the author of a book on the events of the Reign of Terror, entitled Un témoin de la Révolution. She carries pistols in her belt and boasts publicly of the number of persons she killed during the massacres of August and September. There was apparent novelty in the permission given by the commune to tenants not to pay their rent. But this eminently popular measure had been anticipated by the Council of Union in the days of the League. If there was nothing new in the excesses of the commune, neither is there in the accusations, often groundless, made against the luxury and immorality of the Parisians. Everything that has been said about the demoralization of France under the Second Empire had been said about the demoralization of France under Louis Philippe, not to speak of the 17th and 18th centuries, whose morals and manners are only too abundantly described in a whole series of memoirs. The industrial and commercial activity of this epoch, the stimulus it gave to all material appetites, brought about, says M. Lavallee in his History of Paris, a competition without limits, the most hideous speculation, a more shameless, more barefaced love of money than in the time of the Regency or of the Directory. M. Lavallee, however, is here writing not of the Paris of Napoleon Roman III, but of the Paris of Louis Philippe. The more civilization is developed, says M. Maxime Ducamp, the more reproaches of this kind will be made, and apparently in all sincerity. The discovery of the precious metals, which have gradually become abundant, has given to the world excessive wealth. Wealth has created wants, and some of these wants have become habitual. Every effort is made to satisfy them. To demand from a rich nation a life of abnegation and poverty is to demand from the human being more than his nature permits. A man will without murmuring live on oatmeal and horseflesh when he is constrained to do so by necessity, but in the ordinary course of life he prefers wheaten bread and beefsteak. People are said to have been very virtuous at Sparta, but the Spartans honored theft, a proof of extreme poverty or of inconceivable idleness. Paris, says Organs, says fonctions et sauvaille. This wealth and this luxury which moralists, severe upon other people, condemn with violence, have not been without influence in softening manners, and they have brought about, to take only a hygienic view, a notable prolongation of human life. In lieu of rookeries in which whole families used to rot, in hovels without sun or air, Paris now possesses broad streets with healthy houses which are flooded with light and oxygen, to say nothing of an abundant water supply. This wealth does not afford immoral pleasures alone. It has trebled the productive power of Parisian workmen by substituting for their black bread of other days a substantial reinvigorating diet. The consumption of meat, unmistakable sign of general prosperity, increases every year. Charitable institutions provide attendance for indigent persons at their own homes, and vast hospitals, at which the first physicians of the day think it an honor to serve, receive the sick in numbers and under conditions never dreamed of in the good old time. The general health of Paris cannot but profit by the intelligent and beneficent care of the indigent sick, and, were not Paris a wealthy city, the ameliorations introduced into her hospitals would have been impossible. Without the riches produced by so much solicitude for material interests, could the prefecture of the Seine have assigned 30,000,000 francs for primary education in Paris? There have never been fewer assassinations or fewer robberies in Paris than at present. The crimes committed today, in the midst of a population of some 2 millions, are only 1/10 as numerous as those which darkened the period when France counted no more than 600,000 inhabitants. Whether the moral character of the public has proportionately improved is another question. Police vigilance and preventives of all kinds serve doubtless as a check. The brilliant gas which has been substituted for flickering oil lamps, the spacious thoroughfares which have replaced obscure lanes and alleys, have contributed enormously to the safety of the citizen. Each year in Paris, the police effect 30 or 40,000 arrests, a fact which proves, not indeed that the metropolis has grown eminently moral, but at least that it is well protected. And it is in proportion as the wealth of the nation increases that the protective organization of the city can be maintained in greater perfection. In this sense, the luxurious wealth which certain moralists so deeply lament is an inestimable boon even to the poorest section of the community. Index: Abelard and his students, I. 355, his house and his love story, Roman II, 156. Abelard and Hales, monument to Roman II, 156. Abbey of Longchamp and its founder, I. 219. Abbey of St. Magloire, I. 314. Abdel Kader and the scene with General Bugeaud, I. 75-76. Academicians, the and the oyster-woman, Roman 2. 7, 8. Académie Française, Mercier's opinion, I 37, 38, and composers of operas, 118. Origin, Roman 2. 55. Constitution, 55, 56 m. Arsene Houssaye's The 41st Chair, 56. Celebrated men who were not members, 56, 57. Funds and prizes, 58. Académie Royale de Musique, I 87. Assassination of the Duke of Berry at the 90. Achard Amédée fights a duel with Paolo Fiorentino, I 61. Actors Denial of the Rights of Burial 2, I 58, 111 113. Imprisoned, 176. Actresses sent to prison, I 56, 58, 176. An excommunicated class, 58. Voltaire on the public opinion of, 58. Their costumes, 322 324. Adrien de Valois, burial place of I 299. Adulteration of foods, Roman 2. 314. Effray Monseigneur, his assassination, Roman 2. 66, 247, 249. Agricultural produce, Roman 2. 167. Agricultural proprietors, Roman 2. 167. Alox M. and the Folies Dramatiques Theatre, I 85. Algeria as a training ground for generals, I 75. Altar of Patriotism, I 232, 233. Alva, Duke of, and the Massacre of St. Bartholomew, I 22. Amaury and his followers, I 251, 252. Ambi Comique Theatre, I 86. Americans in Paris, Roman 2, 1316. Ancelot, librarian of the Arsenal Library, I 290. Andelot and the Attack on the Guises, I 22. André des Arts, Saint, Church of Roman 2, 107. Anecdotes of Duelists, I 353, 354 of Students, 359 of Bohemians, 367, 368 of Cookery and Dining, 374 376 of Coachmen, Roman 2. 13 of oyster-women, 7, of domestic servants, 22, of Parisian gaiety and wit, 2427 of peasants, 169. Of Talleyrand, 241, 242, of beggars, 324, 326, 327. Anglais Café, I 122, 123. Angoulême, Count of I 23 and the Hotel Lamagnan, 68. Angoulême, Duchess of and MME. De Lavalette, I 318. Anison Family, and the Royal Printing Office, I 307, 308. Anjou, Duke of, and the Massacre of St. Bartholomew, I 23. Anne of Austria and the Val de Grace, Roman 2, 90. Anti-Jacobin, the I 162. Anton Saint Roux, I 2 46, 280 228. Apprenticeship, I 301. Aquinas St. Thomas Church of Roman 2, 238. Archbishops of Paris, Tragic Fates of 3 Successive Roman 2, 66 358. Architecture, Gothic style proscribed by Louis Roman 14, I 5. Archives, Palace of I 304. Archivists, I 305. Armor and the Artillery Museum, Roman 2, 86 87. Army, its uniformity, I 65. Algeria as the training ground for generals, 75. Arnaud Sophie, birthplace, I 3. Her description of herself, 29. Receives offer of marriage from Belanger, 127, 129. Poverty and death, 129. Her wit, 354. Arsenal, and its library, I 290. Artillery, Central Depot of Roman 2, 238. Artillery, Museum of Origin, History and Growth, Roman 2. 83-88 reorganization, 83, 84 sacked in 1830 and replenished by Duke of Reggio's collection, 84 specimens of the Stone Age, 85 Roman and medieval specimens, 86 firearms, 87, 88. Artistic and Literary Club, I 140. Artists in the Rue d'Enfer, Roman 2, 106. Arts and Crafts Corporations, I 300, 301. Artsbridge, Roman 2, 34. Artus or Arthur, King of Britain, and his duel with the Tribune Flalo, I. 277. Assembly of the States General, 1789, Roman II, 232. Assistance Publique, I. 305. Astley's The Open a Circus in Paris, I. 73. The Personal Attractions of the Sun, 73-74. Their Circus Taken Over by Franconi, 74. Astrology, I. 16. Patronized by Catherine de Médicis, 42. Asylum of Bicarter, I. 63. Roman II, 211-14, 221, 222. Children's, Roman II, 101, 102. Saint Jacques aux Pèlerins, I. 314. Salpêtrière, Roman II, 209-11, 218. Auber M. and the Conservatory of Music, I. 335. Aubriot, founder of the Bastille, I. 47. Austerlitz Bridge, Roman II, 33-34. Austerlitz, column of, I. 155-158. Ave Maria Market, I. 290. Avenue Marigny, I. 223, 224. Avugals Café des, I. 110. Bac Rue du I. 10. Balloons as War Vehicles, Roman II, 236. Balls at the Opera, I. 139. Baltasarini and his Ballet Comique de la Reine, I. 28. Balzac and his tailor, I. 106, as a printer, Roman II, 175. Bank of France, I. 322. Banquet Danacrayon Restaurant, I. 85. Barnave and the Breton Club, I. 162. Barracks Napoleon, I. 283. Barra proposes the destruction of royal tombs, I. 101, 102, and the preservation of the Louvre and the Tuileries for the king, 207, and the Breton Club, 162. Barriers the and the Octroi, Roman II, 318. Designations and number, 319. Clichy and de l'Edel, 319. Scenes of executions and assassinations, 320. Bari Mme, du I. 302. Bartholomew, Saint, Church of, I. 269. Bastille its destruction and the original intention of its builders, I. 46. As a state prison, 46. Dungeons and internal regulations, 46. Some notable prisoners, 47. And letters de cachet, 50. Its fall, 51. 52. Release of prisoners, 51. 52. Pulled down and meetings held on the site, 52. And the encyclopedia, 55. Liberation of prisoners on the accession of Louis Roman 15. 55. Roman II, 95. Imprisonment of Emile Clairon, I. 56. Prisoners liberated by the Duke of Orleans, 99. Built by Etienne Marcel, 286. Bastille Place de la I. 43, 52, 59. Bathhouse of the Romans, I. 73, 74. Batignolles, Les I. 344. Baudelaire Charles, his residence, I. 291. Bavoux Nicholas, prosecuted for his lectures, I. 358. Bazaine Marshal, Roman II, 358. Bayarn Prince of, see Henry Roman IV. Beaufort Duc de, his duel with the Duc de Nemours, I. 350. Beauharnais Louise de, saves her husband from death, I. 318-320. Beaujolais Theatre, I. 183. Beaumarchais and his Marriage of Figaro, I. 44-46, 67. Builds the Théâtre du Marais, 67. His Mere Coupable, 67. Imprisoned at Saint Lazare, Roman II, 142. Beaumarchais Boulevard, I. 43, 46, 47, 67. Beaumarchais Theatre, I. 43, 67. Beaupré Emile, on Dramatic Literature, I. 174. Beauvais Hotel de, I. 283. Beauvoir Roger de, I. 291. Bedford Duke of and the Funeral of Charles Roman VI, I. 98, Roman II, 94. Beggars on the Pont Neuf, I. 38, 39. Organized into troops, Roman II. 324. Penalties in the Middle Ages, 324, and the General Hospital, 325, and Louis Roman 15. 326. At the Revolution, 326. As professionals, 326. Anecdotes, 327. Employment in prison, 330. Homes and retreats, 331. Bureau, 333. Bayard Armand, wife of Molière, I 173, Roman II, 291. Bayard Madeleine, I 173, Roman II, 291. Belanger, the architect, I 84, builds the Hotel de Brancas and proposes marriage to Sophie Arnaud, 127. 129. Appeals to the government on Sophie Arnaud's behalf, 129. Belleville, I 335. Bellam M. de, prefect of police, I 275, Roman II, 18. Beltard, the architect, I 315. Benedictines, church and monastery of I 306, Roman II, 90. Berenger, statue of I 303. Benjamin Constant's opinion of his songs, 303. Bercy, bridge to Roman II, 33. Bergeret, communist leader, Roman II, 357. Bernhardt, Sarah, I 182. Bernini and his designs for the completion of the Louvre, I 198. Barry, Duke of, assassination of I 70, 71, 76, 86, 90. His widow inaugurates the Ambique Comique Theatre, 86. His double marriage, 90. His children born in England committed to the care of the Duchess, 91. Burial place, 100. Roman II. 97, 98. Alarmed at fireworks, I 144, 145. Barry, Duchess of, Roman II, 111. Barrier, Lieutenant of Police, I 273, 275, Roman II, 17. Barrier, statue of in the Palais de Justice, I 258, defends Louis Napoleon, Roman II, 124. Berth Queen, I 42. Bathousy, Rue de I 3. Bale Henry, monument to I 324. Bez Theodore de Roman II, 39. Bicarter Asylum, I 63. Origin of name and its history, Roman II, 211, 212. Approach, population, departments and canteen, 212. Great Well, workshops, library and inmates, 213. Disturbances, 213, 214. Monsieur Elabé and his painting, 214. Epileptics, idiots and criminal lunatics, 214. Story of Ladude, 214. Story of the Four Sergeants of La Rochelle, 218-21. Insurrections, 221. Massacre at the Reign of Terror, 222. Reforms of Pinel, 222. Beaver River, Roman II, 225. Birds, Convent of the Roman II, 196. Bayern Ducta and the Belief in Magic, I 17. And the Arrest of the Young Pretender, 63. Bayern marshaled in the Bastille, I 47. Bismarck, Count and General de Wimpfen, Roman II, 360. Blanc, Louis and the Death of Armand Carrel, I 62. His account of the Boulogne expedition, Roman II, 117, 118. Blanche, Queen, Roman II, 157. Blaise M. Castel, on the proximity of the Salle Montansier to the National Library, I 86. Blind Children, Institution for Roman II, 198. Blind Men, Orchestra of I 110. Bohemians, described by Berenger and Balzac, I 365, described by Montépin, 366. Two Generations, 366, 367. Henry Merger's Vie de Bohème, 367. Anecdote told by Grenville Murray, 368. At the Café Momus, 110. Boieldieu, His Residence, I 111. Boiling of Coiners, I 3. Bois de Boulogne, I 221-23, Roman II, 287. Bois Gerard affects the escape of Sir Sidney Smith from the Temple, I 72, 73. Boulogne, Jean de and the statue of Henry Roman IV, I 31. Bonaparte, Lucian and the Place des Vosges, I 310. Bondy, Rue de, and its theaters, I 85-86. Bonne Nouvelle Bazaar, I 103. Bonne Nouvelle Boulevard, I 103. Bonvallet's restaurant and his supply of food during the Siege of Paris, I 85. Bookstalls, Roman II, 255. Books burning, I 40, 252. Prescription of 40, 126, 187, 189. Booksellers and the King's Library, I 190. Bookselling, I 124, 125. Bordeaux, Duke of, see Chambord, Count of. Bornier, Vicomte de, librarian at the Arsenal, I 290. Bosque, Pastor du Roman II, 42. Bossuet, preaching at La Salpêtrière, Roman II, 211. Bouchardon, Edmé, fountain by Roman II, 238. Bouffard, Emile, Zulma, I 93. Bouillet, M. de, and the flight of Louis Roman XVI, I 211, 214. Bouillon, Chevalier de and masked balls, I 139. Bouillon, Duchess of, and Adrienne Lecouver, I 3, 182, 183. Boulanger, General, and the Naval and Military Club, I 140. Boule and the inlaid furniture of the Louvre, I 198, 199. Boulevard, Beaumarchais, I 43, 46, 47, 67 Bonne Nouvelle 43, 103 Burden 282, 290 Capucines 43, 130, 132 Saint Denis 43, 93 Des Fils du Calvaire 43 Des Italiens 11, 43, 115, 126, 127 Madeleine 43, 142. Saint Martin 43, 93 Montmartre 43, 104 Du Palais 264, 269 Poissonnière 43, 103 Du Prince Eugène 302 Sebastopol 95, 292, 293 Strasbourg 95 Du Temple 43, 70, 85 Et Passim. Boulevards, formation of I 7, description of 43 reflecting the history of Paris 166. Their restaurants and theaters, 43 upper and lower, 43. Boulogne Expedition, Roman II, 116-124. Boundaries of Paris, I 103. Bourbon, Duchess of, and the Élysée Palace, I 218. Bourbon's burial places of I 100, Roman II, 97. Bourdon Boulevard, I 282, 290. Bourdon Colonel, I 290. Bourg-du, execution of I 287, Roman II, 38. Bourgeois Nicholas, I 139. Bourgogne, Marguerite, Blanche, and Jeanne de, punishments inflicted upon them, Roman II, 62. Bersalt Malesherbes and the Théâtre des Sans-Culottes, I 298. Bourse, the architecture, I 191 origin of word, 191 its first location and subsequent history, 192 taken from the Communists, 359. Bourse Petite, the I 192. Boutefeu Jean and his fireworks, I 146. Bouteville Count de, his duels and his execution, I 349. Bouvit Father, his presentation of Chinese books to the Royal Library, I 190. Brandis M, outrage at residence of, I 115. Bread Collectors Roman II, 260. Breton Club, afterwards Society of the Friends of the Constitution, I 162. Brerit de Dame and the attendance of unmarried ladies at the opera, I 89, 90. Bridge Arts Roman II, 34 Austerlitz 33, 34 de Bercy 33 Gina 33 Laternelle 34 Louis Philippe 34 Saint Louis 34 Marie 34 Napoleon Roman III. 33 National Solferino de la Cour. Alma and C. 34 Neuf 34. Brie la Sorcerers of I 42. Brissot and his library Roman II, 108. Bras Guy de la and the Jardin des Plantes Roman II, 147. Bras Jacques de and the Luxembourg Palace Roman II, 111. Bruce Heart of Roman II, 93. Brun Lesuerla, I 290. Bruno, Saint, and the funeral of Raymond Dioker, I 1314. Buffon, preservation of his heart and brain, Roman II, 92-93. His administration of the Jardin des Plantes, 148, 149. Bugeaud, General, and his interview with Abdelkader, I 75-76. Bullfighting, I 335. Bureau of Judicial Assistance, I 260. Bureau of Beneficence, Roman II, 333. Burgundy, Duke of, assassination of I 2. Burial of Kings, I 98-102, 314. Roman II, 94-99. Burning, Jews, I, 3 sorcerers, 3, 42 magicians, 15, 42 books, 40, 252 witches, 40 Waldenses, 42 Protestants, 286, Roman 2. 71, 72 lunatics, 207. Butchers, Roman 2, 308, 316. Butte Saint Troc the, and Joan of Arc I, 2, 159. Cabochians, their attack on the conciergerie, Roman 2, 134. Cadoudal George, Vendian chief, his career, I, 313, 314. Cadron Blue Restaurant, I, 85. Café Anglais, I, 123, Des Avugals, I, 110. Canon of the Bastille, I, 46, Cardinal, I, 115, Foy, I, 109, 110. Frascati, I, 106, Lamblin, I, 110, 167, Littéraire, I, 107, 108. Des Mills Collins, I, 115, Momus, I, 110, 111. D'Orsay, Roman 2. 236 de Paris, I, 127. Port Montmartre, I, 103. Procope, I, 10, 108, 109 de la Régence, I, 109. Rich, I, 122. Tortoni, I, 126. Turk, I, 80. Valois, I, 110. Café Concerts, I, 80. Cafés of Paris, I, 83. Indicative of political and other changes in French history, 107. Literary, 108, 109. After the Revolution, 110. In the days of the Restoration, 122. Disappearance of old specimens, 122. Originally wine shops, 122. Calvin in Paris, I, 286 as a student, 337. Roman 2, 36. Canal of St. Martin, Roman 2, 34. Cannon, fired by the sun, I, 47 specimens in the Artillery Museum, Roman 2, 87, 88. Cannon of the Bastille Café, I, 46. Capet Dynasty, Advent of I, 7. Capuchins the and Rue d'Enfer or Hell Street, I, 4. Capucines, Boulevard, I, 130, 132. Carafa, his residence, I, 111. Cardinal Café, I, 115. Carmelites Shoeless, Roman 2, 247. Carmes the Couvent des, Roman 2, 71. Carnavalet Hotel, I, 310, Roman 2, 160. Carol Armand, killed in a duel with de Girardin, I, 62, 352. Carriages, Roman 2, 30, 31. Castiglione, Rue, I, 158. Castle of Chambord, Roman 2, 303, 305. Catacombs, formerly quarries, Roman 2, 99. Removal of remains from cemeteries, 99, 100. Admission of visitors, 100. Number of human relics deposited, 101. Catherine, Roman 2, and Diderot, Roman 2, 246. Catherine de Médicis, her credulity, I, 16, 42, and Cosmo Ruggery, 16, and the Massacre of St. Bartholomew, 22, Roman 2. 39, her collection of books, I, 189, and the Louvre, 195, and the Palace of the Tuileries, 206, and the Huguenots, Roman 2. 39. Catherine de la Rochelle, I, 160. Cavaignac General, Roman 2, 248, 249. Cavaignac Godefroy, his monument, I, 342. Cazat Jacques, his trial and execution, I, 259. Cecilia, Saint, Festival of I, 315. Cemeteries, I, 330, 335, 342, Roman 2, 250. Censorship of books, I, 126, Roman 2, 180, and Francis I, 187, Opinion of Mercier, 188, 189. Censorship of the drama, Roman 2, 180, 180 for under Louis I, 181 under Louis Roman 13, and Louis Roman 14. 182, and Athalie, Esther, and the Marriage of Figaro, 182, under the Republic and the Restoration, 183. Its abolition, 183, re-established, 183, 184. Central Depot of Artillery, Roman 2, 238. Central Markets, I, 314, 318, Roman 2, 166, 167. Central Paris, I, 280, 1326. Cercle des Dumons, I. 126. Chamber of Deputies, Roman II, 231, 232. Chamber of Peers, Roman II, 112, 130. Chambord, Count of, Funeral of, I. 100. Discussion on his legitimacy, 222, 223, and the Count of Paris, Roman II, 305. Chamoset and L'institution Saint Perrine, Roman II, 330. Champ de Mars, its original use, I. 229. Historical events, 230, 231. National celebration, 231, 232. Altar of patriotism, 232, 233. Massacre by troops and execution of Bailey, 234. Festival of the Supreme Being, 234, 235. Military and other celebrations, 235. As a racecourse, 235. The Annex of the Exhibition of 1867, 235. Champfleury, I. 110. Champs-Élysées, I. 11. And the Triumphal Arch, 59, 218, 224, 225, as a pleasure resort, 224. Amusements, 226, 229, exhibitions, 229. Chapelle St. The church of its founder and its historical associations, I. 264. Upper and lower chapels, 265. Statue of Virgin and the painted windows, 266. St. Louis and Blanche de Castile, 267. Chaplain, author of La Pucelle, burial place, I. 294. Charbonniers, Roman II, 218. Charenton Asylum, I. 63, date of foundation and history, Roman II. 223, 224 as a house of detention and the administrations of M. de Caulmier and Ralhac du Mappas, 223, rebuilt, 223. Surroundings, 223, 224. Internal system, number of inmates and the patronage of Empress Eugenie, 224. Amusements, 225. Charlemagne, statue of, I. 278. Charles V. Speech against Charles the Mischievous, King of Navarre, I. 2 and the Louvre, 194. Charles Roman 6. Funeral of, I. 98, Roman 2, 94 and the Louvre, I. 194 and the Municipality of Paris, 243, and the Palais de Justice, 250, His Madness, Roman 2, 157. Charles Roman 7, and Joan of Arc's support, I. 2 and Agnes Sorel, 64. Charles Roman 9. Firing upon the Huguenots, I. 2, 26, 196, Roman 2, 40. His share in the massacre of St. Bartholomew, I. 22, Roman 2, 40. Misled by the Queen, I. 23. His avowal in Parliament after the massacre of Protestants, 27, Roman 2, 40. Charles X. Suppression of newspapers, I. 2. Burial, 102. Preservation of his heart, Roman 2, 91. Charolais, Comte de, alarmed at fireworks, I. 145. Chartres, Duke of, C. Égalité Philippe. Chasseur, the I. 59, 64, 75. Château de Madrid, I. 222, de la Muette, 223. Rouge, Roman 2, 72, 73. Château d'Eau, Theatre, I. 85. Place du 84. Châtelet Theatre, du, I. 291, 292. Châtelet Lamont, Marquis du, and the Hotel Lambert, I. 291. Chateaubriand on the Duke of Berry's English family, I. 91. On the Jacobins, 163. Chaumet M. and Notre Dame, I. 14, and the Opera under the Republic, 88, his execution, 150. Chaussée d'Antin, though at the end of the 18th century, I. 2. Chenier André, imprisoned at Saint Lazare, Roman 2, 142. Chermoy Philippe, assassination of Roman 2, 89. Cherubini and the Conservatory of Music, I. 335. Chess players at the Café de la Régence, I. 109. Cheval Blanc Hotel du Roman 2, 108. Chevalier represents the man of destiny at Port St. Martin Theatre, I. 92. Chevalier Mitchell, I. 119. His imprisonment, 120. Chevreul M. and the flowers in the Jardin des Plantes, Roman 2, 151, and the Gobelins, 228. Children Hospital for Roman 2, 196 Institution for Blind, 198, imported to Paris from Italy, 328. Children's Asylum Roman II, 101, 102. Chinese books in the Royal Library, I, 190. Choiseul Hotel, I, 126. Christmas, Saturnalia in churches at, I, 226-28. Christmas cards, I, 113. Church of St. Bartholomew, I, 269, the Benedictines, I, 306, Roman II. 90 St. Denis, I, 7, Roman II. 94 St. Eloi, I, 284, St. Etienne du Mont, Roman II. 66 St. Eustace, I, 5, 314, 315 St. Genevieve, I, 10, Roman II. 59 62 St. Germain l'Auxerrois, I, 2, 22, 26, 27, Roman II. 29 St. Germain des Prés, I, 7, Roman II. 170 171 St. Leu St. Gilles, I, 312 314 St. Louis, I, 291 St. Louis and St. Paul, I, 284 Madeleine, I, 11 142 143. St. Mary, I, 93 293 294, St. Nicholas in the Fields, I, 299 Notre Dame, I, 3 419 Notre Dame de Lorette, I, 340, St. Roch, I, 158 159, Sacred Heart, I, 340, St. Sulpice, Roman II. 171 173, Val de Grace, Roman II. 90 91. Churches and Chapels, English, Roman II. 1143. Cigar ends, collectors of Roman II. 259 260. Circus, opened by the Astleys, I, 73 of the Faubourg du Temple, 74 in the Boulevard des Filles de Calvaire, 76 of the Prince Imperial, 85. Circus Women, Roman II, 1920. Cirque de Hiver, opened under the title of Cirque Napoleon, I, 73. Civic Tribunal, the I, 261. Clairon Emile, imprisoned in the Bastille, I, 56, her residence in the Marais, 67, Roman II. 175 Passion of M. de S. for her, I, 129 130. Claque the origination, Roman II, 261, at the Restoration and its organization, 262, its utility, 264. Clausel Martial, I, 94. Clergy, their right to fight duels, I, 346, their corruption in the 13th century, Roman II, 61. Clichy, prison of, I, 342, 343. Clock in the Arsenal Library, I, 290. Club Agricultural, Roman II. 237, Des Armées, I, 140 Artistique et Littéraire, I, 140 Breton, I, 162 Des Dumons, I, 126 Des Éclaireurs, I, 140 Dramatic Critics, I, 103 Legrand, I, 111 126, 139 Imperial, I, 140 Jacobin, I, 162. Jockey, I, 111, 139 Merletons, I, 140 de la Presse, I, 139 Railway, I, 139 de la Rue Reale, I, 140 Sporting, I, 140 de Terre de Mer, I, 140 Union, I, 140 Washington, I, 140 Workmen's, Roman II. 71 Yacht, I, 139. Clubs, Management and Facilities of, I, 141, 142. Cluny Hotel, Origin and History, Roman II. 7480 to Collection of Curiosities and Objects of Art, 7682. Cobblers, Roman II, 266. Cocher, the various types of Roman II, 1-2. Cockneys, Parisian, Roman II, 27. Coffee, its introduction into Europe, I, 82. The Rage in Parisian Society, 83. Coiners, boiling of I, 3. Colbert appointed to complete the Louvre, I, 198. His tomb in the Church of Saint Eustache, I, 315. Coligny, Admiral, place of death, I, 3. Plot for his assassination, 22. Flattered by the King and Queen and wounded by Maurevel, 23. His murder, 24. Daughter married to the Prince of Orange, 27. Coligny and Guise, quarrels between the houses of, I, 349. College of France, Roman II, 44, 45, 47 Duplessis, 47 of Clermont, 47 of Dace, 71 of Soissons, 71 of the Lombards, 71. Colonne M, I 76. Column of Austerlitz, I 155. Removal of the statue of Napoleon, 156. Erection of a new statue of Napoleon in 1833 and of another by Napoleon Roman III. 156. 157. Pulled down by the Commune, 157. Re-established in 1875, 157. 158. Comédie Francaise, I 103, 108, 109, and the Richelieu Theatre, 167. Its history, 172. 186, Roman II, 110. Comédie Italienne, I 175. Commercial Exchange, I 318. Communards set fire to the Palais Royal, I 168, of 1871, Roman II, 355. 361. Commune the and the Fortifications of Paris, I 8. Concert started by Pasteloup, I 76. Conciergerie the I 263, Roman II. 131. Its associations, 134. Custodians, 134. Attack of the Cabochians, 134. Dungeons, 134. 135. Partly burned, 135. Massacre of September, 135. Inmates at the Revolution and tortures in the Baumeck Tower, 136. Concord, Place de la, Extent and Boundaries, I 143. History, 143. 154. Louis Roman 15. And his statue, 143. 146. Accident from fireworks in 1770, 146. Formerly the Place de la Révolution, 146. And the execution of Louis Roman 16. 146. 150. Executions of Marie Antoinette, Philippe Égalité, Charlotte Corday, Madame Elizabeth, the Girondists, and others, 150, also formerly called Place Louis Roman 16. 152, Fountains, Obelisk, and Sea, 154. Occupied by Russian and Prussian troops, 154. Condé, Prince de, Death of I, 22, his abjuration, 290. Fidelity to Protestantism, Roman II, 39. Confessional, the and the State, I 33. Congrès de la Bataille, I 346, 347. Conservatoire de Musique, I 90, 135, 335. Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers, I 293, 302. Constant, Benjamin, Duel Fought by, I 351, and the Songs of Berenger, 303. Constitution, Signing of the by Louis Roman 16, I 87. Cantat Emil, and Prince Henry of Prussia, I 35, 36, in the Marriage of Figaro, 45, her love affair with de Lubsac and the loss of her jewels, 104, 105. Continental, Hotel, I 158. Convent of the White Cloaks, I 306, of the Holy Sepulchre, 314, of Penitent Girls, 318. Des Carmes, Roman II. 71 of the Good Shepherd, 102 of the Cordeliers, 106 of Les Filles de la Myrdie, 139 in the street of Les Petits Augustins, 175 of the Birds, 196. Convention, learning under the I-90, its procedure, Roman II, 234. Convulsionaires, the I-47. Cooks and Cooking, I-123, in Comedy, 372, Opinion of Brillat-Savarin, 372 in the 17th century, 374, Schools, 374 and a certain Archbishop, 374, in the reign of Louis Roman 15, 374, 375 and MME. De Maintenon and Scarron, 375, 376, the Epigram Dish and Anecdote of Carême, 376, and the Cordon Bleu, Roman II, 22. Coquelicot M. and the Marriage of Figaro, I 44. Corday Charlotte, Execution of, I 150. Cordeliers, I 162, Convent of the Roman II, 106. Corn Supply, Roman II, 313, 314. Corneille, Tomb of, I 158, Estrangement with Molière, 174, and the Comédie Francaise, 172. 175. Corneille Hotel Roman II, 109. Council of Elders Roman II, 231. Council of the 500 Roman II, 231. Cour des Miracles, I3. Courtyard of the Dragon, Roman II, 247. Crabelin, Roman II, 72. Crematorium in the Cemetery of Père Lachaise, I 335. Cremeries, I 318. Criminal population, Roman II, 323-23. Criminals tortured, I 4. Croissant, Jean Dowit de Rampe, his scheme for the abolition of mendicancy, Roman II, 325. Cultelli Procopio, founder of the Café Procope, I 108. Cuvier and the Jardin des Plantes, Roman II, 150. Czartoryski, Prince and the Hotel Lambert, I 291. Dagobert King, Tomb of I 102, Roman II, 98. Daily News, Office of I 140. Daily Telegraph, Office of I 140. Deliger and Latude, Roman II, 215-216. Dambois Jacques and the Hotel Cluny, Roman II, 74. Damox Camellias, La I 130. Dames Augustines, the I 279. Dames de la Halle, Roman II, 315. Damien, Father I 80. Damien's penance, torture and execution of I 17, 18, 39, 79. Danker, Marshal, mutilation of his body before the statue of Henry Roman IV, I 31. Danglas, Boise and the Breton Club, I 162. Danjou, Quai, I 291. Dantechamp, Marquis, and the Revolution of 1830, I 170. Danton and the Opera under the Republic, I 88, his execution 150, place of residence Roman II, 108. D'Antraigues, Count and Countess, their assassination, I 325-326. Darboy Monseigneur, Archbishop of Paris, put to death by the Commune, Roman II, 66-358. D'Argenson, M., and the Arsenal Library, I 290. Darlingcourt, Viscount, his romances, Roman II, 238-239. D'Armagnac, Jacques, I 47. D'Artois, Count, tennis ground of I 84. Daubenton, monument to Roman II, 150. Daudet, M. Alphonse, and the Académie Française, I 38. David, his picture of the coronation of Napoleon, I 21, and the Temple of Terpsichore, 128, 129, and the Louvre Picture Gallery, 203. David, Félicien, composer, I 119. Davison, Mr. J.W., I 115. Des Bankers, Roman II, 260. Dazincourt in the Marriage of Figaro, I 45. Deaf and Dumb Institutions, Roman II, 89-90, 199-01. Deaf Mutes, Number in France, Roman II, 200, Ancient Disregard for Them and the Work of Abbé de l'Épée, 202. Debtors, Imprisonment of I 342-343, Roman II, 139. Dages at Emil, I 84. Dages at Theatre, I 84. Delacroix, Eugene, his picture in the Church of St. Louis and St. Paul, I 284. Delarach, Paul, burial place of I 342. Delavaux, Prefect of Police and the Spy System, I 274-275, Roman II, 18. Delille Abbé, his lines on the Palais Royal, I 167. Denfert Rue I 4, Roman II, 90, and the entrance to the Catacombs, 101, and the Residences of Artists, 106. Denguien Duc, arrest and execution of I 59-60. Denis Saint, Boulevard I 93. Denis Saint, Church of I 7, Roman II, 94. Denis Saint, Martyrdom of I 7. Denis Saint, Necropolis of I 98-102. Denis Saint, Port I 98. Denis Saint Rue, I 311-312. Denury, M. Adolphe, I 93. Depernin, M. I 34. Depinay, MME, and Rousseau, Roman II, 285. Desigiers, his lines on the Palais Royal, I 167. Desault Doctor attends the Dauphin in the Temple, I 71. Desmoulins, Camille, plucking leaves in the Palais Royal Gardens, I 2 48, his call to arms 47, and the attack on the Bastille 51-109, his execution 150 as a student 357, his pamphlet La Lanterne, Roman II, 30. De Tappel's Lefevre, his Reformation Doctrines I 286, Roman II, 36. Dumon's Club des I 126. Diana of France and the Hotel Lamagnan, I 68, 309. Diderot Burial Place, I 159, Roman II, 246. Early Life in Paris, 242. Love Affairs, 243. Imprisonment in the Château de Vincennes, 244. And Rousseau, 244. And the Encyclopedia, 245. And Catherine Roman II, 246. Diocher Raymond, Funeral in Notre Dame of I 13. Diplomatists as Agents for Operatic Celebrities, I 74. Dogfighting, I 335. Doge of Genoa, Visit to Paris, I 3. Domes of Paris, the I 5. Domestic Servants, Roman II, 2023. Dominicans, Convent of Roman II, 238. Dynasties Operas, I 135. Dorval, MME. At Port St. Martin Theatre, I 92, 182. Dramas, Place Where First Acted, I 2. Performed in Notre Dame, 19. Under the Reign of Terror, 88. Dramatic Censorship, Roman II, 181-184. Dramatic Critics, Club, I 103. Drawing School of Roman II, 106. Dress in Paris, I 10. Driouat Hotel Roman II, 256. Dubois Cardinal Anecdote of I 114, Roman II, 22. Ducamp M. Maxime, His Statistics of Prisons, Roman II, 144. Duels at Vincennes, I 59, 61-63, In the Place Royale, 69, 349. Ancient compared with modern, 345. Ancient regulations, 346. Judicial, 346. In the 16th century, 347, 348. Between ladies, 349. Causes, 349. Notable cases, 350, 351. Anecdotes, 353, 354. Of journalists, Roman II, 272, 273. Dugazin in the Marriage of Figaro, I 45. Dumas the Elder Alexander fights a duel with Gaillardet, I 63. His Answers to a Judge, 63. Performance of his Antony, 181, 182. Dumouriez and the Conspiracy Against the Life of the First Consul, I 60. Dupin, M., Farmer General and the Hotel Lambert, I 291. Duplessis Marie and the Dame aux Camélias, I 130. Her Death, 131. Dupuis the Actor, I 84. Dupuytren Doctor and the Assassination of the Duke of Berry, I 90-91, Roman II, 250. Duval Alexander, I 177. Duverier Dramatist, I 119. His Imprisonment, 120. École Militaire, I 230. Edgeworth Abbé, His Account of the Last Moments and Execution of Louis Roman XVI, I 146-150. His account of his flight from Paris and C. Roman II, 298-300. Letter from Louis Roman XVIII, 301, 302. Fidelity to the royal family and his death, 302. Edict of Nantes, its concessions, Roman II, 41. Its revocation, I 3. Roman II, 42. Education, Roman II, 44-53. Égalité Philippe, his execution, I 150. Voting for the death of Louis Roman XVI, 151. Roman II, 234. And the Palais Royal, I 166. And the Breton Club, I 162. Eiffel Tower, the I 238, 239. Electric Cafés, I 108. Eloy Saint, Church of I 284. Élysée Palace, I 218, 219. Emigration, the Roman II, 295-303. Emperor Joseph, Hotel Roman II, 109. Encyclopedia, the Consigned to the Bastille by Louis Roman XV, I 55, 125, and Diderot Roman II, 245. And Fantin, Lapierre, head of the Saint Simonians, I 119. his prosecution and imprisonment, 120, his memoirs, 290. English in Paris, the A picture in Punch, Roman 2. 9. Contrasted with the French in London, 10. Traits drawn by M. Lemming, 10. 11. Manners of ladies, 11. Interest in religious matters, 11. Dress of women, 12. English dining places and hotels in Paris, I. 123. Epileptics, treatment of Roman 2. 214. Escapes of prisoners, Roman 2. 141, 142. Etienne Robert, his editions of the Scriptures, Roman 2. 178, 179. Etienne Dumont, Saint Church of Roman 2. 66. Eugene Roman 3, Pope and the Dispute at the Church of Saint Genevieve, Roman 2. 59. Eugene Duprince, Boulevard I 302. Eustace Saint Church of I 5 314, 315. Executioner of Lyon, and the Slaughter of Huguenots, I 27. Executioner, public. Salary and dress, I 39, 331 at the theater, 88 in early times, 330, perquisites, 330, 331, Monsieur de Paris. 331 beheading dummies, 331, sometimes physicians, 332, incident of Victor of Nimes, 332. Executions outside La Roquette Prison, Roman 2. 134. Exhibitions, Universal, I 224, 236-39. Ike Van picture at the Palais de Justice by, I 256. Fabroni, the magician, I 17. Fagan, doctor, and his administration of the Jardin des Plantes, Roman 2. 147. Fairs, Roman 2. 308. Famines in Paris, I 3, Roman 2. 311, 313. Fargeau Lepelletier Saint, his assassination, Roman 2. 234. Farmers General, the I 7. Favart Charles Simon, and his performances before the army, I 118. Favart MME, and the Sal Favart, I 117, and Marshal Saxe, 118. Feast of Reason, I 15. Fencing Schools, Roman 2. 257-59. Ferrier Jean, a leader in the massacre of the Huguenots, I 27. Ferriers, Chateau of Baron du Rothschild at I 339. Fersen, Count de, and the Flight of Louis Roman 16, I 211. Feuillants, I 162. Fieschi, his attempt on the life of Louis Philippe, I 76-78, Roman 2. 112-114, guillotined, I 79. His mistress exhibited at a café, 83. Fils de la Myrdie, Les Convent of Roman 2. 139. Fine Arts School of Roman 2. 175-176. Fiorentino, Paolo, his duel with a chard, I 61. Fire Brigade, its organization, I 270. Firearms in the Artillery Museum, Roman 2. 87-88. Fireworks, Duke of Berry alarmed by, I 144, 145. Accident at a display of, 146. Flamel Nicholas, librarian to the University of Paris, I 283, his house, Roman 2. 158. Flessels de, Provost of Paris, I 48, 243. Flalo and his duel with King Arthur, I 277. Flower Girls, Roman 2. 7. Flower Market in the Place de la République, I 84 in the Place de la Madeleine, 142, in the Place Saint-Sulpice, 173. Foley's Dramatiques Theatre, I 85. Foley's Saint-Germain Theatre, Roman 2. 89. Fontaine, La, and his mock duel, I 354. Food Supply of Roman 2. 310-315. Footman, a speculative, I 295. Force Comont de la, attempts to bribe assassins on St. Bartholomew's Day, I 26, and the Grocer's Shop, 295. Force, Law, Prison, and Recalcitrant Actresses, I 56-58, Roman 2, 210. Fort à l'Évêque, I 56. Fortifications of Paris, planned by M. Thiers, I 7, 8, their arming in 1870, Roman 2, 348. Fortress of John the Fearless, I 318. Fortunatus Venantius and the Glass Windows of Notre Dame, I 14. Fauché and his Spy System, I 274, Roman 2, 18. Fouled M. Achille, I 192. Foundlings Home for Roman 2, 102. Fountain in the Place de la République, I 84 of the Innocents, 312. Fouquet, Superintendent of Finances, imprisoned in the Bastille, I 47. Foy Café, I 109, 110. Fragonard artist decorates the Temple of Terpsichore, I 128. Francais Theater, I 11 44 46, 111. Francis I, Cost of Obsequies of I 98, his dislike of printed books, 187 his collection of MSS. 189 and the Louvre, 195 and the Château de Madrid, 222 lays first stone of the Hôtel de Ville, 242 and the burning of Protestants, 287, secret rendezvous Roman 2, 158. Francis Roman 2, and the Louvre, I 195, and the persecution of Protestants Roman 2, 38. Franconi takes over Astley Circus in Paris, I 74. Frank Steyerer's I 66, Roman 2, 351, 352. Frascati's Gambling House, I 104 106. Frederick the Great and the Importance of Paris as a Capital, I 1, and his knowledge of the French language, 36. French in London, the Roman 2, 10. Fréron on the Luxurious Life of Dramatic Authors, I 175. Frescoes in the Church of St. Eustache, I 315. Frogs Eating Roman 2, 167, 168. Fulton, Robert and his Panoramas, I 103. Funerals Royal, I 98 102, 314, Roman 2, 94 99. Furniture and the Cluny Museum, Roman 2, 82. Gabriel, architect for the completion of the Louvre, I 199. Gaillard at M, fights a duel with Alexander Dumas the Elder, I 63. Gaieté Theatre, I 302, 303. Gaiety National Roman 2, 24 Anecdotes of 2427. Gambetta, his monument, I 217. Gambling at the Gambling House of Frascati, I 104 106, at the Palais Royal, 167. Garamond Claude Roman 2, 178. Gardens of Frascati's Gambling House, I 106 of the Luxembourg Roman 2, 130. Garnier Charles, architect of the New Opera, I 138. Gassendi, his burial place, I 299. Gaudier Theophile, his residence, I 291. Gavadin Emil, opera singer sent to prison, I 58. General Post Office and Lavalette, I 318 321, adoption and circulation of postcards, 322 organization, 321, 322. Genevieve Stee, Church of I-10, Roman 2, 59 62 Hill of I-310, just of the Abbey of I-99. Genius and Madness, Roman 2, 211. Georges Emil, at Port St. Martin Theatre, I-92. Geoffrey Lasnier, Rue I-290. Gayrard, the assassin of the Prince of Orange, I-79. Germain Saint, Market of Roman 2, 171. Germain l'Auxerrois, Saint, Church of, and the Massacre of Saint Bartholomew, I-2, 22 26, and the marriage of the Duc de Joyeuse and Marguerite of Lorraine, 27, and the excommunication of the Emperor Frederick, Roman 2, 29. Germain Desprez, Saint, Church of I-7 Antiquity and Origin, Roman 2, 170, History, 170 171, Monastery attached to it, 171. Gibbet the Roman 2, 315. Gerardin de kills Armand Carrel in a duel, I-62 visits Carrel's grave, 63, 352. Girls corrupted at Saint Lazare, Roman 2, 144. Girondists, Hall of the I-263. Gluck, his arrival in Paris, I-135. Gobelins, the Origin, Roman 2, 225 articles produced, and the directors, 226 tapestry, 226-28, and M. Chevreul, 228, Masterpieces, 228. Good Shepherd, Convent of the Roman II, 102. Gordon, MME, and Louis Napoleon's Strasbourg Expedition, I 95. Gueritz, Bourbons buried at I 100, Roman II, 97. Gauguin, Jean, Sculptor of the Louvre, I 195, 310, 312. Gounod's Operas, I 138. Government Offices, Roman II, 237. Grand Circle, the I 111. Grand Chatelet, the I 291, 292. Grand Prix, I 226. Grangian, Surgeon to Louis Roman 16, I 72. Granier Emil, Jean I 93. Graverin MME, de her execution, I 287. Greasy Pole, climbing the I 226. Grenier Sir Elo, Rue, I 290. Gribeval General de, creator of modern artillery, Roman II, 83. Grimm on the first performances of The Marriage of Figaro, I 44, and Diderot, Roman II, 245, 246. Gros Chenet Rudu, place of burning for sorcerers, I 3. Guardian Angels, Roman II, 260. Gahine God Theatre, I 174. Guilds, I 300, 301. Guillotine, its introduction, I 4, 327, in the Place de la Révolution, 146, its victims during the Reign of Terror, 150, its inventor, 327. Subject of a song, 328, and Dr. Louis, 328, 329, its first victims, 329. Various sites, 329 as a toy, 329. Improvements, 330. The executioner, 333-32, burial place of victims, 333, shed where first experiments were made, Roman II, 108. Guimard Madeline, Mass at Notre Dame for her broken arm, I 19, and the fire at Port St. Martin Opera House, 86, her temple of Terpsichore, 127. Guise, Duke of, and the massacre of St. Bartholomew, I 22-26, and the murder of Coligny, 24. Guise and Coligny, quarrels between the houses of I 349. Gutenberg, statue of I 307. Gymnase Theatre, opened under the patronage of the Duchess of Berry, I 103, notable productions, 103. Hackney Coaches, I 262, Roman II, 1-2-30-31. Halles, the site of I 2. Handel and the Overtures of de Maurepas, for performances in Paris, I 74. Hanging for felony, I 327. Haussmann Baron, restores the Musée Carnavalet, I 67, 310. Hawkers of Books, I 125. Hay M. Delaw, and the Hotel Lambert, I 291. Heart of St. Louis, the I 102. Hearts of Kings, preservation of I 102, Roman II, 91. Home Hotel du, I 315. Hebert M. and the Opera under the Republic, I 88. Hedge Schools, I 287. Hein Heinrich, I 1, his letters on Paris and other works, Roman II, 292. His satire, 293, on Victor Hugo and Rothschild, 294. Henry, the historian, burial place, I 299. Henriette M. and the Opera under the Republic, I 88. Henry Roman II. Mortally wounded in the Rue Saint-Anton, I 2, 68, and his library, 190, and the Louvre, 195. His Protestant victims, 286. Roman II, 38, and dueling, I 347. Henry Roman III. Name erased from the prayers of the Church, I 16. And the marriage of Duc de Joyeuse and Margaret of Lorraine, 27. 28 lays first stone of Pont-Neuf, 30. His murder by Jacques Clement, 76. Henry Roman IV. Statue on the Pont-Neuf, I 3, 31, chief of the Protestant party when Prince of Béarn, 22, and the Pont-Neuf, 31, character and assassination of 31, 34. His monument destroyed and afterwards re-erected, 35. His burial place, 100, and dueling, 349. Henry Roman VI. Of England crowned King of France in Notre Dame, I 15. Henry of Prussia, Prince and Emil. Cantat I 36. Heralds their proclamations in ancient times, I 3. Hermits of St. William, I 306. Hernani, its first production, I 179-181. Hereward Doctor and the Jardin des Plantes Roman II, 147. Hilaire Geoffrey Saint and the Jardin des Plantes Roman II, 150. Holy Sepulchre, Convent of the I 314. Homes and Retreats for the Indigent Roman II, 331. Horn Count, I 298. Horse Market in the Park of the Hôtel des Tournelles, I 69. Hospice de la Reconnaissance Roman II, 331. Hospital, Hôtel Dia I 278-80, for incurables Roman II, 195. For sick children, 196 de la Charité, 204-06 La Pitié, 206. Hospitals, their administration, I 276. System Roman II, 193-195. Funds, 204. Hôtel de Beauvais I 283, Carnavalet I 310 Roman II, 160 Du Cheval Blanc Roman II, 108 Choiseul I 126 Cluny Roman II, 73 Continental I 158 Cornet Roman II, 109 Drouet 256 L'Empereur Joseph Roman II, 109 Du Home I 315 Lambert I 291. Lamignan I 68 309, Saint Lomni de Brienne at Lautrec Roman II, 177 237 238, Saint Paul Roman II, 158 de Rannes Roman II, 174 du Rhine I 158 de Rohan I 304 de Salm Roman II, 236 237 de Sens I 35, Roman II, 158. De Soissons I 318 de Soubise I 304 de Torpin Roman II, 160. Hôtel its founder, I 278, its rebuilding, cost, accommodation, and c. 278, and the Dames Augustines, 279, as described by Mercier, 279-280. Hôtel des Invalides, arms seized by insurgents, I 50, opinion of Montesquieu Roman II, 185 History, 185, 186 Edict of Henry Roman IV, 186 the Edict of 1870, 186 and Louis Roman XIV, and MME. De Maintenon, 187, Visit of Peter the Great, 188 Jokes of the Inmates, 188, 189 Napoleon and the Anniversary of the Taking of the Bastille, 190 Characteristics of the Pensioners, 190, 191 Triumphal Battery and Tomb of Napoleon, 192. Hôtel de Ville, its history, I 242-49, destroyed by the Commune, 242. Roman II. 359, attack of 1830, I 244 balls and entertainments, 247, reconstructed, 247, and the administration of municipal affairs, 248, 249, and the administration of hospitals, 276. Houssaye, Arsène and the Académie Française, I 38. Huberty, MME. Saint, I 135, 322-324, her assassination, 325, 326. Hugo, Victor, and the Tower of Saint Jacques de la Boucherie, I 5 and Marion Delorme, 69 first production of his Hernani, 179-181 his dramatic works, 181 recites his first poems at the Arsenal Library, 290, and the Tower of Vertbois, 302, his remains deposited in the Pantheon, Roman II. 64 Childhood, 90, and Lemaitre at the Bonne Nouvelle Bazaar, I 103. Huguenots fired upon by Charles Roman 9, I 2 Roman II. 40 Number massacred throughout France, I 27, continued persecution Roman II, 41-42. See also Protestants. Julio takes charge of Delaunay, governor of the Bastille, I 51. Hymen Temple of, I 299. Hypnotism and the Cure of Madness, Roman II, 211. Idiots' Treatment of Roman II, 214. Immorality, Laws Against Roman II, 143. Imperial Club, I 140. Imperial Theatre of the Chatelet, I 76. Industrial Exhibitions, I 236. Industrial System, I. 236. Infanta of Spain and her fiancé, I. 197. Inquisition, and the Waldenses, I. 42. Institute of Paris, I. 10. Its Academies, 37-38. Roman II. 288. Opinion of Renan, 53-54. Unique character and objects of its projectors, 53-54. Constitution, 54-55. Library, 55, 290. Reconstitution by the National Convention, 290. Institution St. Pairing, Roman II, 331. Insurrection against Julius Caesar, I. 6 of June, 1832, against Louis Philippe, 93-94. Roman II, 247-49. Internationale, the Roman II, 355. Isabelle, Princess, and the Abbey of Longchamp, I. 219. Island of St. Louis, I. 291. Italian actors invited to Paris by Henry Roman III, and afterwards expelled, I. 115-117. Italian children, trade-in, Roman II, 328-330. Italian prisoner declines to leave the Bastille, I. 99. Italians, Boulevard des, I. 1143, 115-127. Italians, Theater des, I. 117. Ivan the Terrible and torturing criminals, I. 18. Ivories in the Hotel Cluny, Roman II, 77. Jacobin Club, I. 162-165. Jacobins, Monastery, I. 161. Their principles, 162. Chateaubriand's opinion of them, 163. And M. l'Abbé Maury, 163, 164. Michelet's opinion, 162. Jacques Laboucherie, Saint, Tower of, I. 283. Jacques Aux Pèlerins, Saint, Asylum of, I. 314. Janin Jules, I. 10, at the Café Rich, 122. His satirical novel, 335. Jansenist in the Bastille, I. 46. Jardin des Plantes, Popularity, Originators, First Design and the Administration of Fagon, Roman II. 147 under Buffon, 148, 149. At the Revolution, 149 extensions, 149, 150 enthusiasm of travelers and professors, 150 general arrangement, 151-54 menagerie, 152. Waxwork collection, 153 busts and masks of famous men, 154. Jarnac, his duel with Chattanooga, I. 347. Jarnac, Battle of I-22. Jena Bridge, Roman II, 33. Genci de, his duel with two adversaries, I. 347, 348. Jerome, Prince, and the Palais Royal, I. 168. Jesuits and prisoners in the Bastille, I. 99, and the Church of St. Louis and St. Paul, 284, and the University, Roman II, 46. Jews roasted at La Mabe, I. 3 during the Crusades, Roman II, 62. Joan of Arc, unpopularity with Parisians, I. 2, 159. At the Siege of Paris and her execution, 159, denounced by a monk, 159, 160, personated, 160, and the Sorbonne, Roman II, 50. Jockey Club, I. 111, 139. John the Fearless and the assassination of the Duke of Orleans, Roman II, 158. Jonathan the Jew, Legend of, I. 304. Joseph, Father and the Spy System, I. 272. Josephine, Empress, her coronation at Notre Dame, I. 21. Jouffroy Passage, I. 111. Journal of Henry Roman III, and the Talisman of Catherine de Médicis, I. 16. Journalists, leading, Roman II, 272-73. Joyeuse, Duc de Marriage of, I. 27. Jugglers, Roman II, 327. Julian, Emperor and his enthusiasm for Lutetia, I. 7. Julian, Saint, assassination of, I. 35. Julius Caesar, insurrection against, I. 6. Julian at the Café Turc, I. 80. Just Saint, his execution, I. 151. Kaufmann, Angelica, I. 298. Kings, hearts of their preservation, I. 102, Roman II, 91. Kerberg, Prince Frederick John Otto von Salm, his palace and his execution, Roman II, 236. Labienus and the insurrection against Julius Caesar, I6. Labor compulsory in prisons, Roman II, 146. Lacipede and the Jardin des Plantes, Roman II, 150. Lackeys, Roman II, 2022. Lacroix Paul, librarian at the Arsenal, I 290. Ladies' maids, Roman II, 22. Lafayette, general, I 94, and the flight of Louis Roman 16. 211 at the national celebration in the Champ de Mars, 232, place of burial, 333, and the mob at Versailles, Roman II, 346, 347, and the Breton Club, I 162. Laffitte, M, I 94, and the story of the pin, 336, and the story of his loan to a gamester, 336, 337, Minister of Finance and President of the Council, 337. Lallemande, the student, death of I 358, 359. Lally Tollendal, execution of I 47, 282. Lamel, execution of I 17. Lamarck and the Jardin des Plantes, Roman II, 150. Lamarck, general, funeral of and the Republican insurrection, I 94. Lamartine and the mob, I 244. Lamballe, Princesta, I 313. Lambert Hotel, I 219. Weymouth and the Breton Club, I 162. Lamotte Countess and the affair of the diamond necklace, Roman II, 345. Lamagnan Hotel, its former and present occupants, I 68. Lamoureux M, I 76. L'Arbre, Rue de, I 4, 327. Larive in the Marriage of Figaro, I 45. Lassource condemned to death, I 151. Lasse, Marchioness de Roman II, 210. Lachuse M, and Notre Dame, I 14. La Tournelle Bridge, Roman II, 34. Ladude, story of Roman II, 214-18, his liberation from the Bastille, I 50. Launay M, and the statue of Napoleon on the Vendôme column, I 156. Launay de, and his defense of the Bastille, I 50-51. Lavalette M de, early life and connection with the post office, I 318, arrested for high treason and saved from death by his wife, 318-320. Law John Lauriston, his financial speculations in Paris, I 294-295, his work for France, and his pictorial advertisements, 296-297, his emigration scheme, Roman II, 325. Law changes in the I 253-254. Lawlessness of Parisians in ancient times, I 3, Roman II, 60. Lazare, Saint, prison, I 64. Roman II. 131, formerly a leper hospital, 142 under the canons of Saint Victor and Saint Vincent de Paul, 142 becomes a house of correction and is sacked during famine, 142 and André Chenier, 142 vastness, 142 inmates, 143. Learning under the Convention, I 90. Lebrun, the painter and the Louvre, I 198. Lecouveur, Adrien, supposed poisoning of I 3 182 183 burial of 58 183, Roman II, 175. Legion of Honor, Palace of the Roman II, 237. Legislative Assembly of 1791, Roman II, 233. Legouvé, M, on the art of fencing, Roman II, 257-258. Legris, Jacques, case of and judicial duels, I 346. Legros, MME, and her efforts on behalf of Ladude, Roman II, 214-217-218. Lemaitre, Frédéric in Robert Macaire, I 85 in the Auberge des Adrettes, 86, at Port Saint Martin Theatre, 92, at the Théâtre des Variétés, 104, and Victor Hugo at the Bonne Nouvelle Bazaar, 103. Lemaine M on the English in Paris, Roman II, 1012. L'Enclos, Ninande, and her rooms in the Boulevard Beaumarchais, I 67. Linglet Dufresnoy, Abbé, employed as a spy by Louis Roman XIV, and Prince Eugene, I. 275. Leo M. André on Americans in Paris, Roman II, 1215. Leopold M. and the Folies Dramatiques Theatre, I. 85. L'Épée Abbé de, founder of the Deaf and Dumb Institution, Roman II, 89, 90, 199, 202, his monument in the Church of St. Roch, 203. Lepers' proclamation for extermination of I. 3, asylum for 219, shut off in churches, 267, at St. Lazare, Roman II, 142. Lescott Pierre, architect of the Louvre, I. 195, and the Fountain of the Innocents, 312. Lesueur, his picture of an incident in Notre Dame, I. 14. L'Étoile, Arc de I. 58. Letters de Cachet, I. 50, 63 and Opera Singers 89, 99 and the Spy System, 273, Roman II, 17. Leu Saint Gilles, Saint, Church of, I. 312, 314. L'Évêque Fort, State Prison, I. 56. Lazardière, Baron and Abbé Edgeworth, Roman II, 298. El Hospital, Marshal de and his marriage, I. 322. Lioncourt, Duc de and Louis Roman 16. After the fall of the Bastille, I. 52. Librairie Nouvelle, I. 123, 124. Libraries, circulating, I. 123. Public, 187, 191. Library National, I. 86, 87, 187, 189, 191. Arsenal, 290, in the Hotel de Pimodon, 291 of the Institute, Roman II. 55, Saint Genevieve, 65, 66, in the School of Mines, 167. Lighting of Paris, Roman II, 28. L'Aile de la Cité, I6, 249. L'Illustre Theatre, Roman II, 291. Littéraire Café, I. 107, 108. List Abbé, I. 315. Locke interests himself in an opera singer, I. 74. Lombard's College and Chapel of the Roman II, 71. L'Omni de Brienne at Lautrec, Hotel, Roman II, 177, 237, 238. London contrasted with Paris, I. 9. Longchamp, Abbey of, I. 219-21 Promenade, 221. Elapera, Place de, I. 133. Loriquet, Father, as an historian, Roman II, 250, 251. Lorme Mariende and her residence in the Place Royale, I. 69. Elorme Philibert de and the Church of St. Eustace, I. 5. Lorraine Cardinal de and the Massacre of St. Bartholomew, I. 22. Lasme de, Major of the Bastille, I. 52. Louis Roman 6, and the right of clergy to fight duels, I. 346. Louis Roman 7, his offense against the chapter of Notre Dame, I. 1213, and the lepers, Roman 2, 142. Louis Roman 9, and the Louvre, I. 194. Louis I borrowing a book from the Faculty of Medicine, I. 13, his coronation, 314. Louis Roman 12, his library, I. 187. Louis Roman 13, his statue erected by Richelieu, I. 69, 70, his funeral 99, and the Palais Royal 166, and the Royal Printing Office 307, and the Jardin des Plantes, Roman II, 147, and Versailles 338. Louis Roman 14. Statue of I. 2 prescribes Gothic architecture, 5, and the burial of Molière, 58, 111, and opera singers, 89, his funeral, 99, Roman 2, 94, and the Italian actors, I. 117, and the license for masked balls, 139, presents the Palais Royal to Philip of Orleans, 166, and the Louvre, 197, 199. His collection of pictures, 201, 202, and dueling, 350, and disabled soldiers, Roman II, 187, and Versailles, 338. Louis Roman 15. Consigns the Encyclopedia to the Bastille, I. 55, stabbed by Damiens, 76, his conduct compared with that of the Duke of Berry, 91, his funeral, 99, Roman II, 95, and the Madeleine, I. 142, his statue 143, 144 and the Comédie Francaise 175 and the Royal Military School 229, founds the Church of Saint Genevieve Roman II. 62. And the Beggars 326. Louis Roman 16. Confined in the Rue du Temple, I-2, 70, after the capture of the Bastille, 52, his mild government, 55, flight from Paris, 87, 211, reputed burial place, 100, his execution, 146, 147, 150, brought back to the Tuileries, 214, and the celebration in the Champ de Mars, 231, 232, his trial, Roman II, 234. And Versailles, 345. Louis Roman 17. His life in the Temple and death, I-70. The supposition that he escaped from the Temple and lived till 1872, 70, 71. His reputed burial place, 100. Louis Roman 18. Inaugurates the new statue of Henry Roman 4. I-35 and the burial of Emile Roquefort, 58, and the murder of the Duke of Berry, 90, obsequies of Roman 2. 96, 99 and the Madeleine, I-142 and the pictures in the Louvre, 204 and the dungeon of Marie Antoinette, 263 and Lavalette, 318, 320, and the Abbé Edgeworth Roman II, 302. Louis Napoleon, Prince, his 2 attempts to secure the throne, I-95-97, Roman II, 116-123, his trial at the Luxembourg, 123, 124. See also Napoleon Roman III. Louis Philippe, abdication and flight, I-2, 3 fortifications constructed under 7, lays first stone of the monument in the Place de la Bastille, 59 military glories of his reign, 75 fies his attempt upon his life, 76-79, Roman II. 112-114 his sang-froid, I-78, insurrection of June, 1832, against him, 93-94, his burial place, 100. Unveils the new statue of Napoleon on the Vendôme column, 156, and the Palais Royal, 167, 168, and the Élysée Palace, 218, and the Arc de Triomphe, 225, and Talleyrand Roman II, 241. Louis Philippe Bridge Roman II, 34. Louis Doctor and the Guillotine, I-328, 329. Louis Le Gros and the Palais de Justice, I-250. Louis Saint, funeral, I-98, preservation of his heart, 102, Roman II. 91 effigy in the Palais de Justice, I-260, and Blanche de Castille, I-267. Louis Saint Bridge, I-34. Louis Saint Island of Roman II, 34. Louis Saint and Saint Paul, Church of, and a picture by Eugene Delacroix, I-284. Louvel, assassin of the Duke of Berry, I-90, 91 his trial, Roman II, 114-116. Lovett, Lord, decapitation of and George Selwyn, I-18. Louvieres, Island of Roman II, 34. Louvre, the origin, I-193, reconstructed by Philip Augustus, 194. The Tower, 194, additions made by Louis Roman IX. And Charles X, 194. Historical events, 194-195, its architect and alterations by Catherine de Médicis, 195 royal residence, 196-197 extensions under Louis Roman XIV, 198 its picture gallery, 199-200-1206, completed by Napoleon Roman III, 200. Lucas Hippolyte, librarian at the Arsenal, I-290. Lully's operas, I-127, 135. Lunatic asylums, Roman II, 207-14, 223-25. Lunatics, prison for I-63. Their treatment at various periods, 207, 208, number in France, 209. Lunge, the brothers, I-111. Lutetia, the Paris of the Romans, I-3, its position and development, 6 rebuilt and governed as a Roman town, 6, and the Emperor Julian, 7 governed by bishops, besieged by Franks and invaded by Normans, 7 an island, 7 its church and palace, 249, and the hot baths, Roman II, 73. Lutheran Church, I-304. Luxembourg Palace, I-10, its originator and various owners, Roman II. 111 becomes the Senate or Chamber of Peers. 112 celebrated trials, 112 trial of Fieschi, 112 114 trial of Louvel, 114 116 trial of Louis Napoleon, 116 124, and the case of Praslio, 124 129. The Gardens and Picture Gallery, 130. Luxor Obelisk of I, 154. Lyceum of Louis the Great, Roman II, 59. Lyon, number of Huguenots killed at I, 27. Incidents of the massacre of Huguenots, 27. Machines, exhibition of I, 301, 302. McMahon Marshall, Roman II, 358. Madeleine its architecture, I, 11, 142. Its history, decorations, preachers, and c. 142, 143. Madeleine Boulevard, I, 43, 142. Magic, burning for the crime of I, 15. Magicians in Paris, I, 16, 17. Patronized by Catherine de Médicis, 42. Magloire Saint Abbey of I, 314. Magni Restaurant, Roman II, 108. Maintenon, MME. Satirized by Italian actors, I, 116, and disabled soldiers, Roman II, 187, and the Tsar, 344. Maison Doré, Law I, 122, 123. Maison de Villas, Roman II, 331. Malesherbes, M. de, and the execution of Louis Roman 16. I, 147, his monument in the Palais de Justice, 258. Maldescudery, novelist, I, 299. Man in the Iron Mask, I, 284. Mandelot, governor of Lyon, and the massacre of Huguenots, I, 27. Maniaut du and Port St. Martin Theatre, I, 92. Mansard the architect, I, 67, and the Place Vendôme, 155, and the Val de Grace, Roman II, 90. Manteuffel, Baron Ernest Vaughan, and Les Du Pages, I, 36. Maps, School of I, 305. Mackay Auguste, I, 303. Mara MME, I, 135. Marais its illustrious residence, I, 67. Marais Rudesse, I, 3, 67. Marais Theatre du I, 174, Roman II, 110. Marat I, 151, disposal of his remains, Roman II, 106. Editor of Ami du Pupil, 109. Marble Table, Theatre of the I, 250, 252. Marcel Etienne, Mayor of Paris, I, 242, builds the Bastille, 286. Marcellus, Bishop, I, 14. Marchot, Guillaume, architect and builder of Pont-Neuf, I, 31. Marché Rudu, I, 161. Marché des Innocents, Rudu, events associated with I, 3. Margaret of Navarre, Queen and the Preaching of Protestants, I, 287, Roman II, 38. Marguerite of Lorraine, marriage of I, 27. Marguerite de Valois and her lovers, I, 35, Roman II, 159. Marie Antoinette confined in the Rue du Temple, I, 270, at a notable performance at the Académie Royale de Musique, 87, insulted at the Opéra Comique, 87. Marriage, 144. Her execution, 150, carries her son into the Assembly, 207. In the Conciergerie, 263. Affair of the Necklace, 307. Roman II, 345. Murphy. De Médicis and her belief in magic, I, 17, and the Luxembourg Palace, Roman II, 111. Marie Bridge, Roman II, 34. Marigny Avenue, I, 223, 224. Market in the Place de la République, I, 84, in the Place de la Madeleine, 142. Temple, 303, 304. Innocents, 312. Corn, 314, 318. Fish, 315. Roman II, 316. Ave Maria, I, 290, of Saint Germain, Roman II, 171. Markets Central, I, 314, 315. 318, Roman II, 166, 167, 315, 316. Marly, Roman II, 339, 340. Marne River, Roman II, 287. Marat Clement, his translation of the Psalms, I, 287, Roman II, 38. Marriage of Duc de Joyeuse and Marguerite of Lorraine at the Church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, I. 27. Marriage of Figaro, I. 4446, 179. Its effect on the public mind, 67. Mars Emil, I. 103 in Hernani, 181, 183 and Emil. Rachel, 298. Martin, Saint Boulevard I. 93. Martin, Saint Port I. 93, 98. Masked Balls, I. 139. Massacre of Saint Bartholomew and the Bell of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, I. 29, 289. Its authors, 22, 289 preparations, 23, Murder of Coligny, 24, 289. Massenet's Operas, I. 138. Mabela, Jews roasted at I. 3. Moreville Fires at Admiral Coligny, I. 23. Maury M. Elabé, His Oration in Defense of the Parliament, I. 163, 164. Mazarin and Count de Rochefort, I. 37, and the Introduction of Opera into France, 74, 116, his project for establishing a college, Roman II, 289. Mazarin Library, I. 190. Mazarin Palais, Roman II, 288. Mazas Prison of I. 261, Roman II. 131 Construction and Riots of First Inmates, 137, and the Cellular System, 137, 138 Sanitation, Regime and Administration, 138. Medicine, School of and Practical School, Roman II, 106, 107. Mendicancy, Roman II, 324-330. Ménilmontant, I. 335. Mercier, his description of the Pont Neuf, I. 36, 37 on the Académie Française, 37, 38, description of public executioner, 39 on the political indifference of Parisians, and the mild government of Louis Roman XVI. 54, 55 on hackney coaches, 262 on the spy system, 271, 272 on the Hôtel-Dieu, 279-81. On the Montepiété, 306 views on the Sorbonne, Roman II, 52, 53 on the Pantheon, 64. Mary at the Café de la Régence, I. 109. Mary, Saint, Church of I. 93, 293, 294. Mayor Beer, his Robert le Diable, I. 135. Michelet on the Jacobins, I. 162. Middle Ages, Curiosities of the Period in the Cluny Museum, Roman II. 78 Arms and Armor in the Artillery Museum, 86, 87 Burning of Lunatics, 207. Mignard the Painter, I. 159. Mignons their contest with the partisans of the Duke of Guise, I. 69. Mignot François-Marie, I. 322. Military School, Site of Old, I. 127. Military Spectacles in Circuses and Theaters, I. 75. Mill, Laurent de, and the Assassination of a Banker in the Rue de Venise, I. 298. Mineralogy, Museum of Roman II, 130. Ministry of Justice, I. 158. Murray-Bough, his motion in the Assembly on July 8, 1789, I. 47, his death, 163 place of burial, Roman II. 63 letters from the Bastille to Sophie, 139, 279, early life, marriage, and imprisonment, 279, captivity at Vincennes and visit to Prussia, 280, his secret history, and Prussian monarchy, 281. Political life, relations with the court, and his death, 282, and the Breton Club, I. 162. Murrel Dominique, burnt for the crime of magic, I. 15. Maramion, Madame Beauharnais and her House of Refuge for Girls, Roman II, 138. Mirleton's Club, I. 140. Mayerne François, his offering of a silver lamp in Notre Dame, I. 15. Mallet Jacques de, burned on the Pont Neuf, I. 3, 276. Mallet in the Marriage of Figaro, I. 45. Molière Birthplace, I. 2, 322 Death and Burial, 2, 58, 111, 112 Residence, 111 Benevolent Act of his widow, 112, his borrowing from the Italians, 117, as represented by Scarron, 173, 174. Estrangement from Racine, 174. Joins a troupe of wandering players, 174. Imprisoned for debt, 290, his Scottish descent, 315, and the Val de Grace, Roman II, 91. Molière Theatre, I 296. Momus Café, I 110, 111. Monastery of the Jacobins, I 161. Monceau Park, I 344. Monks and Dueling, I 346. Montalivet, M. de, his interview with Napoleon, I 291. Montansier Emile, I 86, 183. Montepiete, I 305, 306 external appearance Roman II, 160 internal arrangements, 161 Alfred Delvau's description of the borrowers, 162 its founder, 163. Description by M. Blaise, 163-166. Montesquieu shoots the Prince of Condé, I 22, his interest in opera singers, 74. Montgomery kills Henry Roman II. In a tournament, I 68. Montlhéry, Battle of I 43, 144. Montmartre, Boulevard in former times, I 2, 104, 113 but, 340, 342. Cemetery, 342 Observatory, 342, and the Church of St. Peter, 342, and the Frascati Gaming House, 104-106. Montmorency, Constable de Hotel built by, I 290. Montparnasse, its associations and occupants Roman II, 252-53. Montparnasse Theatre Roman II, 250. Monument to the Republic, I 84. Moralities, performance of at the Palais de Justice, I 250. Morau Hagesip Roman II, 250-251. Morgue the Roman II, 34-35. Moulins Assembly at I 22. Mun Comte de Roman II, 71. Municipality of Paris, I 243. Muret and the Élysée Palace, I 218. Merger Henry, I 110, 342, his Vie de Bohème, 367. Murillo, his Conception of the Virgin, at the Louvre, I 206. Museum Artillery Roman II, 8388 Carnavalet I 67 310 Cluny Roman II, 7682 of French Monuments Roman II, 175 of Mineralogy Roman II, 130 Des Thermes I 314. Musical Artists, Society of I 315. Musset Alfred de, at the Café de la Régence, I 109. Mysteries, Performance of I 19, 226, 314. Napoleon I and his Coronation in Notre Dame, I 12, 1921. And the Man of Destiny at Port St. Martin Theatre, 92 his burial place, 100 and opera singers, 135. And the Madeleine, 142 and the Column of Austerlitz, 155 and the Comédie Francaise, 178 at the Élysée Palace, 218, and the Bois de Boulogne, 222. And the Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile, 224 at the Royal Military School, 230, and the Rue de Rivoli, 283, and the Legislative Body, Roman II, 232, his Nobility, 303. Napoleon Roman III. His burial place, I 100, Roman II, 97 completes the Louvre I 200 and the Rue de Rivoli 283, birthplace 340, and the monument to Marshal Ney Roman II, 106, sends 500 citizens to